I shall bow in humble adoration and then proclaim, my God, how great thou art. Sings my soul, my Savior God, to thee. How great thou art, how great thou art. Then sings my soul, my Savior God, to thee. How great thou art, how great thou art, how great thou art, how great thou art.
Let me pray. Father, how great you are. It is because you are great, you have led us into doing great things. We'll again committing our nation inside long humble you. The beginning of this program, Father, we pray that throughout these 2 days, at the beginning of this program, by you continue blowing displaying, plan and wish blow you, and thinking blow you, way blow you, goal blow you, lifestyle blow you inside long everything by and may happen throughout along this program. Father, we just want to thank you. Commit this day into your hand and commit every activities that will take place. In everything we do throughout these days, it will also reflect, display the beauty of heaven on earth. Bless us, guide us, and lead us. We commit these days into your hand as we go into this program for this week. We thank you. We bless your name. We glorify your name. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you. Sit down.
Thank you, Thomas, Pastor Shem. Paiminaw, stop quiet, and you may listen lo keynote address wapahemikam lo Honorable Prime Minister, Salo Salwai tapi mas.
Thank you, Jackson. Honorable Ministers, Heads of Foreign Missions, Excellencies, High Commissioner of Australia, and Ambassador of China, government officials, distinguished guests, ICT Days partners and sponsors, ladies and gentlemen, students, more pequeñini. Good morning. Bonjour à tous. Welcome to the Pacific ICT Days 2016. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Holin Zhao, Secretary General of International Telecommunication Union, for recognizing this event and sending your video message to Vanuatu. Today, Vanuatu joins other ITU members to celebrate the World Telecommunication and Information Society Day 2016. ICTs are now an essential part of our lives. Children, youth, women, men, chiefs, church leaders, everyone has access and use ICTs. The government is doing its part to develop policies and establishing regulatory frameworks that ensure Vanuatu will continue to embark on technologies as a driving force to achieve our national vision of the just, educated, healthy, and wealthy Vanuatu. We have developed our three keys policy. First one is the national ICT policy. Two, the universal access policy. And three, a cyber security policy. The national ICT policy expressed a firm commitment of the government to maximize the contribution, efficiency, and effectiveness of information and communication technologies, and empowering and benefiting every citizen and resident of Vanuatu. ICTs have a strong potential to transform education of our children, expand and improve government services, make us more resilient in the face of natural disasters, preserve and promote our culture, as well as provide new business opportunities, and generally enhance our livelihoods. The Universal Access Policy expressed the government's commitment to ensure ICTs and telecommunication services reach areas that are unserved or underserved. The policy mandates operators to connect 98% of Vanuatu's population by 1 January 2018 through a pay or play approach, and I thank all the operators for supporting this government policy. The cyber security policy outlines the government's commitment to ensure citizens of Vanuatu, tourists, business, and government enjoy the full benefits of a safe, secure, and resilient cyberspace, enabling them to get access to acknowledge and share information while understanding and addressing the risk to reduce the benefits to criminals. Recently, Government of Vanuatu also implemented the Right to Information Unit to implement the National Right to Information policy that was approved in 2013. This policy means that any person has the right to request or obtain access to information held by the government, but also personal information that may be held by the public and some private bodies. The RTI policy was an initiative of the government working hand in hand with civil society and the media, with assistance from United Nations Development Program. It shows the commitment by all to work together for a better future of our nation. I acknowledge the government, both past and present, for their political will and support, the private sector for supporting government policies and regulations, and the people for recognizing the importance of technology and using it. All of these technological advancements are widely available in Vanuatu and the Pacific. I call on our citizens, institutions, and business to embrace our theme for today, ICT, Entrepreneurship for Social Impact. I congratulate the government, businesses, and individuals who are here today to participate in the ICT Awards later in the program for your enthusiasm to take the risk and innovate. I envisage further developments and partnerships in securing funding for ICT development as outlined in the National ICT Policy that will allow innovative technologies to be produced in Vanuatu. We want to establish ourselves as leader in ICT, using as our models for long-term development other countries like Singapore, South Korea, and Estonia. All these small countries became world leaders in just a generation, mainly through innovation in ICTs, e-commerce, and e-government. We can do it too, and we know we are on the right route Last September, United Nations and its ICT agencies, the ITU, awarded to honor Vanuatu with UN ITU Awards for ICT in Sustainable Development. I would like to acknowledge the support of the Australian government to the ICT and telecommunication sector in Vanuatu through the Governance for Growth program since 2007. This includes support to liberalize the telecommunication market back in 2008, provide seed funding for Universal Access Fund, the World Bank Trust Fund, the Dalton Government Network Migration Project, the support for various long-term technical assistance through the Ministry of Finance and Economic Management, the direct grant to OCCIO, and finally, the enormous support to OCCIO through the Prime Minister's Office, totaling over 1.6 billion baht, all in grant funding. This partnership with the Australian government is fruitful, especially the establishment of the Office of the Government Chief Information Officer and the Totally Independent Telecommunication and Radio Communication Regulators Office, who are role model agencies in Vanuatu, the Pacific region, and even globally. And finally, to all our partners and sponsors of the Pacific ICT Days 2016, namely the Australian government, the FAD, TRR, USP, TVL, UAE, Vanuatu Tourism Office, Digicel, OneTalk, Opticom, ABNIC, Computer World, CNS, BNPF, Shapa Image, Pacific Solution, ITEC, and ODC. I thank you all for your support to this event. Especially this is the first time big event inaugurating our new Vanuatu National Convention Center. I wish you well in your deliberation and networking over these 2 days, and I encourage you to support us again in 2017 event. And for the participants outside Vanuatu, I hope you will spend some time after this event to enjoy a bit more of Vanuatu. Having said this, I now declare the Pacific ICT Days 2016 celebrations here in Port Vila, Vanuatu, now open. Thank you, Thomas. Merci à tous.
Thank you, Thomas, Honorable Prime Minister. Paiminau Karamuan message from the Secretary General of the International Telecom Union.
Honorable Prime Minister Charlotte Sauwe Tapimasmas, Honorable Cabinet Ministers and Members of Parliament, Excellencies, all our friends on this beautiful island republic in the South Pacific. Ladies and gentlemen, hello together, everyone. This year, the theme for World Telecommunication and Information Society Day is ICT Entrepreneurship for Social Impact. I'm very pleased that Vanuatu celebrates World Telecommunication and Information Society Day along with the global ITU community. As you know, ITU and its members celebrated the ITU's 150th anniversary last year in 2015. As an important part of the celebrations, ITU awarded a dozen of countries for their remarkable ICT development over the last decade, Vanuatu being one of them. I take this opportunity to present ITU's congratulations to Vanuatu for their privileged award that they well deserved. I would also like to thank Vanuatu in taking the leadership role in hosting the Pacific Child Online Protection Workshop, as well as in adopting the COP policy. I take this opportunity to reiterate ITU's commitment in advancing Vanuatu's national broadband policy, as well as securing safe access to ICTs following the cyber threat assessment by the Computer Incident Response Team. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in an increasingly smart, networked environment encompassing cloud computing, big data, and new applications in diverse areas ranging from health to finance. We are moving toward a future of smart transport systems and cities. Small to medium-sized enterprises, startups, and technology hubs are the drivers of innovative and practical solutions for catalyzing progress, especially in developing countries. SMEs make up more than 90% of all businesses worldwide and represent a path out of poverty for many developing countries. With advances in infrastructure and connectivity, new services and applications will grow, along with the potential for many innovative smaller players to enter the market with solutions to address local needs. As a specialized agency of the United Nations dealing with state-of-the-art telecommunications and ICTs, ITU calls upon our partners, governments, industry, academia, and technical experts to promote the role of small, young, and innovative firms in the ICT sector, encourage the spread of the digital social innovation, prioritize economic policies which promote innovation, ensure the availability of necessary human capacity, support the establishment of a comprehensive entrepreneurial ecosystems, as well as assist entrepreneurs in moving from idea and innovation to sales and revenue. Let's put our resources together to harness the catalytic role of ICTs in achieving sustainable development and delivering on economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental balance. Thank you too much, everyone.
Thank you, Thomas. We will now take another address from Mr. Samir Sharma, advisor to the International Telecom Union Regional Office based in Bangkok.
Honorable Prime Minister Charlotte Salavi Tabi Masmas, His Excellency Jeremy Brewer, Australian High Commission to Government of Vanuatu, His Excellency Lin Chuan, Ambassador of People's Republic of China, Her Excellency Ms. Georgiana Roberts, High Commission of New Zealand, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of International Telecommunications Union and on my own personal behalf, I would like to join Honorable Prime Minister and Secretary General of ITU, Mr. Hu Linzhao, to first congratulate you on the World Telecommunications and Information Society Day. It is such a pleasure and honor for me to be here today on this second successive day since I was there last year on the same occasion, but with a great difference. Possibly last year, we were looking for a suitable convention room which could accommodate people. Today, perhaps this room is looking for enough people, which is a nice problem to have. So I want to congratulate all of you to have such a wonderful convention center which is not ready only for Vanuatu, not ready only for Pacific, not ready only for Asia Pacific, but I think it is very well ready for holding global international events. So congratulations and support from People's Republic of China for supporting this. I would also like to again reiterate the event that we hosted here, the first ever Child Online Protection Workshop in Vanuatu, Port Vila, along with the UNICEF and the partners here, which was a very successful event. We also instituted the critical information infrastructure we call CERT in Vanuatu, which is responsible for making safe and secure infrastructure when we access to internet and the broadband services. In this brief presentation, what I would like to highlight is, let's first take a look at what has been done in last 15 years, in this 1.5 decade. Very briefly, we have seen the tremendous revolution of mobile communication. All of us, in fact, the entire world population, about 7 billion people or subscriptions, they have the coverage of mobile. And another fastest growing technology that we have here is mobile broadband. And this mobile broadband, it took over the fixed broadband as early as in 2008. We also have tremendous opportunity because of access to internet. And this provides opportunity for people across the cities as well as in rural area to participate in education, participate in health, avail the health services, as well as agriculture, and contribute and become entrepreneurials. And with that, we are also moving towards smart cities, that is Internet of Things, cloud computing, artificial intelligence. So when we look at the past, we have a very satisfactory growth of ICT, but when we look in future, we have an exciting future awaiting for tremendous opportunities presenting to us. Now, in order to move towards future with confidence, we need to have solid targets. In 2014, in Plenipotentiary Conference in Republic of Korea, the ITU membership adopted goals for sustainability, goals for growth, inclusiveness, and innovative partnerships. These 4 goals are the targets for 2020. When we are adopting policies in our countries, we will look forward to these targets and adapt our policy. In particular, I would refer to a few goals which are very important. For example, 90% of the rural population should be covered before 2020, which is quite an ambitious target. And also we talk about the broadband. Everybody wants broadband. But if it is affordable and accessible, then the dream of universal broadband would become true. So in 2020, we have a target of having charges for the national broadband should be less than 5% of the gross national income. At that time, the broadband will become very affordable. We also have goals for sustainability, means 40% reduction, improvement in the cybersecurity readiness, and reduction in the volume of the e-waste by 50%, and decrease in the greenhouse gases by 30% by 2020. And these targets have been very well harmonized by the recent adoption of Sustainable Development Goals by the United Nations, which sets forth the targets and the agenda for the next 15 years. There are 17 targets we call Sustainable Development Goals, talk about eradication of poverty, better health, education, empowerment of women, energy, and so forth. One of the central aspects of achieving all these sustainable development goals is the catalytic role of the ICT, and in particular, goal number 9, which is ICT would play and continue to play essential role in building resilient infrastructure, in promoting inclusive, sustainable industrialization, and promoting and fostering innovation. So when we are trying to achieve SDGs, ICT will become one of the key catalysts to achieve all these goals. Now let me just give you a brief perspective about the islands, which you definitely know better than me. But putting in perspective, we call small island developing states, SIDS. We have 39 SIDS in 3 different regions of the world, which have around 63.2 million population. SIDS face unique challenges because of their small size and their remote locations. SIDS are extremely vulnerable because of the investment required, high cost, and also they are prone to natural disasters and climate change. And in particular, the role of ICT in SIDS development is for the reliable and affordable communication infrastructure, and capacity and equipment and the related enabling environment are indispensable for promotion of sustainable socio-economic development of the SIDS. We believe that the services for development in these regions would include transparent government, which is e-education, e-government, e-education, e-health, e-business, and in particular in Vanuatu, maybe e-tourism, which has got a great potential. And also, because of the differences among different regions of the SIDS that they belong to, there is not one solution that would fit to every country. So we need to make sure that we customize the solutions driven by the local needs of the country, where ICT would definitely enable improvement in the speed and the scale of the implementation of the solutions. And one huge advantage of using ICT in Pacific and in particular Vanuatu is the ability for them to drive down the cost and improve service delivery. When we talk about the cost, let me talk about the affordability of the broadband. As I mentioned earlier, that the Broadband Commission sets the target for 5% of cost of broadband that should be commensurate with the 5% less than GNI of every nation. I'm very happy to report that 111 countries are fulfilling this mark. But on the other side of the coin, there are other countries which are still about this graph, so we still need to make broadband affordable. I'm very delighted to see one of the success criteria for the promotion of the broadband is the leadership. And in particular, 150 countries till date have adopted national broadband plans. And these plans are reflection of the commitment of the highest leadership of the countries which have been adopted, which are propelling the pace of growth, socio-economic development in the countries. We are very happy and proud that in Vanuatu we drafted national broadband policy, and that policy would certainly set forth the future direction for making broadband affordable and socio-economic development. Now in the next few slides, I will talk about the key engines for growth whereby ICT can achieve the sector-specific objectives. ICT is not itself should be considered as a technology, although it is latest technological solutions that we see, but those solutions are useful only when they are used for improving the lives of people. So let me talk about health, how ICTs can improve the health outcomes. As we are aware that around 7 billion people, everybody has got access to mobile phones. But if we see the number of hospitals or the number of beds or the number of doctors per person in every country, there's a huge gap. So this opportunity of having access to communications through mobile phone to reach out to the people for providing better health solutions is the key for better health outcome. To give an example, 34 million people die every year because of non-communicable diseases, which is one of the biggest silent killer in this century. And the United Nations Secretary General and the UN General Assembly has adopted the second resolution after the HIV and AIDS that NCDs need to be promoted to be eradicated use of technology, and ITU and WHO has fostered this alliance to come up with Be Healthy and Be Mobile, whereby using ICTs we can decrease the death 6 to 10 times. There are other initiatives of strategies of national health as well as interoperability of the health records between different hospitals and different providers. So health outcomes are greatly facilitated and are basically responsible for saving lives of people. The second sector I would like to quote is education, access to universal education. We have different populations and geographies, especially in islands and the rural and remote areas. They may not have equal opportunities of access to education, either because of lack of infrastructure, lack of trained teachers. Here, we have an initiative called Connected School, Connected Community, whereby in rural and remote areas, using solutions, for example, connectivity through satellite, connectivity through mobile phones, and connectivity through conventional infrastructure can transform the school connectivity and education learning into a community learning center. And this learning center can become a powerhouse for providing access to education as well as health, tourism, and all other services. We have an example of implementing nationwide e-education center in Sri Lanka, whereby fostering alliance with the Ministry of Education was one of the key example of sector-specific collaboration. When we talk about the online services and broadband and internet, these, while providing great opportunities and benefits, they also make the network vulnerable. And with that comes the challenge of cybersecurity. And in that, because different countries are in a different stage of legislation, and the vulnerability and lack of rules in one country could be taken advantage by a smart hacker who just needs a smart brain, a laptop, and interconnect, and the connection to the internet, and which can get access to your critical infrastructure and put the entire system down, including your banks, including your airways, and other critical sectors. ITU in 2007 has adopted a global cybersecurity agenda for ensuring safety and security and building trust and confidence in the use of ICT with international cooperation. It has 5 pillars: the legal measures, technical measures, organizational structure, capacity building, and international cooperation. I'm very happy that Vanuatu, we have implemented a CERT solution, which is Computer Emergency Response Team, as well as protecting children, child online protection guidelines. In fact, Vanuatu is the first country in the entire Asia-Pacific region that we had drafted this legislation. Another key aspects for the use of ICT is saving lives, and no country could appreciate better than the difficulties that we faced here in Vanuatu, Cyclone Pam that we have seen a few years ago, which has devastated the normal lives. And I was in constant touch with my friend Fred, and minute to minute we were monitoring the difficult situations that we had. Here the ICT can provide immediate before, during, and after the disaster strike them the capability and the resilience to provide rescue and relief measures. And the technology can be used not only after but also to predict the climate change. ITU provides spectrum as well as orbital slots for the satellite, which can track the glacier movements, which can definitely help to create better predictions for climate change. We cannot forget the inclusion of marginalized communities, in particular 1 billion people, which comprise of around 15% of the world population, which are disabled communities, which also include many people like me. I would be catching up of my age, means people aged, which may have partial hearing problems or partial vision problems. So ICT can provide a great opportunity for them to participate into information society. And with that, we have a speech-to-text, text-to-speech converter solution, not only just the technologies, but also a policy-driven solution whereby there is a framework and mandate in the countries that marginalized people are not forgotten. And for this example, I want to cite, we have done the framework in our region, in India, Nepal, and Afghanistan, providing policy for the countries to provide and address the needs of persons with disabilities. And finally, for sector-specific collaboration, the latest initiative that ITU has fostered for providing better agriculture-related outcomes is the e-agriculture solutions. We are working currently with the FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization, to provide better yield and also provide solutions whereby farmers can definitely rely on certainty as well as the predictions where the crops can have a better yield. With that, we are developing an e-strategy toolkit with FAO, which is ready to launch anytime, and we are also providing assistance to countries. In particular, we have developed this strategy for Sri Lanka as well as Bhutan. I'm very happy to share with you that the Ministry of Agriculture in Vanuatu has also provided their request to FAO, and we are seeking support from the Office of Government to provide their support so that we can also work and implement this strategy in Vanuatu. So in a nutshell, what is happening, what you see today is the business model of telecommunication is no longer towards telecommunication, voice revenues, or voice services. You see alliances to be fostered in different sectors, be it education, be it health, be it agriculture, be it tourism, and also the network of different regulators in different sectors. For example, financial inclusion. We may not have as many bank accounts as number of phones, and those people which are not able to transact monetary transactions or do not have ATMs or credit cards or bank account, ICTs can definitely help. But in that case, we need to work very closely with the banking sector regulator, with the Ministry of Education, with the Ministry of Agriculture. So this slide shows a changing realities that we do not just need telecom regulation for the sake of regulation, but an enabling environment of partnership with different regulators. And I see in Vanuatu, with the Prime Minister's office itself leading these initiatives of ICT under the Honorable Prime Minister's leadership, there's a great opportunity to create an enabling environment and propel Vanuatu on the ICT leadership. And finally, I would like to touch upon the themes of ICT entrepreneurship and the social impact. As you have seen in the previous slides, that ICT touches upon the aspects of every sector of the society, from education, health, and other sectors. And ICT entrepreneurships and the startups and the small to medium-sized enterprises have particularly relevant role in ensuring economic growth in sustainable and socio-economic development manner. The theme, today's theme for World Summit on Information Society with the ITU's work is in line with the current initiatives that ITU is taking, and you have seen Secretary General's message that we are promoting this innovation, we are promoting and harnessing the opportunities that the SMEs and the small businesses can contribute to the socio-economic development of the nation. And today's world is increasingly smart, network. We are talking about of the Internet of Things, whereby by 2020 we would have around 50 billion devices to be connected. And with that, it would pose, while the challenge of security, but at the same time, great opportunity for all of us to see a smartly developed Asia Pacific and smart nations can also be created. And finally, I would call for the actions to reiterate the call by the Secretary General of ITU to promote the role of small, young, and innovative firms in the ICT sector, encourage the spread of digital social innovation, prioritize economic policies, ensure the availability of the necessary human capacity building and skill development, support the establishment of the comprehensive entrepreneurial ecosystem, and support entrepreneurs in moving from the ideas of innovation to the concrete action. Finally, I would like to share with you that ITU has developed a database of around more than 100 countries which are promoting entrepreneurial ecosystem by creating business incubators. We would be very happy to welcome the inputs from Vanuatu so that we can showcase and bring it to the global landscape. And there's a great opportunity that can be done in telecom world. We are hosting this world event closer to you in our region, in Asia Pacific, in Bangkok, whereby we would like to encourage showcasing these innovations that we are having in Vanuatu to be witnessed in telecom world. So I call upon all the industry leaders, government, and especially this award function is taking place, which identifying the leaders and the innovators. So I look forward to again welcoming you in telecom world in Vanuatu. With that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Samir. We will now have our last keynote from His Excellency, Mr. Jeremy Brewer, Australian High Commissioner to Vanuatu. Thank you.
Prime Minister, the Honourable Shalo Salwai Tabi Masmas, Ministers, colleagues from the Diplomatic Corps, the President of the Malvatamari, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, lo yufra everyone. Thank you, Prime Minister, for inviting me back again today below Makim ICT Pacific today. Today, mi sorry be tokto below me bahemikam lo English. Thank you for your acknowledgement of Australia's support to the sector over the last 10 years. And also, like Mr. Sharma, I'd like us all to reflect for a moment on the fact that we're able to be here today in this exciting and imposing building, and I would like to acknowledge the efforts of the Chinese government through you, Ambassador, and the Vanuatu government through you, Prime Minister, in bringing it to reality. I'm pleased that Australia continues to be a part of this annual event, which is itself becoming an institution. And again, I congratulate the Vanuatu government in emphasising the importance of ICT through events like these ICT Pacific Days. Technological advancements in society and in the world have meant that our ability to communicate and to access information is much easier now than it's ever been. But with increased access, as Mr. Sharma pointed out, cybersecurity becomes even more important. And again, I congratulate the Vanuatu government for developing its own cybersecurity policy. In April this year, our government, the Australian government, launched its own cybersecurity strategy. It's a blueprint for meeting the dual challenges of advancing and protecting Australia's interests online. And as part of the strategy, Australia will be appointing a cyber ambassador. He or she will work with regional and global partners to advance internet freedom, combat cybercrime, and to share threat information. To today, I think the theme for this year, the theme of ICT entrepreneurship for social impact, illustrates how the sector has developed and evolved over the years and illustrates the extent to which it has the capacity, the potential to have an impact on a wide range of people, a wide range of sectors and a wide range of different groups in society. Last year we saw how vital ICT is in disaster preparedness, both before, during and after Cyclone Pam. And while we all have acknowledged and mourned the loss of a relatively large number of people during Tropical Cyclone Pam, I think many people would recognise that the losses could have been far greater had the preparations undertaken largely through the National Disaster Management Office by the Vanuatu government were not more successful and extensive, and a significant proportion of that involved the use of ICT measures. Since then, we've been able to improve and enhance many of our ways of responding based on the lessons we've learned from Tropical Cyclone Pam. Some of you would be aware that Australia's Foreign Minister and our Minister for International Development and the Pacific recently launched something called the Pacific Humanitarian Challenge. The challenge is a $2 million initiative aimed at finding and funding new solutions and testing new technologies that will improve the way Australia and the world respond to national disasters in the Pacific. We received 129 submissions, and from those, 5 were selected to be developed and tested over the next 18 months. I'm pleased to say that 4 out of those 5 utilise ICT in one way or another. They include the use of an enhanced drone imagery system aimed at building an open source data system to access and share information collected by drones during a disaster or immediately after a disaster. They include an independent mobile communication system that's designed to work with smartphones when normal communication systems fail. And I heard an article on the radio last night about that particular innovation. And the third one that I would like to mention is something that came from a mobile insurance provider called BIMA, working with an investment company and Digicel, who obviously are well represented here today, to improve access to money for individuals after a disaster and to bring low-cost insurance to employees of small and medium enterprises. So that means that funding will be provided to support the development of those innovations. And if they prove successful, they could be introduced across the Pacific to be used by governments and others as needed. And we know from our own personal experience, our bitter experience here in Vanuatu, that this region and this country in particular are very vulnerable to those kinds of disasters, and we've seen it most recently in Fiji. It's inevitable, indeed it's certain, that we will have to deal with another disaster sometime in the future. In 2015, through the work of the TRR and the OGCIO, in partnership with Vanuatu's Ministry for Education and Training and the Australian Government's Governance for Growth program, the Unial Access Policy Fund was able to launch its school-based programs. And I'm looking forward to hearing about the impact these programs have had so far in the communities and schools they've been servicing. As well, I noticed that later today there'll be a representative of Pacific Institute of Public Policy who will be speaking on a panel to talk about the findings of research that's been conducted into the socio-economic impacts of increased access to ICT in Vanuatu. And Australian government research supported that research. It'll be interesting to see how these findings, or this funding, has contributed to the enhancement and understanding of the vast potential of what ICT has to offer and can achieve. And I think some of us are all still asking questions about what the impact is, how wide it is, how we can try and tailor it so that it's as positive as it can be, and I'm hoping that this research will help us to do that. So, Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, Australia's substantial support to the ICT sector in Vanuatu reflects our strong commitment to supporting Vanuatu's development, and it also reflects our understanding of the important role that ICT can, will and does play in this effort. So I wish you happy ICT Pacific Day, and thank you, Tomas.
Thank you, Thomas, High Commissioner. Hemi now, hemi bring him in, ikam lo opening lo session blame this morning. Want them tell them thank you. Lo yumi where you missed up forum program online, lo channel lo YouTube, and also lo radio, lo national radio blame, as well as lo television blo Vanuatu, we missed up forum program blame lo this morning. Paimi now proceed to one photo session. So suppose misave askem all guests lo fran, lo lichoina mol friend blimi lo all ministers will stop lo for it, lo photographer I take one group photo before you me continue lo programs blimi lo this morning. Yeah, for those of us who don't understand Bislama, we'll have a group session, photo session just at the front with our state ministers and the Prime Minister before we start our sessions for this morning. Thank you.
So misave askem yumi we mistown lo biaines pos yumi save movie kam lo mitelia plo mekam se tamoli tekan pizza potemo la ministers plumi be bali capture vi mi fruan biaina. Small time no more. Thank you. Just move kam lo middle row ya no me. Lo mekem se yumi ol che soli fulak. Bisa askem sample alol kita nar site please sa move ol seme. Film apol che apia ini ya. Lo mekem se fulap oli tekam picture please. Thank you too much. Thank you too much. Sampai mias ke mul kita lo patua nama tua. Di room narasai. Good. How are you, Brad? Long time no see you. You've been traveling, huh? Oh no. Yeah, 2 weeks away. Okay. Give it to me. Yeah, sure. Just an announcement mo. While katal VIP, you mean bali stop take a break. You mean just wait around. By first session, do you mean this morning? By me happen in so 11:45. Somebody 11 o'clock. First session, do you mean by Mr. 11 o'clock? So stop around. By the time Muslim come back, do you mean at session do you mean this morning? Session 2 or session 3?
No, I'm a quarter to 5.
likat stall outside, wali maitali salem sam kakai, da koron lul butu plo luk lo wanemwe ol providers plimi lo sa to telecommunication mo ICT o likat ol stap lutum lo display. Session
the last,
five, I guess.
that'll do, just stick it in there. At least in session 5.
Yes. So we have session 6 next, can work tomorrow, 6, 7, 8, 9.
The very last one. I followed the telemedicine.
Yes, that's the one. So, have a sale of cover, and then come.
I will, thank you.
by me ask him Yumi, will you stand up or somebody stand up outside? Please make him wave you come inside. By in a long time, by me start and first session lo panel discussion do you this morning. I'm start from meeting. please come inside, find one seat, one space. Katul space is talu place ayat. To side ya, so maybe move to come to side ya. Lumitel ya. By me cut first session do you me lo this morning. And by me starting a long time. And me lead us round table set for ICT entrepreneurship, social impacts. So back in, welcome everyone to ICT Day, Pacific ICT Day 2016. This morning by me cut first session do you this morning. Session do you this morning me suppose you stop forum lo online lo web. By look at me session number 1, me leaders round table title ICT entrepreneurship for social impact. So this morning by all leaders from government and industry will over their personal viewpoints and powerful insights on future directions for ICT. So this morning by me got moderator session where me Mr. Dan Makari. Mr. Dan Makari me media director lo Vanuatu Daily Post newspaper. Me pin stop long time lo Vanuatu me one lo ICT professionals as well, where me work plan there with them all communities play me Vanuatu. So you tell them thank you lahem this morning where me have accept them, me have moderate them session, first session me this morning. And lo left, so lo left side to me come, kasi lo end, you got lots would do Chief Commercial Officer lo TVL, me work with them TVL. Lo side plan me Mr. Fred Samuel, me CEO and Director of Group Limited, Mr. Fred Samuel, I'm also former CIO of Vanuatu government, and currently I'm still staff as advisor office and Mr. Radio Communication and Mr. Pacific ICT Days, and of course, this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everyone. Some totok lo you meet today, but go ahead with English. Some lo mishnama, but you may just mix a little bit today. I'll make my introduction in English. I'd like to welcome you all to ICT Days and to the very first panel session that we'll be conducting today. It's a strategic session. We're looking at the highest level. This is a leaders' discussion. Everybody here at the table today occupies a very responsible position in the implementation and strategization, if that's a word, of ICTs here in Vanuatu and elsewhere in the world. We'll begin today with Mr. Samir Sharma. We've heard from him already in the opening ceremony. Samir, welcome. Samir Sharma is a senior advisor at the International Telecommunications Union Regional Office for the Asia Pacific in Bangkok. He's been a friend of Vanuatu for several years and has been instrumental in assisting with the development of several key policies. So, Samir, I'll let you go ahead to begin with.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you very much. Let me just come to the theme of this topic and give you a global perspective. while you have already seen the presentations whereby I was sharing with you the role of ICT in different sectors, I won't repeat them. What I would like to do here in this brief session is to give you some concrete examples, if I may, of the work of ITU with the membership. And I will take examples of few different sectors which would illustrate the power and the actual changes that it brought into the lives of people, use of ICT. While doing so, it is important to just remind ourselves back to the first slide, one of the first slides which I talked about, the targets that we had of 2020, that is for affordability of the broadband. And in that, I said that the broadband services should cost not more than 5% of the average monthly income for the developing countries. And we also need to ensure that 90% of the rural population should be covered with the broadband by 2020. With these ambitious targets, one of the first thing that we thought we should do, at least from the regional office of ITU, is to develop national broadband plans. And I'm very happy to report to you that we have developed around 17 national broadband plans, and those plans, and I feel nostalgic because the very first plan that we developed was for Pacific Island country, which is Fiji, and this plan was signed off by the Prime Minister, then Prime Minister of Fiji, demonstrating that the leadership role of the countries are instrumental. And with that leadership, Fiji in ITU's ICT Development Index report, whereby every year ITU comes up with the ICT Development Report ranking the country's preparedness on ICT, and Fiji was one of the dynamic performers. So now let me give you a couple of examples starting from the broadband. What broadband and how broadband is impacting lives of people. And in that, this is an actual example. We organized Transformational Power of Broadband, an award ceremony whereby inviting the actual work the membership has done. And this example comes from Malaysia. And a very rural remote area, Sabah Sarawak, and in that there was a lady, she was doing the seaweed business. You know the seaweeds, then she was picking up and selling, and she was barely able to make the ends meet. Subsequently, the Malaysian regulator MCMC, they provided training for community centers there, and with that, the daughter of this lady was trained to learn for putting up the website and how to promote the uses of broadband for entrepreneurship. She put up this entire business of her mother on the website. She created a portal, and in less than a year, she was selling seaweeds to Europe, USA, and couple of years time, her income was around $7,000. So in fact, she had a nice problem to have. Income tax department was after her. So it was a transformational change in couple of years time. Even a person who is illiterate, she's a woman, she's in a rural and remote areas. If she can do with such a transformational change, I think it sets a strong example for women in Vanuatu as well as in other countries to experience. The second example I want to give is saving lives, emergency communication. And again, in the same contest that I organized in 2013, the government of Japan, they got the first prize for deployment of MDRUs, mobile deployable units is a long name, whereby within the few hours of the devastation, it sets up the mobile station and the broadband network with the local area network and providing strong broadband communication, which immediately start rescue and relief operation, which was an example which was outstanding with the NTT lab. And we didn't leave it there to give them a prize. We thought, let us use this example, and that time there was a cyclone hit area in Philippines. So with the ITU, Government of Japan and Philippines, we signed an MOU, and those MDRUs were deployed in Philippines after this cyclone, and this is an example of directly saving the lives with the fostering the power of ICT. Can I just one more example I can give. The last example, I had a few more, but I will just give last example for education. In my first slide, one of the first presentation, I talked about the Sri Lanka School Connectivity Project, whereby we connected rural and remote areas, including Jaffna. Many of you might be aware, those who are aware about the geography. It's a very difficult area. It was war-torn, and there was no investment, there was no mobile towers. But with the initiative of Ministry of Communication and TRCSL, which is a regulator, as well as Ministry of Education, we managed to bring the school connectivity, portals, teachers training, and what happened, the impact of that training and then this infrastructure. Last year, IT organized 150 years of anniversary, and there was a global context for the little kids, and those kids By the way, my son also participated in this award. He was not selected. Not to say that he was less capable. He had more opportunities, but ICTs provide opportunity. The power of brain is equally distributed in every part of the world, and it is the question of providing opportunities to them. So I think I will sum it up that the ICT provide a great opportunity for making tangible social impact in the society. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Samir. Samir Sharma is a technical advisor, senior technical advisor with the International Telecommunications Union in Bangkok. Next, we'll be hearing from Balan Lochmudu. He's somebody whom anybody working in the telecommunications industry in Vanuatu knows well. He's been a friend to Vanuatu for quite some time, coming to us from Mauritius Telecom, where he worked beginning in 2002. He's now the Chief Commercial Officer, and according to the material here, it says he's responsible for marketing, sales, customer excellence, call center, and indirect sales. And I have to say, you do have some excellent customers, so you seem to be doing quite well. Balan, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Mr. Sharma. I think Mr. Sharma has already made a very good presentation on the ICT entrepreneurship and how we can benefit it, how everybody can benefit. I think today's discussion goes beyond the simple usage of the ICT, the simple usage of voice, data, and SMS. If we need to have the real growth in the economy, I think we need to think beyond that. In my presentation, I think I will have some questions, and also I will mention some challenges that we are really facing in Vanuatu. And I hope we as operators, we can get the answers from the regulation, from the government, and also from the suppliers. So I will start with a few questions. I will say, how do we move to the next level now? What are the solutions that we are having? How ICT entrepreneurship can improve the day-to-day life of the people, beyond SMS and voice. Finally, how do we, in Vanuatu, how do we scale up our innovation capability? That's very important. If we want to create entrepreneur, we need to raise our capability. This is very important. What are the blocking factors we are having here? And what are the enablers? I think the government has an important role to play, as well as the operators, but not to forget, financial institutions also have important role to play. Very important. One last question is, we need to define the needs. How do we define the needs? I know from countries to countries it's different. The need is not the same. We can replicate some innovation, but we cannot use the same innovation everywhere. So someone needs to define the needs. That's very important. Having said that, I think I have a question in mind. Let's center the debate in Vanuatu. For me, it's very important because there are really some challenges in Vanuatu. You know, Vanuatu consists of 80 islands. Distance between the island is a big barrier. Where, compared to a country I came from, it's only one island with 1 million population. So this market is small, only 300,000. So we are not able to attract big investors. And even the local investors are not willing to invest big. They are not willing to take the risk. So how do we increase the market? Do we focus in Vanuatu only, or do we extend the market to the Pacific, and how do we do it? I think we have means to do it. ICT have the capabilities to do it, and we need just to apply ourselves and find solution for that. Another is a it means a capacity building in Vanuatu. I just have some stats today. I don't know whether it's updated. I know 96 people are enrolled in primary education, but only 23% attend the secondary school, and out of it, only 10% reach the tertiary level. How do we address these issues? If we don't address these issues, we are sure that we will not be able to do the objectives, to achieve the objectives that we wish to do. And talking about the ICT sector, I know a lot of things. Remarkable progress has been done since the last 3 or 4 years in terms of internet penetration, mobile penetration, even the accessibility and affordability. But still, I think it is an issue today for me. I think we have been a lot of discussion with Fred and the government on regarding the affordability. There's really some blocking factors how we can make the internet affordable. Let's take, again, I like to use figures, the ICT index. I think Mr. Sharma has mentioned it. I like to point out the ICT index for Vanuatu is 2.93, and it ranked 125th in the world. I want to compare to Mauritius. The ICT index is 5.41, and it ranked 73 in the world. We are just above the average. And Fiji, just an island near Vanuatu, it is 4.33, and it is 101 rank in the world. So these indicators need to be improved. How do we do it? I think there's a lot from the government to be done, as well as the operators. I think not only one person can do it. I think it's a whole community. The government, regulation, operators need to combine their effort together to achieve this objective. Two last point I want, the economy today relies mainly on agriculture and tourists. There's no manufacturing industries. I think all this combining, we can say the effect of unemployment today is around 4.6, but if we take the subsistence population, it's around 47% of unemployment. So these issues need to be addressed. I think ICT has the potential to address this if we develop the right solution. I think I will let others also to comment, because I had some solution, but still I want to hear from everybody else. Thank you.
Balan Luchmandu, thanks very much for your contributions. There's a lot to that. Let's give him a big hand. There's several very interesting issues, so I know we'll be circling back to some of the things that you had to say. We're going to go on for the moment with our introductory talks, and we'll hear from Barry Lerner. He works with Huawei. He's the Chief Information Officer for this region. He's got over 30 years' experience in the telecommunications industry, and he's had his hands dirty from time to time. He holds multiple patents in the areas of telecommunication, and his primary role is championing ICT solutions across the region. Barry, thanks for coming today.
Thank you. I want to talk a little bit about the islands, and one of the things is Huawei does this Global Communications Index, where we look at all the attributes that makes an island ready or a country ready. Infrastructure, resources, ICT capabilities, electricity, and all these different aspects, and that's how we kind of look at how we measure countries, and how readily are they available for the ICT revolution. So I think that's something to look at. I think some of the challenges we have here in Vanuatu is similar to we have on a lot of the other islands, right? We have a population. We don't have a big population, and sometimes the population is going down to the skilled sets. We need to increase our ICT skill sets. One of the ways we look at increasing IT skill sets is by doing innovation centers, bringing places where, smart people can come to, where they can start to learn and where they can talk to each other and they can progress. Because, you know, every time you see people, there could be another Facebook person, there could be another Uber guy, you know. One of the things that the big conundrum that we see is we see a lot of companies, the big ones, I don't want to name them, but the large ones. Now, they compete with a small person who just started Uber, just the application itself. So it's the application that makes the real growth, the real money, the real GDP. But to do, you have to have an infrastructure. You have to have island, you know, submarine communications. You got to have big infrastructure. There isn't any reason why an island can't be another Silicon Valley. You know, we start to see a lot of countries opening up Silicon Valley before because they were so everything. One good example is in Chile. Chile is now becoming a Silicon Valley. They put the communications in. They went through the ICT infrastructure. They started to put the data centers in. You know, they started to create from the universities ICT, train people, and now they're now competing with, you know, the valley. So I think that's another thing that here in the islands and the Pacific we should start to look at. We also need to understand, you know, how can ICT benefit us, right? It could benefit us in many ways. One of the things that add to the GDP, make the economy grow. Another, like we talked about, is education. In the field of ICT major role. And the only way that will happen is if we can put in people who understand it, people who can grow, and people that will use it. So, you know, there's plenty of challenges that we'll start to see. And another major challenge is global connectivity. If you think about it, look at the market here in Vanuatu. You make a lot of unique things, but here in Vanuatu you sell out, you know, X amount of money. But if you can actually put face to that, to the world, you can sell X plus, you know, so you can increase the economy, kind of like the here. So that's of looking at how ICT is going to, you know, change the way things are going right now. I think that, you know, as the technologies are changing, you know, we're going, you know, the 4G, the 5G, so the mobile is now, you know, there's no limit, there's no holdback on it. The technology is now growing larger, it's becoming more effective. So connectivity to the homes, to the buildings, to the intergovernment organizations is now it's happening. So I think that communications is growing, and I think as ICT starts to grow and you know makes it more easily acceptable to the public, things will start as well. So that's my introduction.
Thanks very much, Barry Lerner. He's the Chief Information Officer for Huawei Electronics in the Asia-Pacific region, is that right?
Yeah.
Next, we're going to hear from Gérard Metzan, talking on behalf of the Telecommunications and Radio Communications regulator, Dulcie Baniala, who unfortunately is overseas at the time and she can't attend. Gérard is a career ICT professional. I first met him many, many years ago when he helped me get my internet sorted when he was working as IT manager for Telecom Vanuatu. He's now working as a consultant with the telecommunications regulator on the Universal Access Program. The UAP, as it's known, is it's an integral part of the ICT strategy for the government of Vanuatu, and it mandates 98% coverage for broadband by the 1st of January in 2018. So Gérard is going to be talking about progress on that and some of the challenges and opportunities that we face as well. Gérard.
Thank you, Dan. Yes, as Dan, my role is to look after the UAP policy, which is a government policy, the TRR for implementation. So the he said that by the 1st of January 2018, 98% of the population of should have access to telecommunication services. This is a huge challenge for all TR and the government to make sure that another it's also for the telecommunication of happens since the government policy. Okay, now what do part of the UAP team board, which is sitting there, and I will give you some high and some main challenges that we've implemented this solution done. ICT Days, which is the so the was school and teachers and students to the school and to come for the Ministry is doing is that they're implementing the one to so that they to manage all the schools, information teachers and students. As a high level display is the we have a project so is services for health because Pentecost and all those areas don't have telecommunication coverage. Is difficult for people to get access to health services. So services they're using the project with the OGCI office. The ones implementing land issues, so we need to find out how to deal with those land issues. And discussed and said, what he said before me is the capacity building for the teachers, students, you know, and what it is today. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Gérard Metzan is a consultant working on the Universal Access Program for the Telecommunications and Radio Communications Regulator. Now, our last guest it's always a pleasure to catch up with him. Fred Samuel has worked for as long as I've been aware of anything in Vanuatu. He began as business manager and engineer with Telecom Vanuatu Limited. And he has worked in a series of senior positions, really defining the shape of ICT, certainly in the public policy sector. He established the office of the Government Chief Information Officer. He was the first Chief Information Officer. He's currently working as an advisor to the government on strategic matters, and he is the formulator of some of our key ICT-related strategies, really, for the government. So, Fred, thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you very much, Dan, for the short introduction. I think members of the panelists and overseas colleagues and those who don't speak Bislama, you have to excuse me. I think we have a variety of audience, not only here, but also listening on live on YouTube and as well as on the TV and radio. So I will be switching to Bislama if you don't mind. I can switch back and forth between Bislama and English. But good morning. First, Mr. President, on behalf of Visible Government CIO, Acting CIO Section, thank you so much for making time for Savekam. Mitalam good to lo viewers plimi will stop online lo internet around the world no lo radio Vanuatu and DBV. Thank you for coming here. Even here, one an event, I think plan the live been participate in but this year in bigger install venue convention center one world class venue we must admit him. You got people, you got all exhibitors, all operators, you got all manufacturers, you got all officials, so you got a variety of stakeholders who got a lot of interest in industry or stop here today. So me will enjoy time live la today with them tomorrow. But you make different talk today. You start with them ITU and one you and standardization with them even technologies where you operate for them. You got one operator Telecom Vanuatu, you got one manufacturer and one big manufacturer Huawei, with them you got two representative regulator. By Mimi kami mo shortly mo lo side government intervention. Me talk formally from government CIO and Nayam mo CIO we mo an advisor mo with them office. So I think everyone that push you come out one ICT device you for one day by you cross and you also me no kakai. You mean everyone me you ICT tool but anyone one mama or papa, one even officials, private sector, you everyone will rely on ICT. So one tool where you may have a go without. I think with the panel we buy come after, but we talk about all the different areas like law, idea, TV, talk about it true. I see everyone in anything where is available full of issues and we talk about law agriculture, law health, even law I see something where economic development law very briefly no me not talk too much for me got limited time. You must tell them you must tell them all government all funds previous in even government ICMC ICT no one enabler start to government decide to come up with one policy minister for I understand high coverage and 16% more you could one SIM card and 5,000 to forget it play internet extra 9 to 9 the unit development will happen in 3 and you mean them you mean closely with the former prime minister, but I can think government anyone very strategic play me make him say I see industry grow. So say TV without government and with the government by industry in the Chrome we minister of enjoyment in today. So I think you must tell him to government, sir. Me no talk, me no tell him too much. Thank you too much. I think you make him one to clap. For me to want to talk about something where government is making money go forward, but very briefly, you mean the market that we got 94% coverage, mobile service, and change in speed, and using you make a government when we launch government one plan with an introduction to competition, you make about 6 or 7 active players that take a choice. So you make a full development in plan de Tumasa. I think we could back team for social impact. Me for key strategic staff current Prime Minister and we talk about it fast, it only got access to fast internet. And here about 2, 3, 4 internet. Plan o show the mga stable sa luwa. Structure and pricing the submarine cable. Free citizens of Vanuatu. You need to take almost 190,000 citizens of Vanuatu and got access to only about 30 or 40 them have access to the internet in one. So with them strong support and leadership of government got naya, but you must have a restructuring pricing and force the internet and the affordable low citizens of Vanuatu and with them strong political will, but you no more. I think I'm almost remarks on the Megan. Me and Garcia Mivula will ask him questions after law and Dr. Mivula. Thank you.
That's Fred Samuel, currently working as an advisor to the government of Vanuatu. Thank you all for your opening comments. There's a lot to cover and very little time to do it. Mi wane telemaut le time now se suppose we samble you me got question or comment where you me want to make him. Please you come stand up the side. But you got microphone. Blo you me save join them small story anya where you go ahead. As I mentioned in Bishlama, if there are some people here who would like to make a comment or ask a question, you're welcome to do so. Just come and see John over at the side of the stage here. He'll happily bring you into the conversation. Now, I'd like to pick up on a theme that's come out of a few of the comments here. Samir, during his opening address this morning, Barlin just now talked about the accessibility index. We have achieved great things as a country. I think that we can all be proud of the distance that Vanuatu has come over the years. I know that Telecom Vanuatu has transformed itself really, and it's thanks in no small part to people like Fred, like Gerard, and to organizations like the ITU. Barry, your company Huawei was instrumental in building out the eGov network, which is the first truly national internet data network in the country. There are, as far as we have come, however, there is a long way yet to go. Balan, you mentioned affordability. I think that right now, a 4 megabit fiber connection here in Port Vila, it's roughly equivalent to the national minimum wage. So we're pushing close to 100% of GNI actually. And Samir, maybe you can remind us what's the target for?
Target for affordability is the 5% of the gross national income.
5% of GNI. We've got a little ways to go, I think. We have some really good quality internet. We need to make it more accessible. Now that's underway with the universal access policy, and Gerard has been working very hard on this. Fred, I'd like to ask you though, what do we need to do to get the price of internet down? Is it going to require government intervention?
Yes, definitely. It will require government intervention. I had a one-to-one meeting with all the CEOs of TVL, Telsat, OneDoc over the last 2 to 3 weeks. I was a bit worried that if government intervene, it will be seen as government interfering in the business of the private sector. But I can proudly tell you that I have vote of confidence, and I've briefed the Prime Minister and the DG about actually gave 110% support that the government should intervene in terms of restructuring the pricing of the submarine cable. So the answer is yes, and that's exactly what the government is doing now.
Okay. Now, in practical terms, what does this mean? Does this mean that we'll simply have to, is the regulator the way to come into this, or will the government simply use its moral suasion to convince everybody to sit down and work out a deal? What sort of shape is this going to take?
Okay, I think currently there's the structure that is in existence today is a bit very complicated, I would say. Yeah? You have three of the wholesale. So you have the middle guy up there selling to the middle guy. and we will be moving ISP to make pass on that reduction cost to end users.
Thank you, Fred. I wonder if I can pick up on just on where you left off there, Fred. One of the issues that we have with a 4G rollout, I'd like to direct this at Barlan actually. One of the issues that we have with a 4G rollout and with increased access to 3G in the islands is that you can spend a month's worth of data in a very, very short period of time. You know, you watch a single videos in some cases, and that's used up, you know, all the income that you had to devote to internet. How do we make the internet more affordable for the average consumer here in Vanuatu? Barlan.
I think Fred has, whatever Fred has stated, we are moving in the right direction. First, let to mention that last year, in 2015, the operators has played a game, I think, on the mobile internet. A decrease of 10 times almost on the mobile data. It was really unaffordable for the common people. After that price reduction, we have seen a big rise in mobile data usage as well as increase in smartphone penetration. I think the operators, wherever possible, is playing the game. Now, an important thing was mentioned by Fred, because we are also purchasing from someone else. If our initial cost is very high, we can't give it at very cheap price. So we need, because business is business, we are commercial, we need to have a profit to invest further in different islands. So that's very important. But with the actions that the government is taking, I think the price reduction for there's two things. We need to see at two things, price reduction and also at speed, internet speed. Today we're talking about 512, 1 megabyte. In the future we need to talk about 5 megabyte, 10 megabyte per second. This is where we need to go into this direction. And with the rollout of 3G, 4G, and with the fiber network that we are rolling out, I think this will be made possible in the near future.
Thanks very much, Barlan Luchmudu. If we can go to Barry Lerner, and now you talked a little bit about the ability of technology to get us increased efficiencies. Can you tell us a little more about that?
So first part I'll talk a little bit about is the cost, okay, and trying to lower the cost. I think a lot of the service providers should be looking at offering different grades of services, right? Because not everybody needs the high grade. It could be multiple levels so that we can kind of drop it down to the costs. I think another way is looking at more component-based services so that, we don't charge a user for Facebook, or some of the URLs are, free and it'll increase the usage, but they won't pay for that piece. So we can kind of lower it for the average. And also, with the abilities of these new smartphones, there's new messaging applications that need to be brought in. I mean, we need to look at the OTT players not as an enemy, but somebody that we can partner with and somebody we can do things with. And I think, it's a challenge on both ends, right? Both ends of the model. How do you bring them in? How do you control them? So I think there's a lot of different ways that new technology is starting to look at that piece. And I think that, when we start to look at, the whole aspect, like we talked about the e-government and everything else coming in, I mean, that is going to be the foundation of everything, right? Always the network will be the agitator, will be the whole foundation, whether we go ahead and we look at e-commerce to drive the GDP, whether we look at things like, increasing the social benefits of, e-medical, e-health, e-schools, all these different education systems. So I think that we need to start to look at how do we take the e-government, increase the bandwidth, make it more available to everybody, and make it the window to the government. It should be the portal. It should be the way that people can go on and see it, right? And it should also be the way that we can get the SMBs into facing the world. I think it's really important that we look at these SMBs, even though a lot of the SMBs don't even have a computer. And, maybe we give them a smartphone and they use that, okay? But let them get out there. Let them use something to start to face the world. So I think that's another way of looking at it. And like I had mentioned earlier about the Global Connectivity Index that we at Huawei have developed, it's important because if you look at, is electricity on all the time? Is the air conditioning available? Is the infrastructure there? Do we have the ICT skills? So it's a whole conundrum. It's a patagram of things that we need to do to get this, to hit this Yellow Brick Road and this utopia that we all talk about.
Thanks very much, Barry Lerner of Huawei. Samir, now you were saying that you wanted to get a little comment in here. I was quite interested to hear about some of the initiatives that the ITU has undertaken. Maybe you can tell us about what that's going to help mean for us here in Vanuatu.
Absolutely. Thanks very much. Let me touch first on the ICT Development Index. I think it is such an important aspect that we are debating here. I see a lot of progress in Vanuatu, all of us do, in terms of the e-government, transparency, take-up of services, innovation. You talk about it and we are witnessing it. Why this progress is not reflected into developmental index? You could question it. Is it ITU is not capturing it properly? When we talk to a couple of ambassadors in our courtesy visits in Bangkok, Ambassador of Pakistan mentioned their ranking is also 130 something. He said, Mr. Sharma, we have seen a lot of progress. We have 3G, we have spectrum sharing, we have so many things. How come our nation is still such a low level? So one of the simple answers is, yes, you are making a good progress, but others are moving faster. So you need to first of all consider that it's a competitive world and you need to move faster. Coming back specifically on ICT Development Index, you mentioned about Fiji. Let us go back what ICT Development Index comprises of. There are 3 subsets in that. First is access. It measures about access. Second is uses. How do you use the available ICTs? And the third is, do you have skill set to use it? For example, even if I have internet or mobile phone or computer at my home, but if my mother is not literate enough to use it, it won't be counted. And there are 11 parameters which actually captures this overall ICT Development Index, meaning thereby, if you are performing very well in penetration of, let's say, mobile handsets or smartphones, you are just capturing 1 or 2 parts of this ICT development. So you must go into details. My suggestion is as follows, practical suggestion. I think what we should do in Vanuatu is to understand the ICT Development Index first, and then the survey questionnaire that we sent every year, which is filled in through ITU by the office, government office. Actually the data comes from the operators. Please pay very strong attention to this data that you are providing, because the data should be latest, it should be representative, it should capture the actual progress. Once it is done, then only we are able to reflect. Wherever data is missing, we use previous year's data. So it's a little bit of technical issues, and I would be more than happy to provide our support. We have done it for Bhutan, we have done it for Thailand, and they have jumped several tens of ranks actually. So this is one of the key things. I seek everybody's support to see whatever progress is happening to reflect into actual. Finally, on the question of affordability. Affordability, I believe, there might be actually a magic wand of just reducing a price. I wish it could be, but unfortunately, practically there are different ways, including price reduction. It requires the entire ecosystem. I will touch base upon just in a minute. First of all, to have the right policies in place and the regulatory framework. For example, when we talk about the infrastructure price reduction, this is just one aspect, and which also you have to go to the international side. If you reduce, that is one bottleneck. And if it is less, then it has to go through backhaul. And then that price also has to be competitive. Then the user part, that price has also to be regulated. So it's a shifting bottleneck. If you address one only, and if you do not, it will shift to the another part. So you need to see the ecosystem approach. And secondly, once you address the pricing, another thing is technology neutrality. You need to allow the operators to use available technologies in a manner that the benefit of innovation goes to the consumer and to the operators as well. And also the fact that spectrum, you don't need to follow what India has done or Pakistan is doing, not to say that they are good or bad. But for example, in Vanuatu, spectrum could be more abundant as compared to many other countries because of the uniqueness of population here. So you could follow this unique situation whereby spectrum could be either freely available or at least based on some beauty contest. Fiji has done it, Maldives have done it, so it becomes more affordable. And finally, it is more important to see the enabling approach of the regulator, whereby regulation is not for regulating certain things, but by exception, whatever, for example, in-band migration. Let's say spectrum, whatever 900 megahertz that you have here, and if you're using 1800, you are able to provide a lower band spectrum in a manner which is friendly to the industry, encouraging investment. So these are some of the measures, overall right policies, enabling environment, innovative technologies, and also removing the shifting bottlenecks into the entire value chain of this service delivery. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Samir Sharma from the ITU. Sorry, but you me switch go Bishlama small time. Me want to follow up one small issue with them, Fred Samuel. He got full up study on the Talems time internet hemi affordable. Mr. Time with price below internet he come down, access he come on top. He make us say usage or some you may make use of internet more, meaning say hemi more cheap or some all telco or these have a profit. Make us say price come down. Make us say you may use more. You make us say one something where you may call it one virtuous circle. So how now Vanuatu by Isave go? How now by Kasem space by fallen road blame? We make us say start the virtuous circle. Yeah now. So you may make a full up something. Question below access, below affordability. Let me stop yet.
Thank you, Dan. I think one very good question. So you make a submarine cable ligam, you make a TVL itself or nafla small operator or ligam setup. You may run TVL met itself is about fiber infrastructure. If you look at static rotor, you run put fiber cable. You may only stop invest lo 3G, mo 4G infrastructure plan. This is very good. Good for investment in the private sector. Government decided to take a lead. Development universal access policy. Universal policy is very important. Suppose you know when the talam level na one very good policy. Policy specifically in a type of current fast internet and affordable internet equal 90% of Vanuatu by January 2018. Sorry, basically answer Dan de ba metal muchme say one na you start making this mito pot some investment will operate will start making we got one funding 270 million so far only roll 9 student finish you make 60,000 population of student I think suppose me right target premium in Strand look from up 60,000 yeah. You mean say whether you start in urban area, you start by everyone has got same level of access and affordability. So I think Samir it the ecosystem. I think everybody is doing the only trying to contribute to you achieving objective. In fact, you thank you all people out only sign up agreement under the license application, but you must fulfill Vanuatu government. Okay, we can question Latan and we knock it out. The time you one basic we believe say internet name one basic commodity. Once you reduce in price by the at impact the side usage. I mean about them yeah. You make one fast internet submarine cable connectivity, of course, reduce compared to the time you establish satellite, reduce significantly, and over submarine cable and if much faster than satellite. So anyone one achievement of Malaysia, but and that's my advice, Ecological and government, the Prime Minister, say, no, we need to make Vanuatu the most competitive internet because sometimes we start telling say you me high no attract more investors pro ligam Vanuatu. So me think say pricing, wholesale pricing plus submarine cable and me want something where is a very crowd. So today me give an example, you go to one family today, I think 6 or 7 or 5 you got smartphone or you got tablet. They might got one Wi-Fi access to house, but the moment 1 or 2 people start stream live on internet, and we clock them up connection now, so on our learning is access them, or we talk case rural areas, because the price is high, or you know afford them. That's why uptake for internet subscription is very low. Although you make at 190,000 or plus people only got access to mobile, only 7%, about 30% of them only got access to internet. We need to go. And I'm grateful, of current government where we take political will, we recognize them here, and we put them under plan, and obviously government here, we must work with the TRR. I can assure you that all staff work actively behind the scene, all fulfilling commitment of the government. But I mean, no question was Mr. Answer once you get them price in court by usage and take. But it's not only about usage. Think about the intelligence. Think about so much information where all man for not to that. Of course, don't get me wrong. It got part side to play internet. It got all thing will happen. But we need to control that. But the most important thing, I need the good side of it, especially in the schools. I mean, one school on click sites where I start roll them out. Lo Tana, Lo Pentecost, Lo Malakula, even Lo banks. Today they are online. They are accessing materials where any student around the world in London only got access to them. Now with the new program where Australian government is funding, only stuck at same access law as many students around the world. And that's good for Ministry of Education, and I'm grateful for Ministry of Education when we actively involved to make sure we fulfill all objective for government. I think thank you, Thomas.
Okay, thank you, Thomas, lo Fred. By me passem stotok ko lo Gerard. Gerard, you experience a little bit lo life lo island, lo life lo technician lo island. You to have finished hemi had a little bit. What one em now by you me make em lo make say internet is become affordable, is more accessible, more affordable. Lo man place me we start island we only no start Luganville and no start Port Vila, only start rural area. By you stories more please.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Also, we bin talam finisa government stop implementing one muli sta kolem universal access policy. And policy sus permisa vitale malsem se men tok make sure se ICT or telecommunication mi access mo mi lo equal man Vanuatu. What are you stop or you stop na mi bin talk about sa imi achieve mi target ya maybe all operators itu bali sa answer lo sa ija imi stop telecom nowadays lo contribute imiting se I think emi kam lo one of mi stakal competition imi reduce full up operators only proposal services and you make you got use all people you make all get so people side role model services online and telecommunication competition. You sorry lo but you should move you come on only se kat te lo only se choose set mi karam ame mi mo chip Mikaram Yochi from suppose we only Savakaram Mano, in Sakaran. What a cheap suspect, Garmeno. So me really want to emphasize Lemia. Now, how no TRR within government, maybe like a regulation in place, make him say all competition, you reach him every area. But at some meetings already with the telecommunication operators, encourage him only service structure for him service, telecommunication, by taking people at capacity, services also in for him monthly salary or in business, you miss a affordable services. Now they talk about land, so that's all telecommunication operators. Why don't you share the infrastructure? You know, we build and we competition back to the rural areas. So that's the one rural areas. Making sure competition and reaching all people being loyal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you too much, Gérard Metzen. Gérard, Remy Waklo, telecommunications, radio communications regulator, law country. I just want to take the opportunity to remind everybody in the audience that if you have comments or questions, please, you're more than welcome. This is your time. Me remind them you've everyone. Suppose you got one question, you got one totok, tell them. I see a hand over here. John, if you can so just, if you'd like to stand up, tell us your name, and then go fire away.
Hello, my name is Wayne Goss. I'm sorry, I'm going to be very respectful. I'm not from this country, so I'm learning from this conversation. I'm not from this country, so I'm learning from this conversation. It's been very insightful. I do have a bit of a background in ICT, with various multinationals like IBM, etc. The conversation around the plumbing and making the plumbing of internet, the connectivity more affordable for most consumers is fantastic. That is really great to see. One of the questions, or the question I have, is really around how do you measure? Do you have a measurement framework in place to measure the benefit of ICT on either business or on social development or on education? And what I mean by that is, if we make it more affordable for the average consumer to consume, they will consume. And they'll consume for many different reasons, but primarily it'll be around social collaboration or maybe social tools. But how much of it will be focused on economic development? So enabling, for example, ICT or software development shops to be established here, because that's happened in other places like in the Philippines. How much attention has been given to that? Because if we can put some framework around that, you can actually measure the economic benefit, I guess, of providing that capability to small to medium businesses, or to even research. That would be a mechanism by which you can actually say, right, we can now continue to invest in more plumbing because we're actually seeing the direct benefit. And Fred, that's probably for you. I would imagine you're probably the most. I imagine you're probably the most qualified to answer that.
Okay, thanks for your question. Before I pass it off to Fred Samuel to give the first response, I'd like to say that there are some really good studies out there that show that access to affordable internet is an unconditionally good thing. It's often a cross-cutting effect, and sometimes it is difficult to get very specific metrics on how much have businesses profited or whatnot. But there's some really good work from the OECD, ISOC, the Internet Society, and other players in that regard. Fred, why don't I hand that off to you for the first part?
Dan, I think you've answered the question, but on the measure, sorry, it is a bit off track, not directly measure of economic benefit, but measure of internet coverage, voice, SMS. TRR is launching a project, and I think it's happening over the next 8 months to measure the direct coverage of mobile, voice, and SMS service throughout Vanuatu. After the 8-month study, we should be able to determine where there is coverage, the quality of the coverage, who benefits and who does not benefit.
Okay, the extra answer that I would like to give is that this measure and the quality of the information and specifically the telecommunication and this should help and especially like the telecommunication operators to make
Thank you. Thanks very much, Sharon. Do we have any more questions from the floor? If not, yes, we do. We have one more from our friend Brad Partridge. No, from Jenny Ligo. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dan. Member Jenny Ligo, Mini Chairwoman Law, Women Against Crime, Corruption, and one NGO organization or association. First of all, by me congratulate them government with them ICT law big event where we make an historical event lo Vanuatu where you Mr. Stap lo big fala auditorium ya lo site lo information. I think want something when by me want them direct them a question below me and me call afraid because me look say hemi session lo site lo leaders round table lo site lo ICT. I think one lo something when me free especially me all advocates lo site lo information sharing me very difficult lo site lo government me no got one information center mo two lo site lo information sharing full say lo site information hemi no really information website me place them inside the system and no release. So that's why hemi important blow imikat information center blow make him say hemi easy. So that people only serve access melo site lo information. Motu lo site lo access lo mobile phones with them internet also if they start explain them. It's very difficult to understand them because TVL also first telecommunication. It has been here for a while. And digital has just arrived. And yet, even both of us were sitting here, we come from the Benama province. And I must say that I'm from Mumbai and she's from Waiwo. Those two you have to climb, have access to talk to your families in Villa. So I'm not really convinced whether what we're saying is really happening. I know I have been to India, to Nepal, and I've seen the presentation that our big man was presenting. It is true. I confirm your presentation here. I've been there and I've seen it. It has an impact. So even though we will say that Vanuatu is new, Vanuatu has been using the privileges for so long, but I think most of us, we will be waiting to see that the Parliament passed the ICT Act so that it will be more easier for us to have access to most of the information that we want, because Vanuatu will not benefit if we will have good presentation we will have good people, but the market is not accessible to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas Jenny. I think Point Blow Loside Long Information Center, I think Hemi one good one, Hemi one where you may well hem finish. Gerard is still working on project where Hemi to do with them all computer labs and internet community centers. Most straight purpose play him. Gerard, suppose you want them tell them small small experience play you block climb hill.
Yes, me like actually me tiara me vle start implementing project pro government we must call UAP me but me vle osomba me tu sabi fight them issue so second itu me vle start ko install mol computer lab I think the of the telecommunication to the under now cut signal the telecom signal some stuff and some side space. Please, madam. Now, start and you must make to side cover. Play must make sure. Actually, Tramlo achieving you make him. So, cover up 98% of the population of Vanuatu. That means you should cover up place for Talemeno. Only existing. So, 18. Trade law. Only got access to voice, but only got access to if the price of the internet, people in the circling something, access law coverage, but the hand of the suppose you not may not affordability here by achievement. So, not done. Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you, Thomas. I think there was one more question, was there, from the audience? No, I'm getting the sign that that's going to be all. No, I'm sorry. A bit of mixed signal here. John, sorry. Yeah. Okay, we'll go to... a gentleman at the back. Good morning. Suppose you savez tell him you. You stand up after tell him question blue or toto blue.
Mrs. Mi interest when I tell him about extend ICT Colonial Islands. From you got one company and you work with an ICT, which is electricity. It's a bit and useless. And how can ICT remote areas suppose you know have electricity? And you want something where government is working on by you like coverage all remote areas. Thank you.
Okay. I think infrastructure being I through certain locations where we will put them computer labs. So one actually solar panels too. So you make this way you got grip that is okay. But the place where you got grid power, you must put solar panel now. So I mean, package where government you put lo areas. Talk about the day when Mr. Brown telecommunication mobile coverage. There are some financially with them government. Government, so you must understand it's a project here, one project where the telecom run out to here. Big thank you to them and digital because they at the cost. There's no and they put so it's the telecommunication, the infrastructure is there to make sure that the thing is running. Now, how this rechargeable mobile get that? And me will look at proper solution. But my colleague, the telecommunication operators, they might have some solutions for you in order to recharge the user's mobile phone in areas where we don't have the grid powers, and that you put your telecommunication coverage in them. I think we used to have some kind of products like this before where you sell mobile phones and then you sell some little solar panels for them to recharge.
I think this project was there before, but if also I'm not mistaken, there's some companies, some NGOs coming with some project in the power, so that in many islands, the power issue can be resolved. This is coming, I think.
Yeah, I was just speaking with somebody this morning, actually, who's, I think, collaborating with TVL as well. Okay, thank you, Thomas. Long yuvla everyone, where you savez come join me lo first panel session lo day mo ICT Days event, where we go ahead full day today with them tomorrow. Thank you to all of our panelists for attending this opening session. I'd like to thank Barry Lerner, Samir Sharma, Gerard Metzan, Fred Samuel, Balan Lachmudu, and all of you for coming down today. My name is Dan McGarry. Thank you and good afternoon.
Okay, thank you everyone. Start the first session morning. By second session, by start straight away. So suppose you want to move out, small fresh air and then come in. But you're most welcome to stop around. By me set them up. No more please ready for next session. We start.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Huh? You sure? No, tu vlebi se stao, ne?
I know it's there. Everything okay?
Yes.
Oh, it's your turn. Yes. So we're starting session 2 at 12:30, but that's okay. So we take it to 1:30.
Pacific present.
Maybe.
Let me see if I should present them, but
Because he's supposed to be 12:30.
yes.
So is this Salma that's sitting with Samir? Is it Salma Farouk?
Yeah, I think so.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Okay. So I can just advance it from here?
Yes. Yep. You can. So this is yours, right?
Yep. Are we connected or not?
Yeah.
Because there's animation in it, yeah.
It's gonna. Oh, by the way, the other thing is for them to the cameras to get the pictures of the presenters and then present the videos on the screen.
Yes. Okay, sorry, can you ask it? Can you...
For the cameras to take the video for the presenters
Yes.
and actually display them on the screen. Like, you know, when somebody's talking, capture.
They can put their pictures up on the back screen.
Yeah.
Is there a question or a problem?
No, I'm asking you if you can organize that with the video cameras.
Okay, so you want them to...
Yes.
Yes, okay.
So that
Now I got it.
so that the
Good everyone, we're in Mr. Brown Convention Center. So take one seat because anyone entry side, me. Inside, more side, chairs, Mr. See the session where start in a long time. Good, nice to see you, and good morning here this morning. As we and for impact. As I see together with Mr. John tomorrow. So we good morning everyone. For section 2, literacy. So, panel members, Commander, protect. Mr. Mufi Commander.
Yes, perfect.
Manager. Mr. Please make a motion Commander blow front. Thank you.
Este output ya, no output no sound. Huh? Bueno. No, but no sound ya. Normally shoot. No, heavy sound, heavy. Normally shoot give out sound, is it? Everyone is there, okay. Everyone is the output. Jadi dalam screen ni saya kata sound ni itu inside box ya kamu tu. No man. Excellent. Excellent lo ini one excellent kau mereka tu kunci tu. Be from. Wista nak lo. Rumah ni está tutup terus.
Center. Out and beyond digital literacy. What them hemia, tingol panel members blue email is ready, so by me now invite the moderator blue email, Mr. Kenton Milroy, we have me director blogarin by me take me through session 2. By him got 1 hour no more, by go through blow make him some presentations, and then by you give him time for questions and comments. Hemi come lo yumi everyone. Thank you.
This. Thank you, everyone. Lo yumi we yumi aten. I think you got some special important people inside lo among the crowd today. Me got honaya lo welcome you everyone. All kata lo ICT sector, all kata lo productive sector, mo all different sectors, more areas of works of life where you will attend lo this morning. Actually, midday now. So thank you, Blatten. By me switch from English to Bislama often from with them respect lo to la panelists and top. So, I'm very delighted to participate in this event, and especially to be the moderator of this session, Beyond Digital Literacy. It has been ICT development has been happening for some years, and we've been through many situations. Sometimes we feel things are difficult, but it is very timely, and I think it's imperative to really get ourselves down to this very important topic, beyond digital literacy. I would like to start off with this prelude, teaching someone about technology without hands-on experiences in real-life situations doesn't guarantee long-term success. Inculcating increased self-sufficiency, employability, and the opportunity to use technology to solve social challenges goes a long way towards creating digital citizenship. So I'm now my topic or statement where by me will discuss lo this fala middle day. Me name Blumi Kenton Milroy, me director, most of the time role Blumi as software engineer lo one small startup business where me start them current code where me will develop software, custom software development, and me klatumas plo participate in this event. Before we turn it over to the panelists to engage in this very important session, I would like to set the stage with this prelude to provoke and invoke the concept and the contextual definition for digital literacy. I would like to bring up this definition from the University Library of Illinois, where it defines digital literacy as the ability to use digital technology, network tools, and communication tools to locate, evaluate, and create information. And also, there is a condensation of the contextual definition for digital literacy, where it further on and stretches the definition, which defines digital literacy as the ability to understand and use information in multiple formats from a wide range of sources when it is presented via computers. A person's ability to perform tasks effectively in a digital environment. And then, literacy includes the ability to read and interpret media, to reproduce data, images through digital manipulation, and to evaluate and apply new knowledge gained from digital environment. Law 1, 21st century definition. Out from this traditional definition law literacy, when it comes to literacy, only really confine them definition, you go to a framework to access, analyze, evaluate, create, and participate with messages in a variety of forms, from print to video to the internet. Vanuatu has a growing information society. And when the information society is growing, we refer to people who go online on this platform as digital citizens. I'm very excited to have the panelists I'm going to turn it over first from my left, Ms. Nettie Collins. She is the IT manager for the University of the South Pacific. To introduce herself, then Ms. Cheryl White, the academic director for the Extrio Digital Skills Institute. It's a very cool website. There are lots of online resourceful learning materials. And then we've got Mr. John Nirwa, who is a veteran government employee who is now retired, but has a vast amount of experience in the educational sector. And then lastly, we've got Mr. Brett Patridge, the Universal Access Policy, or UAP consultant, working with the Telecommunication and Radio Communication Regulator, whom I have been also working with for some months. So we'll begin with Ms. Nettie Collins. Oh, Cheryl. Tell us, how do you incorporate digital literacy skills in your company or your institution?
Okay, well, I was going to do a presentation for us just to talk generally about digital skills and how we're doing that. So I'll just move over to the other microphone if that's all right. So thank you very much for the invitation to be here. Vanuatu is a place very close to my heart. I came here first to visit last year, just after Cyclone Pam, with my young son, and had the opportunity then to become friends with many people here. So I appreciate the invitation from my colleagues here at ODC, who have been working with our company, Extrio Digital Skills Institute, for the last year, as we start to bring an awareness of digital literacy into not just Vanuatu, but all of the Pacific Islands. So my role as the academic director of Extrio Digital Skills Institute is to work with Australia, New Zealand and the Pacific Island countries to raise awareness of digital literacy and the importance that it is as a life skill now as we engage in technologies. Extrio Digital Skills Institute, we are a Certiport solution provider. So we work with global leaders in Microsoft, Adobe, Autodesk, HP, in providing opportunities for people to learn how to use these software and application technologies that we so currently just assume that everybody can use because they have a mobile device or a laptop computer, or they work with these software applications in their daily business. I'd just like us to reflect for a moment. My background is a teacher. I've been a principal and a corporate director in education now for well over 25 years. And in those roles, I've obviously seen technology changing quite significantly. So if we look at the classroom that my mother went to, and in our audience, I'm sure many of you have the same memories of your first childhood experiences in education, where we sat in rows at tables where we were taught from a teacher at the front of the room. The classroom didn't change very much beyond that when I went to school, except we started to work in groups and there became a little bit of collaboration where we were allowed to talk to each other and to start to work together. In the classroom that I then started teaching, we had the same pedagogy and we had the same way of delivering this learning through the teacher staying at the front, but now we started to introduce technologies which enabled us to communicate with our students and introduce different ways of learning. But again, from the conversations we've been having this morning, we have had a rapid growth in access to technology, yet the pedagogy in our classrooms in which we're delivering it has changed very little. And I would like today to share with you in this short few minutes that I have what opportunities we now have to change that for not just our students in our classrooms, for our teachers in our schools, but also for each of us as we work in a digitalized workplace. So quite recently, I had a son who I brought with me last year who is now in grade 3. His classroom looks very dissimilar to what mine does, except that the screens are now bigger. The technology is a little bit faster and it's a lot more available. But the majority of the instruction is still done by the teacher standing at the front of the room. Our classrooms are now emerging into where the teacher doesn't necessarily even have to be in the room now. But one of the advantages that does, particularly to countries which have limited access to resources and technology is that it now means that the opportunity for us all to engage in learning has become a lot more equitable. So from when my mum was at school and we used a slate, the technology's changed slightly to when we had desktop computers when I started. And now the technology is in a similar way. We're back to using a slate, we're using a stylus, although they're much more complex, we're still using the same types of pedagogy. So if we have a quick reflection, and my colleagues this morning have spoken about this, in the 1980s we emerged in this digital age, and this was the time when I was coming into education as a teacher. In the 1990s, the hardware became more complex, and in the 2000s, we had this explosion, and like all explosions, it was uncontrollable. We didn't have any way of managing it. And today, we're immersed in a digital world, yet very few of us, I feel, have the digital skills and the digital literacy in which to engage in that digital environment effectively. It's a global agenda. All governments, and your Honourable Prime Minister this morning spoke about the national ICT policy that's been delivered here in Vanuatu. All governments are addressing this, and only in a recent year or two. Firstly, we had the UK. Now, the UK introduced their make or break the UK's digital future government agenda only earlier this year. And this agenda is to say that we work in a digital economy, and if UK is going to continue, they need to be using technology purposefully. They were the first of one of the countries in 2014 to bring computer science as a mandatory subject into schools. And I spent 10 years teaching in the UK when we were first introducing technology into our classrooms. And we were doing things that were breaking the ground. Silicon Valley and the US might be based in leading some of these innovative technologies and becoming the hubs. But as you heard earlier, you don't need to be a large country to lead innovation. I believe that it's the education of our young people, of our parents, of our teachers, and of our people in the workplace that is going to lead innovation. It only takes one person and one idea to transform an idea into a cultural revolution of transformation across the world. President Barack Obama as well, he has also identified that they want to have the government as a 21st century government. But again, 21st century is old school. We're now in 2016. We're nearly a quarter of the way through it, and we're still struggling to utilise the technologies that have erupted in those last 10 years. And in Australia, our new Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull released the National Innovation and Science Agenda as part of the ideas boom, because we've realised in Australia that our mining boom is no longer going to sustain our economy. We need to look outside of that as a resource, and innovation and ideas are what are going to make us current in the future. So coming to digital skills. These digital skills are going to be a foundation for success. Now, I know you've all been sitting for quite a long time, and I was so overjoyed this morning when I arrived to see so many young people coming into the first session when we had the opening address. Can I ask you just to stretch your legs? Could you stand up, please, if you're holding or have with you a mobile device today, a phone? Stand up so I can see how many people have got a phone in the room. All the way at the top there, are there people at the top row who've got phones? Most of you? Okay, don't sit down yet. I'm going to ask you one more question. Can you stay standing if you use a computer? Please come in and have a seat. Please come and join us. Stand up if you have a computer that you use either for work or at home. Now stand up if you've ever been taught how to use any of the devices that you have access to daily. So stay standing if anybody has taught you how to use the word processor, how to set up your email. Well done. We've got a few people. How to manage your contacts in your mailbox. How to share your files with other people through Dropbox. And the numbers are dwindling. We have a couple of people standing. And I'm very grateful to see that the people who are standing are those from ODC who are delivering this training here. So thank you very much. Now, what I wanted to address there is that we all have access to technology, and the infrastructure to engage with that technology, whilst it's important, if we're not using it effectively, it's purposely useless. So digital skills are going to be the foundation for our learning in the future. It enables fast-paced learning. It enables us to interact with each other. It enables us to have an opportunity to engage in business of the future. And it provides us now with an opportunity to create rather than just consume technology. And this is the key differential point in all of that we're seeing around the world. It's about acknowledging that we need to be able to have a generation of young people, and these ones are particularly close to my heart, from Ari Lamaras Kindi, these are the children who are going to be creating in the future and in only a few years' time. So we now need to be preparing these students to gain proficiency in using them. Now in Vanuatu here, you now have the first registered testing centre, courtesy of IT Central and ODC, where you can go now and learn how to use the software applications and productivity tools that you are going to need to continue to be employable into the future. I know, and I'll give them a bit of a plug here, that they're actually offering opportunities for you to go to their centre and do a free practice test to see what skills you have now and to get the opportunity to learn. There are certifications that will make students and teachers and employees across all the Pacific Islands part of the global economy in that they can gain internationally recognised certifications here in Vanuatu, in Fiji, Samoa, Tonga. It takes 50 minutes to take a certification exam if you've got the skills in order to gain it, and that's an internationally recognised certification. These are being delivered in the tens of thousands in other countries around the world, and we had earlier mentioned about the innovation that's occurring in Chile in just one small part. Chile's leading the world in digital literacies. Mexico is making it a national agenda that all of their citizens become digitally literate, and I think that's our foundation of what we need to do across the world. Some of our other experiences of working locally here, I've been working with the Ministries of Education in Vanuatu when I was here last year. We work with the Ministries of Education in the Cook Islands, in Samoa, in Tonga, in New Zealand. Our students need to gain these certifications to become digitally literate. And what we've done is we've made sure that these certifications are now available to contribute credit to our students' learning. So not only are they going to learn with their leaving certificate, which prepares them for the workplace, but they can also gain credit for those certificates here in Vanuatu and other countries by having these recognised as legitimate and authentic learning experiences. I was blessed last year to be able to come and join the National Day for Children and celebrate the fact that these young people are our future. It starts with digital literacy, and there are a number of programs that we can introduce into Vanuatu and other regions that will give us the opportunity to get our students digitally literate. IC3 Spark is one that has been recently introduced worldwide. It consists of 3 parts of general skills on how to live online safely. We spoke earlier about cyber safety and the importance of protecting our young people, about how to use the key functionalities of applications we expect our students to produce documents for assessments on. Those of you who are parents here, I'm sure you've had the struggle when your student's been asked to present a PowerPoint presentation like I am today, or to create a Word document, yet they don't have the skills to understand what that is. And for most parents, and myself included, I've never been taught how to do those things until recently. And then computing fundamentals just gives us an understanding of how to use these basically in our environment. So I'm just going to show you a very quick video, it's only a few seconds, just to highlight the fact that we need to start looking at digital literacy not just in our classrooms, not just in our schools, but also in all of our businesses as well, because this is what's going to create Vanuatu and other island nations as contributing to their own digital economy. So hopefully this will work for us. Nope. Let me just try again. Here we go. We have no sound? There's nice music in the background here. You'll just have to hum along.
Sarah, being mindful of the time,
yes, I'll do 2 more minutes.
2 more minutes. Thank you.
And this short video is just trying to highlight the fact that it's about everybody becoming digital literate. And as we said, the point of our session today is around becoming digital citizens, and to do that we must have fundamental digital skills. So there's a range, and I'll keep talking as this moves forward then just in light speed. There are a range of certifications available to all of us now in Vanuatu through IT Central's training program. No matter which career pathway you're wanting to take, whether it's just learning business productivity tools, design tools, or you're using products such as Adobe to be creative. We have teachers in classrooms already now. These are teachers in islands of Tonga and Samoa who are preparing to learn how to use these applications. They're using the practice software to prepare them to take the certification exams, and as you can see here, here's a group of people who've just recently qualified to get their IC3 certification. We must start with educating our teachers because they're responsible for educating our students. So back to your original question, Canton, what are we all about? These are the 4 pillars of what we do with governments, education, business and partners around the world. Prepare people to engage in the digital economy, to be able to prove that they have the skills necessary to contribute not just to education but to the workplace, that gives them credibility not just in their own province, town, country, but also worldwide, because these are internationally recognised benchmarks, and it now will then make them employable for the future. So our processes are the same wherever you go around the world. And in closing, this is why I do what I do. This is ironic. He's a friend of my son Jake's out here in Pango. I'm looking forward to going and visit with them again soon. These children are going to be our future, so if they're not raised digitally literate, my son knows how to use a smartphone, he knows how to use a laptop, he knows how to pick on Netflix on the TV to choose the movie he wants. But he still needs to be taught the fundamental digital skills that are going to be a prerequisite life skill in the future for him to learn and engage. So I just thought I'd position that as a context for our conversation today, and I will come back and join you on the panel. Thank you, Kenton.
Thank you, Cheryl. Cheryl, let me say to you, one very good definition of digital literacy, and also let me show him some, thank you for the fantastic development that is going on with Exterior, and also partnering with the local ICT provider, IT Central. Thank you. Let me also present them Liumi for vala sekolse. Emi lo English or call them pedagogical framework, where meaning blame emi imparting more acquisition plus specific skills. Milanem mean theoretical part blame, and then me also utilize them lo practical side blame. So Olgota got one fast amount lo online materials where you come with them certification too. You may migrate over the side lo Neticolins, where MEIT manager lo USB. Also one long time female, very high profile ICT officer lo Vanuatu. Give you one pick for the club lo Neticolins. One role model lo all woman lo Vanuatu. Neticolins USB got all cool development, you got all video conferencing, you got some stuff where maybe not even survey. You survey share some experience. How do you incorporate digital literacy in your curriculum?
Okay, thank you, Kaito. Yes, Mimi work with USP, but me no work on someone academic. Mimi work on someone IT support. Me like support them all services for academic small students, and so me mainly lo technical side. Lo side lo USP. USP hemi been start off time hemi been teach lo print mode more face to face. But hemi look out and hemi looking service, all NAFLA countries all start go far ahead and all start provide them all online courses. So university hemi embark on an ambitious program and hemi want them put them every courses blehem online. By 2018, the strategic plan lo USP, by you must put to at least 60% lo courses lo USP online. 2018 hemi important because hemi 50 years where university hemi serve full Pacifica. Lo no sabe about USP. USP hemi serve 12 member countries bluyumi around the Pacific and hemi owned by the 12 member countries bluyumi. Lo side lo digital literacy. Suppose you want them put them something online. One something where university hemi find them is that how now by students hemi save access them. Or save how blo use them, access the material yeah. And so in the past, Mivlay been stop run them on small sort of basic computer training, Word, Excel. But any new student who hemi come lo uni, then hemi move away lo place and hemi decide hemi put a one generic program. Generic programming, or we call them information literacy, and that is a course that everybody you come to take a 1 degree lo USP you will have to do. Because hemi blow build them up digital literacy blow you now hemi show you, hemi tell you what internet is about, hemi tell you all safe. Something you need, equip him computer blue, save him you, hemi show you which places you saw call him, like access him or library databases, you access him information, help him you from also Cheryl hemi tell him. You must move to one stage where you may not read and write no more. Literacy, you may not read and write. You must move to stage where you may must get ability, you find them something, you look and you check them, more you use them, you share them, and then from that you create them one something lehem. And so university embark put information literacy also one core subject plan all every student will go inside 100 level or you must take them. And building on that, now time where you go to second year or third year, or you just start giving you the tools. For example, suppose you make an accounting, then only give you MYOB, have me one tool whereby you use them. I mean, no meaning say have me tool whereby you use them time you come out, but have me tool whereby you service say have me help him you lo work blow lo site blow accounting. Lo site blow engineering or kat tool nafla tool emi AutoCAD where you design or you draw. So lo site blow statistics you got SPSS. So lo place here now lo university you make a program here now information literacy where you may introduce them from one law something where university hemi put me all USP graduate attributes. One law geta hemi blow you make cut one student where time hemi graduate hemi cut one advanced information and communication technology skills. So yes, especially you got any questions, just ask him.
Thank you, Neti. All students, USP hemi one high level Pacific education provider. So good to have more all cool technology we have less isum. By Miss Witsovana igalo Patriots, where me work lo telecommunication and radio communication regulators office. And me start na side lo downtown Port Villa, opposite lo Bread Bank. And Brad one expert lo telecommunication and tell us about there are lots of developments when it comes to universal access policy. And there are some things like ICT hubs around Vanuatu, 12 of them. And tell us why does digital literacy matters to TRR?
Thank you, Kane. Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, I work in the universal access policy area, and if you come to my talk at about 5 p.m. this afternoon, don't have too many carvers before you come, I'll tell you everything about UAP policy and what we're doing. But because this session is about digital literacy, I'm going to agree completely with what Cheryl just said in her presentation. As we've rolled out these computer labs into schools, we've seen a huge demand of people wanting to get involved and understand and learn and find out about technology. And we're down at the very fundamental basic levels. And what we've asked people to do and some of the applications that we've got there is start at the basics. And we're teaching them to touch type. So the first thing we're introducing to people is how to actually type on a computer. And in one school, they've gone a step further into a further level and have actually started to teach them about the basics of a computer. Here is a keyboard. Here is a mouse. Here is a monitor. So we're really seeing that sort of level, and that's where digital literacy will actually start. Understanding what the technology is, understanding how to use the technology and move forward from there. The problems that we see and we foresee into the future are a number of things. One is the pedagogy. How do we actually change the way this thing is actually taught in schools? Because some of the schools that we're putting technology into have not seen technology before. And so the teachers aren't necessarily prepared. But we've been lucky in having Peace Corps volunteers in those areas that have actually grown up with technology in their own right and have been able to take that on board and assist with going forward there. The second thing is the curriculum, and this is where John will come in as part of the education department, in what do we actually teach, what do we use this technology for to teach these people. And I think that's an interesting perspective, is as what we actually do out there. And I suppose the third thing that we're seeing is such things as Cheryl brought up. There are digital skills that have to be learnt, and we have to give teachers and then those people and then the community and others those skills to understand how to move forward with technology. So from my perspective, Cheryl's correct. There's a lot of work that actually needs to be there, and it's something that we've been grappling with in the TRR, is how do we assist these schools and the internet centres that we've got out there in being able to provide basic skill training to the community as a whole, so that they can then actually start to use technology, and that lifts digital literacy up.
Thank you, Brad. We'll now move to Mr. Nirwa, who serves in the education sector for a number of years and have been working with different stakeholders. Education in Vanuatu has multi-stakeholders society, where you engage with NGOs and also government on a political level, community level, and in different level of the society. You've been there in the past. You've been here now. Can you share some of your experience? What was before and what is now, as far as digital literacy is concerned? Thank you.
Thank you. We got one something to maps was. While Mr. Kam first, thank you for the opportunity. When we established Malaysia, I got quite a group long at the education where all established Malaysia. I show him say yes, I got big for interest. Law education law all beginning in Yumi. By me approach him simply also. Education, business law education, I mean to do with basically to follow something. One, I mean to do with them teaching, and the other one is to do with learning. And whatever he may come, and whatever you may want them bring him in, he should contribute, blow enhance him, and blow ensure him say, to follow something you may improve him, and you may make him better. So, role law, ICT, law schools, very important for plenty aspects. But we want them just mentioning one first time, and that is to do with country for a long time. Time you must talk about equitable kind of education. Education we have same mark. Say one teacher we have stable port filler, current access, law same materials, law every something also one teacher we step out. Law one longer the remote islands, either law Topa or somewhere else. So this is one of the issues where you may be haram finish law blend along the different speakers earlier. The challenges where you may face in law country, the geographical location below you may, and set up law country, bring him a lot of challenges to education. So the role law ICT, one way you may look forward to him say by him is have a help planting law placia. So suppose you may look lo screen while him start work lo him. He supposed to put them up. The population just give him context lo ding below you me. Where you may stop, and that is you may start look around 80,000 beginning from both from ECCE, that's Kindi, Kokasem Secondary School, and also you may start look around 3,764 teachers, and also you may start look around 1,105 schools. So time when you got you put them context, geographical setting, country. Those population may look small. It seems very small. Time you compare them with them all other places. But time when you put them in the context of how to deliver them education, every beginning year, one Topa, one remote island Topa, same mark also where you deliver them one classroom filler. It is a real challenge. And one small challenge, one big fella challenge. So one way by me based on Dr. Blomi briefly lohem is the issue of how now Bombay ICT enhance better teaching and also learning inside local ghetto schools. At the end of the day, that's the business of education, and that's the business law every school. So that way you may look law, you may look say, outlaw all the areas we stop. The center is the schools, and inside law school, you got all three full of basic inside law where me principals, all teachers, where them all beginning. These are all main people inside law school here now. You remove those, you remove the school. School is not just buildings. The schools are made up with. So that way we talk about providing all the with them better opportunity, all the is have making better learning and better teaching inside law school. We are talking basically about those three groups of people. And not only that, the only one who will involve law learning, law beginning all the law province, all the do only part lahem. And all the Ministry of Education or Yumi Kasem all the global as well. So the idea is how now do we get accessibility? The one way you want them so all the teachers here, all students here, with them all principals, all the only able, all the only make them good work, all that is a challenge. So you may look and say ICT, any one way, any one tool, where any help them you me, provide them that kind of education, you all beginning in Bloyumi. Time where you listen all previous speakers, you find say got blind the challenges, make sure the system is established in place, infrastructure is established in place. So education as a user, Mama METPM plan there, all every other people here whereby only make them or companies or government whereby only make them work together so that all schools only have a access to hemia. So this challenge emi stop law education, but education need them support and need them cooperation with them everyone so that you must have a deliver them law schools where you me good teaching where quite often sometimes you may harm public only complain about teachers in schools. Now some of these teachers and some law places will establish him accessibility, law curriculum materials, and easy to us. So with them ICT, you must look forward say, why get better. And you make some example, like about finish. You got one school, you me where you must topper, where inside law this school, all got only got inside law him only usable mobile phones no more. Where only download them all got the materials, especially all textbooks. And you must have said textbooks, easy, too much flow you make all about all schools flow you me, let alone the different difficulty where you may face him, transportation, and also the weather. Plan they only wear out very easily. So all got that one only make them is simple only got them out no more or something only download them. Only download them all textbooks, you got all mobile phones, and only got the leisure, all got only use them. All got only have access, all got the textbooks. So that's one example use of ICT. But the connectivity, all blended schools, you me, everyone all got the issues. Because you miss have a blended only got now we all mobiles. But in terms of all got the school and got access, all got the internet, whereby all got accessibility, all blended all materials, where all teachers probably need them, all get only have enhance them. Teaching materials for all get up, make them say only got more accessibility lahem, and also all students too. Lo side you must have say now we are research and looking into getting information to help them me, to help them all get up, make them better all assignments or follow up all topics or make them good all work all get inside law school. Only need them access. But at the moment the internet access is a challenge law blind all get the schools. And all previous speakers where you may have finished, you may start look forward, say yes, Bombay you may got better opportunity lohem here too, so that Bombay only got access lohem, so that all got the beginning and all teachers only got access to more materials than one them only got now yeah. All got the beginning by all got only have access to materials where you not got library, you may have a blended schools for you me, only not got library. But all got only have access, all material, access all materials. Either the curriculum unit, we only provide them Loblesia, or through all other outside sources as well. Our schools only need to implement the other services as well. All services here include also for our banking, where now we are through internet access, some the banks only start only venture out. And all schools only need them. So that only have access to finance, only have make more work. But in terms of principals for school, we really need them a lot of information. Planet time, expectation for all people say principal for school is supposed to be a super human being. Where you expect them make him be accountant, make manager. So the issue of him manage good all schools by Mr. Blande, one way you mean now you start move forward, you go him. Blande all get the schools here, principals I think only feel so lonely. They feel among the most loneliest people there is. Because we expect them to have access to all information, make them good planning, and also better management of all schools. Guide them all teachers and so forth. Sometimes we don't have access to those things. So we make them say, no easy too much. So the issue of all principals for school, we really good to us. So one all effort where we stop now here. And that is through open FEMIS, also one tool where all the schools, always have put more information for school, they go direct to him. And all the province and the Ministry of Education always have access to all the information here. And therefore, we have one place where we have use plan the information, we have make a decision for school and help guide them school so that school we have move forward. So, time we start talk about ICT law schools. Some you may only mention them, some finish. You may have some difficulty in terms challenges in terms of teaching all teachers. All teachers, all get only need, all get only have a help, all get only use them first time, and then you must go somewhere. But all get you must just say always have a teachable beginning. So. You may look say something is a forward finish, but put more places in like for example computers in schools where through UAP and start finish. But issue you make sure say how only use of memory good schools is have use of memory good is still yet one challenge for you.
Thank you. One way government through law Ministry of Education is the megam. Plopusuma of education equal remote Vanuatu. Vanuatu is facing one very difficult situation because all country, all islands already dispersed across the ocean. After you may prone law full up natural disasters too. So, Mr. Brad, you talked about those ICT hubs in the remote parts of Vanuatu. How does it align itself with the formal setup of the education system in Vanuatu? And from there, after you talk about that, I'm going to move over to Cheryl. Metaphorically, when someone says, I'm going online, I'm going online, not going to the classroom, I'm going online to get certified. What are some systems do you think Vanuatu, through political will, should establish on the ground? Because those courses online needs to be also accredited to the Vanuatu Qualification Authority, the VQA in Vanuatu. So say something about that, but I'll give the opportunity to Brad first. Thank you.
Okay, Kane, that's an excellent one. How do we integrate in with education? One of the activities as part of rolling out these computer labs to schools is monitoring and evaluation. And we're about to kick off an exercise which has a fundamental component of that, is to look at how the technology is actually being used from an educational, a student and a community aspect, and then suggest ways of how that can actually then be integrated into education as a whole. Education has to be part of that process. I'm not an educationalist. The TRR doesn't run schools or anything like that, so we need to have education, the ministry, involved and part of that exercise. Without that, putting labs in schools will probably be a long-term failure. Because they'll just get used on an ongoing basis. The teachers won't have a good skill set about how to actually integrate these labs into their classing and their teaching, and that's really what it's all about. So we need to actually look at what the strategy will be going forward. Because although we've only got 19, 20 of these, as John said, there's 1,000 schools out there, 1,100 schools. If we put labs into all these schools, then we have to have a fundamental change about how we actually do the teaching element and how it's part of the whole educational curriculum.
So the universal access policy, the government has now adopted that UAP and has now localized it to its own education policy. It looks like everyone, not only the government, the NGOs, the government stakeholders, it is imperative for all of them in some ways or the other to sort of harmonize their and align their roadmaps to suit the what TRR and what the Education Ministry is doing. Yeah?
I'm not sure about the NGOs and I won't speak for them. From our perspective, yes, there has to be some alignment of policy going forward for technology in schools, in particular so that there is a harmonious solution forward. Otherwise, it's just going to be a hodgepodge solution. As I said, we can put technology in there, but if there's not the strategy of how to use the technology, then is that the most appropriate way of going forward? Hence why evaluation and monitoring is critical to actually understand whether what we are doing by putting labs or tablets or whatever, the correct thing to do.
Thank you. Sarah?
Okay, so to follow on that, I think there were two parts to the question that you asked me. So initially the first part is around equitable access to digital literacy and gaining that skills the same as we do literacy and numeracy. So I think for that to be addressed, that needs to be a whole government initiative and decision. And in countries that we've seen that happen before, like Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia, where it has been a government decision run out through particularly ministries of education that there is a level of literacy required and respected amongst all of our citizens, that's the first step. And going back to what Brad said, it's about teaching people that there are fundamentally parts of a computer that they may not even have been part of or seen before. I think once the digital literacy has been addressed as an issue in a national context, then the infrastructure already in Vanuatu exists now for the certifications. So in Vanuatu now, because you use curriculum that is already recognising certification as legitimate learning, its alignment with curriculum is simple. So each of the certification exams has a specific set of objectives. Those objectives can be very easily aligned to core curriculum areas. They sit perfectly within university certifications. And as Nettie had already said, the value of having digital literacy skills coming into a university education is imperative. Because then when we get to university, we want our students, our piccaninnies, to be then looking at, well, what do they want to do with those skills and what vocational pathways do they want to take? And then they can start doing learning that's both authentic and relevant to what career pathway they want to take. It's no point spending years and years learning computer science if you want to be a graphic designer. You need to look at the computer science elements of that relate to becoming a graphic designer. You mentioned AutoCAD before. That's a design tool. And again, that's a design tool that is imperative for you to have those skills to go into the workforce. And the vendors like Autodesk, Adobe are providing a lot of their learning materials and their preparation materials free online because they recognise that they want students in schools to access them now and early and be able to apply those skills when they go into industry. So more and more, and then going back to a national context, a lot of the resources for the preparation are freely available. In Vanuatu, we now, as I said, have an IT Central set up as an established registered testing centre. So any individual in Vanuatu can walk through the doors at IT Central, take a practice test, see what their skill set is now. That is something that can be also rolled out into schools in line with what Brad's team are doing with the infrastructure. So if you start embedding the technology and the tools alongside the learning and the practice, then the two will start to progress evenly together. And I think the last point to make is that if we make it explicit, we need to be giving our children the opportunity to learn computational thinking skills, problem-solving skills. These are the skills that they're going to require in the future. And when I first started teaching, we were teaching those skills. We just didn't name them as we're doing now. And we've all heard the word coding along every government policy around the world. how this is going to be fundamental for jobs of the future. It's going to be integral to that, but digital literacy is fundamental.
Thank you, Sarah. I will move over to Nettie Collins. USB provides education. Iko all young ones too. All kata will finish college. After iko making foundation, after progression iko degree level kata. Some iko as far as masters and PhD. Categorically, there are two groups of people. Not when it comes to gender. Digital literacy, you got male and female. So, Vanuatu, you may acknowledge the fact that there is a digital divide and the gap between those who know how to use information tools and those who do not, those who have access and those who do not, those who can economize online and those who do not, those who just do not know, are just lost, is a challenge. What is USB doing to address digital literacy not among the students who just finished from college, but among the elderly information citizens, digital citizens? When I said elderly, from 40 years upwards, those who have done their degree, like, for example, in the 1980s, are now wanting to take courses again in USB, but they have to climb up the ladder is steep. They have to somehow understand those metaphors like going online, download, PDF. It's no longer a textbook, not a printed one, it's a PDF. I know it's a sort of difficult question, but you can just share experience about those stuff. Oh, Brad?
If we're talking about gender inclusion for digital literacy, yes, it's a problem that we've noticed with our computer labs. However, there are some of the sites that are taking this on board, in particular Ellis on Noona. They actually have started up gender classes for the mamas over there. The mamas were initially scared to move into the computer lab. However, they're now in there and they're rolling forward really fast. So they're learning very quickly. They've had a desire to learn about the computers, to learn about it, to set up emails, etc., etc., etc. So we are seeing a demand from the genders, and we are encouraging people to try and, if there is a gender divide, to actually do single-sex training, so that those people actually get the skills that they want, and they want it. And we noticed this at the Women and Girls in ICT, the ITU Women and Girls just recently. The Ellis Click put on an event and had 40, 50 women turn up to that and learnt basic skills. How to set up an email. You know, if you want to go onto Facebook, what do you do there? What information should you be looking at if you want to set up a website to support your business, which is all part of this, being a social entrepreneur. So the importance of this is not to be underrated, and there are ways to address it, and some of the clicks are actually doing that.
And I think something else, I mean, the gender inequality and diversity has been there for a long time, and it's not just in technology, it's in all subjects, and has been a challenge for education. I'm sure Nettie will agree. Trying to attract an equal balance throughout the past generations. I think one thing that we have an advantage for, and especially to take it into community, is that not all of this learning needs to be done online. A lot of the learning can be done in what we call an unplugged version, and even if we look at the digital technologies curriculum that's been released in countries such as Australia, over 50% of that curriculum does not require you to have hands-on technology. And that's where we have the opportunity, especially in our rural and remote areas, and the same challenges exist here in the Pacific Islands around infrastructure and broadband, etc. A lot of the learning can be done offline, and it's still related to learning basic digital literacy concepts.
Thank you. I love the audience, so it's good to give them an opportunity to say something. Go straight to the point, not beating around the bush. I would invite two people from the audience. You can ask questions and comment, but make the comment short. And make the question as much as possible simple for the panelists. don't ask the question to me. You can directly ask the question to 4 of my panelists. And if you would like a direct one to one of them, just call out on the names. Thank you. Yes. Mike.
Across Vanuatu to get solar energy to remote villages, 1,000 households this year and several thousand next year. Maybe directed to Cheryl more than others, but I'm very interested to know about those offline sorts of packages. We do a lot of capacity building for farmers to understand how to use solar to run agricultural machinery, and we've often done solar projects on schools as well to actually turn them into a power station so that kids have got lights to study with at night, and you can actually make them sustainable through the payment of the kerosene money they were spending towards the solar school system. If we could integrate that kind of offline software into our package, it probably wouldn't be a lot of extra work on top of what we're already doing. So any sources of being able to integrate that, would love to hear more links about that if possible.
That's to you, Cheryl.
So with any sort of learning and curriculum, there is an opportunity to do traditional learning through pen, paper, textbooks. Some of the software that we have at the moment can be delivered in offline methodology, so you can download it onto servers and it can be accessed then directly from the server rather than having to continually download it and stream it. So it depends what content you're looking at to begin with, depending on whether the products currently exist. It's a problem that is occurring worldwide. So Certiport, which is the solution provider for delivering all of these vendor industry certifications, are obviously fully aware that this is impeding some countries coming on board with developing digital literacy skills. So there is an increasing way, and I'm happy to talk to you specifically about what you're doing here locally. And you've also got our expertise sitting here at IT Central. They will be able to assist you as well as looking at how that infrastructure can be done offline. And I would encourage you to have those conversations because it's about access and equitability. And I mean, the technology is going to take quite a long time to make that affordable and an entry level for every citizen to become digital literate. So I think we need to look at what our offline opportunities are. And particularly in those fundamental courses of living online, how to use and identify a computer and those basic literacy skills, a lot of that can be done offline.
Thank you, Sarah. Does those courses, IT Central and Exterior are doing, some of them are in local context, like using Muslim language?
Okay, so Certiport do put a lot of the product material online as far as the learning materials and the practice software and the certification exams. It's not a language that I think is included at the moment because I recall when we set up IT Central, we had to get Vanuatu registered as a country on their server. So it may take a while until it is put into local language, and I can only apologise for that, but there are many languages that want to have it localised. But again, if it's a government policy, and Vietnam is a perfect example of this. So there was a government agenda in Vietnam to make digital literacy available to every citizen. And so that was one of the first languages that things were converted into. So if there is a need and a requirement and the volume of capacity to do that as a priority, then certainly it gets put onto the worldwide agenda.
Yes, sorry. With regards to, you're saying something about how you wanted materials put offline. In USP here, locally grown at MLS campus, we have an instructional designer who has put Moodle. All our course materials are put on Moodle, and he's put it on a stick. So a lecturer who has limited bandwidth at home and wants to mark their assignment just downloads everything onto a stick and takes it home, works on it, and then comes back, logs back in to Moodle and uploads the assignments. We haven't introduced that to students just yet.
And that's something else with the learning materials as well. You can get them on DVD. So even though they can be streamed live on video, a lot of the learning materials in preparation for learning how to use business productivity tools, creativity tools and design tools those video tutorials have actually been recorded. So DVD formats are available for many of them as well.
Thank you. I'll take another one from the audience. Up there, or down, somewhere down here. Question, comment? It's a democratic country, so say anything you like with regards to beyond digital literacy. Okay, no one, so yes, Mike, ikon tablo anti and tablo. I think while you may stop wait lo anti kare Mike, you may also need to make some homework. You may go find out one him now. Also one politician, also one legal officer, also one technologist, or also one economist. One know something where you should make him help him. Digital literacy law areas where you work them. Thank you, Ante.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Thank you, all presentations. Hemi very clear. We want them put to me come no more from policy block of man. Hemi universal universal education, and me find them hemi difficult to understand them because time you walk around lo full up lo all families you find them some beginning only no stop lo school, but hemi very interesting also me talk also one mama. Mi lo home blow mi vla everyone ni mi olsemba mi talem se lo high tech mi vla standard blow mi vla hemi connect to the world, whether we are in the bedroom we are where olsem mena olsem lo by mi talem olsem lo site lo education lo site lo pikinini hemi one big fala cup between the rich and the poor. So, that's where you look, majority of people will only come today. But you find them say, you may everyone, you may get access. Lo internet, whether me mobile, whether me laptop. Me also me stand up lo place, me one activist, plural woman. The same time too, me one grandmother, me one mama. By very soon, by crown sun blooming by me come in lo convention center because hemi look how advertisement hemi come out lo ICT hemi call YouTube hemi call everything. So talking about me well off. The people where me only stop or get only no well off, they only got access. So, now we start talk about education universalia. Lo beginning we have no go inside the classroom, we have start no more. Majority lo fila, full beginning only no school. With respect lo director lo education, but me want them confirm them. Say me true also high tech lo technology me too high. You me connect around the wall, you me sabe talk about. Also me start talk me fright now from beginning plo apu plo me where me small. Me start fright because advantage blame if I talk about finish. And hemi cat mobile, hemi 8 years old. Hemi cat mobile, hemi cat laptop, hemi cat template. Pe me want them tell them lo place say. Pikinini where me no school, is there an opportunity where me sabe got access because me got mobile. But me no go inside law school. Mature level blow education blow Vanuatu. Hemi so big. Say maturity only well off, maturity only no well off. But me stand up here, me start talk about victims blow all crime ya. Also me look one presentation maybe by happen tomorrow.
Auntie, you may
Yes,
get small more time is up.
Yes, me saben me want them talem lo place say take into account olketa we only unprivileged. Lo enter in classroom, pe olketa we maybe minosai se you mi kandem or you mi no kandem olketa. Because hemi very important say everyone that me talk about universal, every beginning where hemi step outside where hemi no got access, they should have the same opportunity like my own where me stop talk about where me stop lo house lo me. Because hemi got mobile. But so as you look around lo naya. So as tomorrow when by me have presentation lo keta where bali talk about lo cyber crime. Pe one name where me crime lo talem lo plesiam because most lo all beginning all keta only stop access lo all naravala information where hemi no even information where you me want them lo likarem lo site lo education.
Thank you, Auntie. I think me karem two something out lo talk you. One me digital access.
Yes.
It means some people are left out. Then naya me kam lo connectivity. You me got one pick for a man blow TV list mo de mi lo blessya. Minasa suppose digital two stop. But connectivity me one issue. Meeting se TVL or some one ISP provider. Mr. Woklem now ya. Lo make coverage plot data. Not only local but also data iko around lo Vanuatu. I think staff finish lo pipeline. And also another something is, I think you must got inclusiveness lo site lo more also I think education systems should got some sort of incubate them digital literacy too inside lo curriculum. I now think something where Mr. Betroy out lo you. But you Mr. Close now. Me start taking say you listen lo television mo you start to lo radio you start listen lo radio and now one well panelist the talem you got full of something more time me short lo you make from up everyone thank you lo Miss Nettie Collins one female long time ICT professional lo Vanuatu and thank you lo Cheryl White we me academic director lo Exerio where me partner with one local ICT provider, Bliumi Lopotfila, ODC, where Algota will provide them some certified courses online. I mean, one metaphor when me use them online, I mean, lo internet. Thank you, lo Mr. Brad, where me work lo universal access policy, or start pushing out tablets, lo schools. Give you one people a club, lo Tiara, please. Tablets, you go to school, and they mention them tablet, touch. Tiara na Mr. Woklo putumol tablets lo schools na ya. So me one pick for initiative where government you want them show him on the ground. Say yes, you may embrace universal access policy more. You may also educate them more, set them up ICT apps ya more tools ya too. Empower them all kata community. Mr. Nirwa, one veteran officer of government where he start serve long time lo education sector. I mean a new person, thank you too much. One very provoking number of schools, small students online, we only need to connect. So before you me sort of enable them digital literacy, all mapusuma out ikolo remote areas lo Vanuatu plus also upskilling all kata existing professionals plumi. I think we could plo you me think lo 6 fella words here. How you also one politician you have enabled digital literacy politically. How you also one economist. How now you have enabled all people you me will start sell in terms I look you got pull up something to promote them as far as tourism is concerned and agriculture is concerned. How can you as an economist draft some legislation to enable them digital literacy too? How you also one technologist? How now you also one man also one activist anti-waste stop? Lo you have enabled digital literacy lo social sector, lo creative sector, lo productive sector, also lo legal sector. All areas lo live here, I think you may everyone you should join hands together, or you may no point them finger. Let's not point finger to each other, but let's work together as a community to forge a very vibrant ICT community in Vanuatu, and in that way we can innovatively and creatively develop this country so that it's small in size, but it has something to say to our neighbors and friends globally. So thank you once again, lo yumi everyone, we establishing lo television, lo radio, mo inside lo nice villa auditorium where Chinese government fundem. And also thank you Thomas, thank you very much panelists for being part with me in this session. I'm asking everyone, I'm giving people a clap, everyone.
Okay, mitalem big thank you lo Kenton Milroy, Director Blo Garden Goat, where heavy moderator Blo Session 2, Beyond Digital Literacy. So thank you lo hem, motem olga the panel members, got Ms. Cheryl White, Mr. John Nirua, Ms. Nettie Collins with Mr. Brad Budrich, where he just completing Session 2, Blo Beyond Digital Literacy. From where you may stop time limit and Mr. Go, but you move on to Session 3. And we want them I would like to invite those who are part of Session 3, which the topic is Mobile for Socio-Economic Development. Lohemia, moderator, Mr. Jackson Miyake, we're acting CIO, OG CIO. Sorry, just before Session 3, Bayumi got one presentation, Mohemi come out, title of presentation, you got one program, Connecting the Last Mile by Pacific Broadband Satellites. And I one presentation of Bali Putum Ablo Front Loplesia. Please me ask members of the public, those who are listening on the radio, even on television, participate in today's plenary discussion and sessions. You may welcome the next presentation for Connecting the Last Mile by Pacific Broadband Satellites.
Has it been loaded to the?
Yes.
Do you know where it is?
I have to get one of those. Where those people are? It's supposed to be connected. You know how to do it?
Well, I don't know where they've put it. I did ask.
So while the presentation is just being uploaded, PowerPoint, low screen, I now invite that Yumi way step behind, please make way and find a comfortable seat or chair after sit down so that you can participate in the this afternoon's program. Yumi way step front, me asking you to take one seat out front and participate in this afternoon's presentation also. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Jacques Samuel Prolon from Pacific Broadband Satellites, and so I'll talk to you about connecting the last mile, which is a challenge that we've been hearing a lot today from the audience as well, and what we are planning to do in Vanuatu, in the Pacific, and beyond. So, I mean, first of all, a brief of background on the history, how Pacific vision came about. It came really by realizing that in the Pacific, we've got over 10 million people who today, in 2016, do not have access to affordable, good quality internet. I think a lot of people will agree here. And really, we set out to solve that issue by looking at what was available around the world in terms of innovation in the satellite sector, and really understanding that for renovation we could bring some solutions which were going to be 10 times better. So 10 times better in terms of access speeds, 10 times better in terms of pricing. And so this is a bit from some of the satellite industry experts about pricing. These type of pricings are what you see at the wholesale level for big bulks of capacity, which then are resold, and shared by users. So these would translate typically to pricing for the end users around a couple of dollars, US dollars, so 200 vatus for 1 gigabyte of data. This is what is today possible using the right technology. And this right technology combines so this affordable access price, which is so important according to what we hear from the experts panels before, combines the access, meaning that you can get access to the service anywhere you are on the in the territory of Vanuatu, in any of the islands. And the only thing you need to access the service is those very small terminals, which are very cheap as well. So there's no need for any other complicated or expensive distribution infrastructure to get access to this very low pricing, and with also access speeds which are very, very attractive, much better than what you get on the DSL. We're talking about 15 megabits per second dedicated, and can go higher than this as well. So very fast, available everywhere, and cheap connectivity. So that's really what we set up to do at Pacific, and really looking at the needs of the people in the Blue Continent, and which is one of the most difficult market because of the geography. Lots of small islands everywhere with not a huge amount of population density, and really starting from the point that prices is key for this latent demand to materialize. To be able to drive adoption, you need to be offering the service at the lowest cost possible, and that's really what is beyond the whole vision of Pacific: high volume, low cost delivery of quality connectivity. So really, so that drove this understanding of the needs and the needs of the low price, really drove our model, which we committed to technology choice, which is using narrow beam, K-band, HTS. Might not speak to you. It's actually very robust, proven technology. It's been deployed in pretty much all the developed world. There's 2 providers in the US, there's 2 in very successful ones also in Europe, some in the Middle East, and are really, that's also the same technology deployed by the National Broadband Network in Australia. So the NBN has launched the same satellite with the same technology, and to serve really the needs of Australia. What we are actually doing with Pacific is kind of the National Broadband Network of the Pacific. And we do this on a frugal model, much leaner than what the NBN in Australia is, and with a focus on the Pacific. And I mean, we met with this offering, I think we started about 2 years ago, a very strong response, which we were hoping for. So now we have actually agreements in place with 14 customers. So wholesale customers, they are governments or telcos or ISPs, so service providers in 12 countries, and that's for a total value on this contract of over $350 million US. And I think there's actually a few flags missing from the list from the countries which have signed. Philippines, for example, being the latest one, is not there. There's actually very notably one flag missing there, which is the one from Vanuatu. And we actually now have the first service, the pilot service deployed here in Vanuatu. You can look at it and see it just outside in the courtyard of the conference and on our booth at the conference. You can go and experience the type of service you can get on these very small dishes. But we're still looking for the government to do some partnership or some other player in the market to formalize some agreements so that we can guarantee coverage for the country, which is a very important infrastructure investment for the country. You have to understand that the beams we are using are actually dedicated. They're not like your classical wide beam satellite covering half or a third of the globe and the entire region. To get this cost down, we're using very focused beam, and they are pinpointing the island groups. For us to guarantee the delivery of the service for the long term, we need to enter into this partnership, like these 12 countries have done, ahead of the launch of the service. So we will be partnering also with technology leaders, and also we have a partnership in place with the ITU as part of the rollout of regional telecenters, and we are providing some connectivity as part of this rollout. So if you look again in Vanuatu, well, you can see that the cable, submarine cable, coming to Port Vila, and that has made a tremendous impact on and really improved the connectivity around the island for the people in Efate especially. But then, what about people from the outer island? Where are they getting their quality service from? I'm not sure the ladies there from which island next to you. Which island group do you come from? Oh, I think you were a few questions about the type of service you could or could not get in some of the island groups. But anyway, I think beyond Efate, it's very challenging with the current offers and the current technology, which is deployed nowadays, to offer fast, affordable broadband in all these areas. Well, that's something actually which you can do with Pacific. Today, there's tens of unconnected schools and public institutions, hospitals, government sites in those smaller islands, and the only affordable way to connect them is actually and provide this type of service is with the type of satellite we are bringing to the region. Interestingly enough, we started from the Pacific, and now we actually getting queries from people in Alaska. We're getting queries from people in the Caribbean, in the Falkland, in Africa and Central Asia. We say, hey, we see that you're deploying Ka-band in this region, catering for those little pockets of markets which have been left out by the big operators. Can you come and put some beams for us as well? And that's really where we are going, looking beyond now. But again, our focus today is still on the Pacific, and our first satellite launch will be looking after those markets first. But it's very encouraging to see that this demand for affordable broadband is really universal. So this actually, here I'm just showing very quickly, our satellite is going to start service at the end of 2018. Again, here we've listened to some of our customers who said, well, that's great, but what about now? I want connectivity now. What can you do? So we've partnered with a very well-established Asian satellite operator to see for the type of solutions we can bring to the market in the meantime while we are building and getting ready to launch our own satellites. And here we can see the first pod beam, which is actually right on Vanuatu, and that's the one we're using for the service which we are just piloting now. And in Q3 of this year, the one on the right side is the coverage will be bringing to the region by moving one existing beam to the Pacific region. So, interestingly enough, these KU-band solutions, they exist today. The reason why the service experience has not been great was really a matter of pricing. Because it's so expensive, the amount of bandwidth which people have been ordering on it has been really constrained, and then you get the user experience is not as good. What we have decided to do is for our early customers who have committed for the long term with us, our long-term partners, is to actually offer this service on these existing beams at the same price that we are offering the K-band in the long term. And that's despite the fact that this technology is typically much more expensive, but that's really the step we've made. And we really hope, especially in Vanuatu, to reach some agreement to expand our pilot beyond the initial 10 sites we will be connecting in the country. So that's showing the type of 1.2 meter antenna we are using for this pilot. When the Ka-band comes, we will be able to deliver that bandwidth on terminals which will be 75 to 90 centimeters instead of this 1.2 meter, which is already reasonably small. But with a 75, 90 centimeter, it's just like your Foxtel in Australia or equivalent small TV receiver site. You can have them connected to any structure on the side of a building. They're very, very easy to deploy, very low cost, and with low maintenance as well. That's some images of our gateway in Australia. That's where we are connecting to the core backbone of the internet. So this went live just over the weekend, actually. So that's a big antenna we use to connect to the satellite and get all the traffic back to the internet. And our first server out there in Australia. So that's actually a speed test which we got just from the terminal outside there, showing on that 1.2 meter dish. We have download speeds of nearly 15 megabits per second out there. And again, this is the type of service you can get anywhere in Vanuatu, on any island, and with very inexpensive terminals to access the service, and that's the only thing you need. So the pilot we're rolling out in cooperation with TRR, so Brad, I'm not sure if Brad is still in the room, but Brad came to us in January saying, well, they had this UAP rollout, and a number of sites had been allocated to get connected, and unfortunately it turned out that some of the sites which had been allocated to other providers could not be served. And okay, what could be done about them? And that's where we started to look for options to start serving Vanuatu now. So we've got this, I think, 9 sites. There's actually 7 schools, not 8 in the list, I believe there. And 2 clinics. All the equipment is in the country and is being dispatched to there. I think it's a school holidays this week, but we are taking that opportunity to actually deploy and install the equipment. And all these sites will be up within a matter of 1 or 2 weeks' time from now. So the kids in all those schools will be able to experience this type of quality internet. And we're also going to have the local community use the Wi-Fi outside of school hours. And that will be on a free basis that has been provided, and that will help us really model what type of service should be dimensioned in our future partnership with the government to connect those schools in all these outer islands. I think I've seen there's 1,000 schools in Vanuatu. I'm not sure maybe which percentage are currently connected, but we can really make this a reality for each and every school in Vanuatu. And then when we move to the KA band in a couple of years' time, that's showing the type of coverage I was mentioning, that really the beams, that's where the coverage is. And we're really centering them, the red dots where the signal is the most powerful, really where the small islands are, and covering a bit of water around them, but not that much. So that type of technology we're using. And when this comes online, then we could have on these very small 90 centimeter dishes up to 50 megabit per second in terms of speed. So again, a step up from what we get through the KU here, and from the same low price, which will allow the service to be retailed at pricing around, again, 200 Vatu per gigabyte consumed, and with a very fast access speeds. So great quality service, very cheap. And this is actually a screenshot from the service as it is packaged currently from one of the existing service providers in Hawaii. In Hawaii, in the US, they use the same technology, and that's we have a demo running over there. So the link at the bottom is actually, you can go there on YouTube and access this link, and you will see a demo we run for customers in Hawaii based on a satellite which has exactly the same type of technology as what we are bringing to the region. I think so beyond the Pacific, I mentioned that our vision is to continue resolve those connectivity issues for all these small pockets of population or people who live in either rural areas or smaller islands, and who today, are not getting served with good quality internet, and to alleviate these issues. And the reason for it is really a low priority. It's kind of a forgotten market, unfortunately. In terms of size, I said, lots of people say, oh, it's too difficult, there's not enough people there. Well, we care about these people, and we want to bring the service to all these pockets of demand which are not really served properly today, while the technology does exist to do this. And I think we also hear a bit about all these big announcements on global constellations and SpaceX doing this and that. One thing that we've learned is these global players, global constellations, are not really focusing on the need of very small markets everywhere. They constantly go around the world all the time, and providing the one-size-fits-all for everyone. We are proving that really with the right focus of a dedicated solution for a given problem, that's where you get the best solution. And again, this is a problem which is urgent. The impact of ICT on the development of a country, on the human capital, on the ICT infrastructure is tremendous. There's lots of studies from the ITU and other people who demonstrate that. And we really look forward to solving this issue in Vanuatu. So if I sum it up, it's probably actually a bit less relevant, this one. But again, the final point is you don't actually need to build a worldwide huge system to solve the needs. We think that this approach of pinpointing the areas of demand is the most suitable to solve concrete problems on the day-to-day for people in these situations. And moving beyond the Vanuatu and the Pacific, so as mentioned, we've received lots of inquiries and interest from countries or markets which we are not currently able to serve with our first satellite. But our plan going forward is really to replicate this model of serving disseminated unmet demands with these solutions, and while remaining frugal and nimble to keep, again, the cost at the lowest point possible, which drives adoption of broadband internet in all these regions. And our vision is really the one of internet broadband for everyone, island by island, village by village, community by community, on every continent, under every ocean. Thank you very much. Any questions? I know it's standing between you and lunch, if you haven't had lunch yet, but you know, we're very late, but I probably have actually had catch up on the lateness of the schedule. Any question? I'm hearing one, which is, where is lunch? Yes, I mean, questions can be in Bishlama if someone translates the question. I can also answer in French. I'm not sure how many. Je sais pas combien de gens parlent français ici, mais.
Okay, me sabe ask him, you got any
English, French, or Bishlama?
sabe ask him lo English or lo French, for them presentation it take place. You got any man, you got any question? Or you know clearly want something, you sabe tell them before you may move on to the next session this afternoon.
So I mean, if you have any questions coming back later, we also have one of the local reseller here, local partner, Telsat Broadband. So there are also some of their people are with us on the booth over there. So you can go and check the terminal, the speed you get, and ask them any question. And they will also be here in Vanuatu. You know, obviously, they have a permanent presence here in Vanuatu. So you can also ask questions to our friends from Telsat Broadband. Yeah, John.
Thank you. My question is, if any schools in Vanuatu wants to have use your service, how they go about to have access to the service? Do they have to come to the government, to TRR, or where should they go to have access to this service?
Yes, I mean, our model is to sell wholesale, so we're not going to go individually ourselves to every school and in every, you know, we're covering 25 countries and go and install it ourselves or do one-to-one agreements with end users. But you know, it's we're talking to TRR and the government. I know there's going to be more tenders as part of the universal access policy rollout. From what I understand, there was supposed to be one of 90-something schools in Q3. It might be delayed. That's part of the thing I'd like to understand also. How is the process, things progressing on the government side? But typically, yes, we can engage either through the government directly or through some local service provider who will then also do the installation and the support of the service there. So one model is government, and then we get also some local support on top of this, or maybe you can do directly with partners. I've had some of the discussion here also about some concern about what's happening on the fiber in terms of the complexity of the arrangements that have been made and the multiple layers there. In our case, there's no need for this. We provide wholesale, and as long as there's enough demand being aggregated, we're happy to deal directly with where the demand is. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you too much for presentation. Yeah, I mean one small presentation no more where I mean involve one panel discussion, one panel session. But you meet Olympic for thank you for presentation where me just finish. Me now want to invite you me blow. You me look you go session 3. So you got one program. You stop with them you not got one program. Now you miss up step in session 3 of today's day 1 program. Session 3 mobile for socio-economic development. Pami invite them over the panel members, Pali Kamandap, and you say you one panel member. We been talk with them you finish, so we been invite them you today. Me ask him that you stop Kamandap. Baik just as the panel members, at least take him up chair bro kita moderator lo this afternoon lo session number 3 and Mr. Jackson Miyake acting CIO blo OG CIO. Unfortunately acting CIO no save participate lo session so we got Mr. John Jack lo OG CIO by him na moderator blo session. We also have Miss Frida Bani from the Pacific Institute of Public Policy, Mr. Andrew Middlebrook from Digital Vanuatu Limited, got Mr. Hunter Sizemore, Law Designer V Solutions, you may got Mrs. Hilda Taleo, Law ANZ Go Money or ANZ Bank Vanuatu Limited, and you may got Mr. Kenton Milroy, Director Blogarin Code Law this afternoon. What am hemia? Session blow this afternoon, hemi look back again once more. Law Mobile for Socio-Economic Development. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
Sorry guys, I'm not supposed to be in this, but I'll try my best. The moderator is not here, so I'll try my best to get everybody to talk.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. Thank you to mas plo stop yet with them yumi lo panel discussions plo yumi lo this afternoon. Bisa se mi lunch lunch finish so all kata will stop around, come inside, sit down, find them one good place plo sit down. Mo by yumi go together with them all discussions plo yumi lo this afternoon. Lo session number 3 where mi lo mobile for socio-economic development. Mikatol panelist lo plesia, lo right mikat Mr. Kenton Milroy, where mi director lo Cotton Code, one startup company, software company lo Potvila, where me just start very recently, and mikat Mr. Andrew Middlebrook, mi sales director lo TCL Vanuatu Limited, and mikat Mrs. Hilda Taleo lo ANZ Bank, yes, and Mr. Anda Sismo lo mi designer lo V Solutions, bahkan mi one local company, and mi got Miss Frida Bani Sam, mi represent them Pacific Institute of Public Policy, suppose me right, yes. Bahkan welcome all panel members lo discussion to me this afternoon. Mr. Vaskem, you may everyone you may join together. Welcome all panelists this afternoon with them one round of applause. Just to make everyone wake up. Thank you, Thomas. Pamino talk ko Thomas. You may everyone you may look power blow mobile SMS lo use blow lo time blow cyclone palm where me itim you may lo last year. Was it last year? Yes. By me talk Pislama first time, but my all panelists bali come up maybe stable kata po sila talk English, but by me take lo Pislama first time. So you may look power lo SMS through lo use lo mobile phone, and you may have all story and lo beginning lo day come. You may talk about power lo use lo all smartphones lo you can use it to do amazing things, and
Or something else is have help plo lo sa plo socio mo economic development lo nation plo imi lo Vanuatu. So by me no tok tumas, by me give him time first time lo all panelists plo imi plo li give him overview plo kata on quick background and 1M now all organizations wa kata li represent them all lista po claim lo sa plo use plo all mobile or smart devices lo various workplace and lo sector plo ICT and also plo CREM socio mo economic development lo country plo imi. By me start off with them lo right plo mi lo Mrs. Frida Bani Sam when me represent them PIP lo me give me one insight use plo mobile lo one survey where katalipin mekem I guess lo 2012 so by me give him small time lo Miss Frida Bani Sam. Thank you too much.
Thank you, Chair. We got one PowerPoint presentation, so please bear with me for a small time. Okay, thank you. Law 2008, time Vanuatu government hemi open him up telecommunication sector blow country, and you been looking one second service provider hemi been come in blow provide them telecommunication blow provide them mobile services. You been looking one hemi stop also one you must have a call him say one mobile revolution you been happening lo Vanuatu lo time yeah from you been looking big fla uptake blow mobile phones. And hemi been possible no more from where you may be price blow with them second provider where hemi come in, then you may look in price blow mobile phones, hemi go down big one, more mobile signal to hemi been savekasem full place around Vanuatu. Now with the mobile revolution we've been happening lot time here, Pacific Institute of Public Policy or PIP in partnership with the Vanuatu government, more Governance for Growth program and a lot DFAT, only been come out one big fella research project, blow try and look long how now all people only stop using with the mobile revolution where he come, how now people only use phone, how whether use blow phone, hemi benefit him lives blow keta, whether hemi benefit him all businesses blow keta. More one em now all get the constraints or get the setbacks where hemi stop where hemi make him say people in Usabe come blow fully realizing potential blow mobile phones. So people may be in Karamat Sevilla 2008, 2009 or 2011. 2011 you may been focus you may not been continuing no more blow exploring all further benefits blow ongoing use blow mobile phones but you may been look to you may been make them survey to blow find them out use blow internet how now all people always are using internet more whether more you may been trying to measure them to look or perceptions blow people aside blow internet. You may be trying to measure perceptions for people who at least are using internet finish, or even all keta where all in using internet yet rural areas. So 2011 survey, hemi one big fella survey. Mivlai been interviewing over 1,000 household. Mivlai been making over 1,000 face-to-face household surveys, and Mivlai been making come out around. Close up 100 semi-structured interviews or focus group discussions with them all community representatives, more all owner small businesses, each research site. So we've been working him. Survey hemi one big fella survey hemi one first of its kind lo Vanuatu, and so far hemi the biggest survey where you may been Karama date. Short presentation blow me hemi brief no more. Hemi intended to be one discussion starter. Blow hemi survey triggering further discussions into all findings way stop. I think most persistent theme where hemi stop emerge out law survey when you been carried out, hemi that mobile phone, hemi kamolsem the most common electrical appliance the Vanuatu hemi just big one to hemi usable hemi big one hemi kamolsem the primary mode or main mode of communication around lo Vanuatu. You may look him say, even though mobile phones got very high saturation rate low all rural areas, you may look him say mobile phone use all rural areas hemi still limited compared to all urban areas. And hemi from no more say it got poor network coverage mostly all rural areas. More two cost blow using phone low rural areas hemi high a little bit compared to Yumilo towns from no more say only pem refill card and double hem only mass pem from say inokat grid unalco only need to use some diesel generator or battery blow truck or solar energy blow charging phones. And you may say full up people all rural areas only no have affordable facilities here make them say only mass pem blow use blow naraman blow use so hemi one cost back again lol geta. And then you may look him lack blow parallel infrastructure, also electricity when me mention him, more to shipping time say hemi delay lo all rural areas. Then but you look him say hemi affect them development too from fuller people only also tower blow you use blow network coverage sometime you have a disturbed communication hemi have a disturbed time where you not cut fuel. Ship him in a cam, so fuel in a cut, blow power him all towers, blow serve provide them network coverage to people hemi need them. And even people will use them all diesel generators, blow only charge them all phones, blow get out, but in a cut fuel blow charge them phones, so only no serve use them phone blow get a phone is stop, but only no use them. Now you may go all benefits blow mobile phone. You got full up concerns where you come out. The side blow use blow mobile phone. The benefits blow hemi big one. Full of people only tell them say mobile phone hemi come hemi transform them lives blow get hemi transform them communication. Hemi help them big one how will you doing business. So you must have a look him say all main benefits when we outline him stop also reduce business costs, increase sales of goods and services, improve transport and logistics, more also increase personal contact with them all friends, small families. Also, me mentioned it, we've been, 2011 study, we've been look further into the internet, use the internet, more perceptions of people aside the internet. Internet compared to mobile phones, you may go from close to universal access, universal coverage. Mobile phone, hemi now all same story, hemi now, with them internet, hemi now all same, hemi still limited na way stop. And I think he got three main barriers way stop where hemi make him stop with small constraints where hemi make him say use hemi still limited, more access hemi still limited, and he got so all barriers, all constraints to me have like been discovered the time the survey hemi one hemi all perceived all cost to me very high below use of access to internet. Also limited network coverage hemi affect him too. More finally expertise, technical know-how blow using internet. So I think all factors here, all staples them, all main barriers so far where hemi make him say it got limited use blow internet, blow back low rural areas. But even Lahemia people only express some big flat interest. And only keen blow using internet, especially all geta where got also small businesses blow geta only keen blow using internet from only aware all vast opportunities where internet can present them. You may come one long way, but there's still much. You still got big flow work blow make them. Even though you may look connectivity, hemi low side blow mobile phone, hemi big one naya. But still got full of work, and still got full of opportunities. Stable, you may tap into. But it got some issues where stable, you may address them first time. Also, you may be in harem, previous presentations, morning. One, you may need make electricity, he become more cost, he may more cheap. He may encouraging harem morning, previous presentation say government he may look to from electricity he may costly, he may hard, you may got rural areas. You may look to alternative use some solar energy. The side transport efficiency, and then there's transport efficiency. You may need improve transportation access to all rural areas, in particular from Olketa shipping and main economic lifeline Olketa. You may need improve mobile signal, making sure the mobile signal can be custom every place around Vanuatu. Increasing internet use by making it more accessible, making it more affordable. I'm encouraging harem say Vanuatu government more TRR only got aim naya making insurance say broadband access and make us 98% of the population by 2018. He may one big fella challenge. We suppose he have happen, but he good to us. And then you may need also focus on areas of greatest benefit. You may say mobile right now all people only custom internet through all mobile phones so and with them knowledge say most close up every man of Vanuatu only got one mobile phone. You me all service providers, government, where you want them roll them out. Suppose you may want them internet access, you may want internet, you may you got all concerns, mainly low site block custom. It got concerns, technology, he come inside, he degrade them custom, or he disturb them custom protocol waste up, custom fasting waste up, dealing all situation. He valid one valid concern. Belonara side plehem, tami look lehem. You may serve it take custom culture blimi go internet, you may preserve them. Future generations always have a come use them or two make them active stop or relevant current situation me. And then we got issue local content. Encouraging looks the Vanuatu government, prioritize them local content, also within national ICT policy blehem. You may look him say cyclone palm. You may start using ICTs. Communicate during disaster. One could follow something. We've been addressing research from one recent something no more where just happened with them ongoing development ICTs. But one good development and all other sectors also health education but at least have a benefit and then there's open data. You may government you may aware say he stop implementing right to information policy blehem whereby he make him say information where he held by government he serve accessible by public. Then public he want them he serve request them. He may good time law survey mivla been finding out say 4% out law 1,000 respondents the survey only tell them say only know even with the mobile phone only know survey connect with them all government departments. So with them one mechanism in place also right to information policy by hemi make him said data or information block government hemi open and hemi transparent and hemi survey accessed by general public. And last but not least further research. Research repeat hemi been making hemi been download 2000 and last one hemi download 2011 and hemi also 5 years ago. A good blow all time, you may carry update information so that you may survey identify all new trends, all new patterns will start emerge, so that you may survey guide them good telecommunication, guide them good policy decision making within law telecommunication sector of the country. Hemi end the presentation, Blumi. Ultimately, hemi one brief summary. Suppose you want them further information, you want them in one more in-depth look at all findings where you stop, or you want them to have a more methodology when we've been using, go about the research, you have a go to the website, the Pacific Institute of Public Policy, where me www.pacificpolicy.org, you have a customer information here. Thank you.
Thank you too much, Ms. Frida Panisam. Presentation we give him, me full up, put them all information. We believe say all audience play me only stop only ready with them all question, only ask him later on. Now I'm take him chance Mr. Kenton Milroy. Hemi give him a small presentation. Can you keep it to 5 minutes, Kenton, please? Thank you, Kenton.
By me make him blow 2 minutes first time. Current code, one software development, software engineering startup, local business where I start them probably 3 years ago. And Mimi categorize me also one underdog, one programmer where start on Lotutak in Nogat office, he start developing applications. Mobile, just recently, 2014, mobile seems to be the norm for everyone. Digital, katem taon price for mobile big one, with MTVL, to valay sa lemol gadget plus phone kui. But then we participate this fala universal access policy project lo TRR, where only ask him current code, when we valay in one small contract, lo developing one Android command line utility tool. Lo make him say you must have automate Android APK files, more PDFs, plus ikon child all tablets, plus disseminate them in schools. After me find them out, say most all tools where schools use them, only tend to align go towards mobility. In other words, very economical. Plus one school you have them tablet and have them one PC where me cost around 100-something thousand. One tablet may only cost around 22,000. And in terms of school economizing themselves, at the same time providing educational materials to the students, I think the schools have tapped into the solution and concluded to the fact that mobile is the way forward. For future learning students plus all tutors too. So I think TCL provide them all tablets here. 350 of those tablets. We send over to TRR, and then develop them that fala tool, Android tool, automate installation, APK files here. And two, time when me look market applications. Desktop application seems to be small. From software development, very one weird business. After time when we look side web, actually I'm a confident. I'm a web enthusiast. After me converted for developing web applications, websites to now mobile. Because mobile is able to handle everyone. As a software development business, me think it's the only way forward for me to stay afloat on the software development business. Me develop mobile applications. And also me save to la popular platform, me Android. Me quite cheaper than iOS, where me blow Apple. And me find them out say too. When we start talk all clients, especially also TRR or educational providers or government institutions, they wanted everything on the go. And their business solutions are no longer confined to a particular room. They want to be geographically anywhere, based on the mantra, anywhere, any device, anytime. I want to do business. Lo modern society believe me na mo lo information, lo demand lo information. It's no longer come at 7:30, access information, go back at 4:30. It's now anywhere, anytime, any device. That's why we one popular term, a metaphor, where you use lo reveal or that fala nature lo doing business. Or little say you must pusum business solutions play you go cloud. From once you start lo cloud or lo web or lo internet or online, then you must have a synchronize them or data play critical to our business lo mobile. So I think the way forward lo future lo Vanuatu is mobile devices. Portability, and be very economical, more name blame and also define them potential blame finish. Mobility. Thank you.
Thank you too much, Mr. Milroy. Lo very informative presentation we give him. Yes, you may look him potential plo mobile, lo site plo la businesses plo you may. Nayam ba mi give him lo Mr. Anda Sismo, where mi designer lo V-Solutions, that Vanuatu Solutions. Mr. Anda, thank you too much.
Thank you too much, Jackson. First time you want them, tell him thank you, Low Squad, where you come support. Yes, okay. After, one of now, okay, so me one designer, me start with them one local company named Plenty Solutions, but me start touching plenty of something, me start touching graphic design, web application design, small websites me built them, but me no really think about all something straight work plo me, me say, me start think about how build them all something where me satisfy him need plo man. So I think might say me got one different thing small me interest lo have got one conversation lo stage here about something by me just introduce him think plo me no more say tamo you me talk about mobile. I say him one mobile, him start lo one network, him one phone network, you say talk with them all man. After him start one different network back again. Him start lo internet. Hemi two fala network, but you me lo Vanuatu, you me say you got three fala network. Me look you fala on top. I think you say. Tamo you look one friend and me start listen to one song, and me one nice fella song. You make him one name. You go look him. You say but you send me come. After me send him to the little Bluetooth. But him not just you with him and me everyone lo Vanuatu. He got man. He start pulling video lo emblem. Hemi send him iko in friend play him, iko lo ship, I pass, iko lo maiwo, iko kasa motolava. Hemi one network bargain where hemi one network inside lo Vanuatu where you may never study on about something. And lo ting plo me from I got all man only come outside with him good fella ting plo gata. But only start think about network only osem phone with him internet but sometime I think it good too you may no go outside, I come in. But you me go inside, he come out. You me must go look one name now, reality plolman no island where at least I make him. After you me say design him some solutions, blow get the work. But you me never think about, so you me just think about with him think blow outside no more. So me interest blow you me storyan law, he not just something no more. He got all different kind think where you're somewhere. You me think inside, he come out, he not just outside, he come in no more. Me one man outside me say. But sometimes me think say he must got something think he come inside, he come out too, you say. So I'm no more. Thank you.
Thank you too much, Mr. Sismo, lo discussion where you give him presentation. It's true. Now you may identify him. I got one presentation where me tell him out say got 95.5% lo Vanuatu they have access to mobile phones. Now we heard the two designers saying that you can develop mobile apps which you can use as an SMS app or as a web app running on a mobile. And now we hear from Mr. Sismo that there's also applications that you can develop using your mobile phone and then you can connect using Bluetooth. So that's another network. So let's hear from the provider, the telecom provider who's providing internet access to our population of citizens of Vanuatu, and I believe they have just introduced a 4G network, LTE. So, Mr. Andrew Middlebrook.
Thank you. First off, I'd just like to apologise. My Bishlama is very poor, so I'll speak in English. So, as you've just mentioned, yes, coverage between TVL and Digicel across Vanuatu has reached around 99%, which effectively means that, well, 99% of the population does have access to mobiles. Now, I'm going to steer away from a little bit, change the tangent here in regards to what can be done now with the current technologies and the current rollout for the socio-economic development in Vanuatu. Now, Digicel, we have 35 markets and they are all in developing countries, so we've got experience. Hello? So if I take some books or some notes out of the books from what we've done in other markets across Africa, South America and the rest of the Pacific, we see that there is huge opportunity to help the people that need it most, especially in the way of financial services, in financial empowerment, which I'm sure ANZ will go through with us shortly, but also around work, health, governance and education. So if you take the entire network which is out there at the moment, there's probably about 40 to 50% which is covered by 3G data. Now, obviously the way forward will be development of mobile apps for smartphones, and that will allow us to have a much richer experience. But if you take today, all of you, whether you use Digicel or TVL, would use a menu-based system to buy bundles. Okay, this system can be integrated into almost any platform that you can imagine. So let's look at governance for a moment. Let's consider census information. If you have a look at when the last census was conducted in Vanuatu, the information which is available to NGOs, aid companies, any corporate entity that wants to conduct some social corporate responsibility activity, the information there is not complete. So if you take a concept of information gathering by government to be able to better understand its people, to enable disaster management officers to better understand where's, I guess, the most help needed. Okay, for example, that's one example. If you want to look at agriculture, a lot of rural Vanuatu is around subsistence farming. Okay, if we look at pushing information or sharing information, bringing information back in through surveys run through the same platform, you have the ability to share information about crop cycles, best seeds, best practice. You can dramatically increase yields, which then will have a net effect of increasing personal wealth, which will then go a long way in their own economic development. Look at health as well, being able to share and receive information in regards to people's health, sharing best practices. In one of our African markets, there's been a big push by the government in regards to pregnancy, okay, ensuring that mothers have the right information to be able to properly prepare and care for their child as it's on the way. All of these things can be very easily integrated, and it's something which can be done today. So ANZ is an example, National Bank of Vanuatu is another example, which is using our platforms to supply financial services, to supply access to rural people who don't have an easy access to a branch, so they can actually start a savings account, can actually move forward. And I don't want to steal any steam here, so I'm going to stop on financial services. But there's a lot of benefits there. This talk could go on for hours. I've got about 4 pages worth of notes of what different things these platforms can be used for. But that's something that can be done today, and that's something which, if governed correctly with partnerships between government and operators, can really start to push out and understand the people better and to get the information out there, which, if done correctly, can have a very rapid and perceived effect on, I guess, the economic well-being and the social well-being of the people. That's done.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Mr. Andrew Middlebrook, for the presentation you gave, and I guess that clears the air a bit about what sort of applications, how can we push information to the citizens using mobile phones. So there's already platforms that are available that we can use. And so let's hear from ANZ on how they're using this platform to push how to do business to the citizens of Vanuatu. Okay, so.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Presentation Blomilo afternoon, yeah. Hemi about mobile phone banking platform belong ANZ, but you missing out them ANZ Go Money. Purpose blow ANZ Go Money. I think you may have a small finish. Hemi about financial empowerment, and really hemi belong making me easy. Belong all get the people only have got access to all financial services. You may have say. Big half of population but you only live in rural community and plenty lol get all no got access to all financial services. So with them ANZ Go Money, you may want them promote them long access yeah and misave go all places where naya we hemi only got very limited access to all services also. So time you talk about ANZ Go Money, you mean one name. ANZ Go Money hemi give him access long you have access to my account through the mobile phone you in minimum say you have stop anywhere of Vanuatu as long as you got network blow digital you have open one account you or you have access to my account yeah, through the mobile phone you access you hemi also avail you all simple banking transactions also you have transfer between all accounts for you. You have send money kolonara fala man. Motu you have receiving money kam lonara fala. So you may look the service also me hemi really important lo communities play me outside lo all urban centers where you got full up all financial services be all gata wadi stalo rural communities service also me hemi isave help them full up lo isave got access long all banking service. With them ANZ Go Money, you have make all financial transactions all same. Person to person, meaning say you have transfer money, lo account lo account lo wanara fala user lo Go Money. So for example, mimi stop lo villa, brother blo mi stop lo ambai, mi ringi ka mi talem say, only need one money urgently from an emergency situation. Mimi no need lo kolo one place or one bank, blow me save send money lehem. Mi kara mobile phone blow me no more. Me go inside, me transfer money at lo account blow me, lo account lehem through lo phone. Instantly we me make hem to hem istalambay kara one message blow talem say hemi receive money ya. Hemi save go hemi withdraw money ya. Pay bills. One fala service we hemi available. You got all registered bills where stop. So for example, Central School hemi one. Long all bills way stop. So suppose me want them pay school fee blow picking in blow me no need blow come line up blow bank blow pay school fee. Me say go inside lo Go Money, transfer money at lo account blow me go lo account blow school ya. Payment hemi done. I save time blow me. We save my time when me save need blow travel blow make him payment of them. Send money hemi one option where he enable them one user blow save send money go lo anyone anywhere of Vanuatu. Person where you send money kolo hemi no need block out one account with them ANZ. Or hemi no need block out account at all. From one M system hemi generate them one collection code. So time where you send money go lo time you send money collection code come lo you send me kolo receiver hemi take him information go lo one merchant lo Go Money I karamat money. Osemba you save look lo slide on top. You have a look balance for you, lo mobile phone for you. You have even access some transaction history, but look last 10 transaction. We've been stop happen lo account for you. More too, long support them all customers for me around lo Vanuatu. You may set them up on network blow merchants throughout the country. Naya we hemi stop, you got over 70. Mol geta oli stop also mol points of reference below ANZ. Long customers only save go look all geta, only withdraw, only deposit, only make a goods payment. So meaning one name, you stop lo Tana, you open one account, you know cut branch below ANZ, you know worry from you save go one merchant, you save withdraw with them him. More too, lo convenience below you save pay mobile top up voucher, Digicel from if you use some platform below Digicel, but you save access them go money, so you say purchase them top up you. Hemia too, me find hemi one very useful hemi very useful from sometime you start one emergency, you know cut credit. You want them ring, but you know cut credit. You don't need local find them one place, you save download them one voucher, but you save call out. Lo access them, ANZ go money, hemi one USSD connection, so you dial *269#, you access them. Very simple. And you may make them system very simple from one end, from say you may want them services, you may go out law or get a rural community where you look at access to financial services. So every something where you may walk them very, very simple. Okay? Might you tell them say suppose me lose a mobile phone blow me, but not if I have access to money blow me, is have a look account blow me. Okay, you got one security established place here where meaning say blow you access an account blow you must get one PIN number. So time you dial them *269#, press them call finish, you must put the one PIN number, but you have got access to account blue you. So I mean security blue you. Every transaction you got SMS receipt, so you got on receipt blue you. All transaction only real time, I mean one I mean say as soon as you perform a transaction yeah, hemi happen. Hemi no SAS to mass. Blow open one account blow rural communities, hemi very simple. You got all get where is rural communities, where you have assist blow open account, fees, you know got account maintenance fees law account here, but again you miss a thing but all get where you may want them target them blow all get all is have access some financial services, so you may keep him account here, I mean one very simple account with very low fees. Merchant network also me tell them finish, I mean stop throughout the country, long only service them all customers play you me. Okay, so back again, me tell them finish, you may work with them digital network, so anyone, anywhere of Vanuatu, we got access to digital network, is available open in one account, with them ANZ go money. Open in one account, you may service one process where thing it take them long time you come to bank, but with them ANZ go money, you may make them one very simple process, account opening form, one 2-page no more, make them simple, straightforward, you know fast, lol kita. Big half of the population in rural communities. How now ANZ go money hemi stop contribute lo socio-economic development blow country. One road hemi bridging gap between urban and rural populations lo road ya way hemi provide them banking infrastructure. You go to rural communities when Naya or you know got service blow all financial services you go all get that. One example might me tell them say got low Pentecost, you got one place on top where you missing at them out lo karem one transport you go down lo Angora lo visiting one bank branch, one way no me cost them 4,000 batu. So now you got merchant on top, make him life easy lo get all you no need lo take him time lo get up lo como, use some money lo get up lo transportation lo go down, or you got banking service at their doorstep. Support them all microfinance finance projects. Also, you may tell them ANZ go money, hemi one channel. So, long you may send them money through the channel. Go all different projects where list up happen lo all rural communities where micro aid agencies, government, or list up work lehem. I can hemi one safe and secure channel from one name. From the you may save plante long all man. Me show you feel like harem say. Olketa either full up the rural community, or bury money underneath the ground, or hide them underneath the mattress. And me no one safe road. Loli save money. Olketa plante or lose money. Lo side so within one bank account, me provide them one safe place. Loli save put money lehem. Financially stable population, you me save. Time all community only got access to bank account. Loli save safe. Lo make him say life. Olketa save come good more. And two. One rafala opportunity lo yumi lo all urban centers where them all provincial areas, hemya say, all people, all employees, all isa kat account blow, receiving salary blow keta inside the goal hem. Planted all people might only tell them say only no cut enough ID identification blow in one account, with them go money, hem is simple, only isa meeting all requirements, blow at one bank account. Okay, last slide. Milestone so far, since implementation by NZ Go Money, lo June 2013, lo Pacific, lo Papua New Guinea, Samoa, Solomons, and Vanuatu, last one, you may launched lo April 2014, you got over, close up 6 million transactions, lo Go Money, 200,000 lo Vanuatu to date. Customer registrations, over 161,000 customers were registered lo Go Money, about 7,000 lo Vanuatu, and about close to half lo number ya and you'll get lo rural communities. But at the same time, you must have a community you may lo rural, a big one more population, a big one more. So you got plenty work yet, you may make them lo reach him all geta. You got over 400 merchants lo Pacific, you may lo Vanuatu, you may got about 76, and you may still grow a merchant base you may from ideal situation you may want them say balman or you not travel far, but at least have access them. One merchant service. Motu you start working partnership with them all merchants play me from all get all points where all people all start come together. So all get all ideal but you have a use all get up, all have a open them all accounts, register all get up people, blow use ANZ Go Money. Then you have a look one map lost site, one table where you show them at where places all merchants play me all start play him. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ilda Taleo. Thank you for sharing the experience that ANZ has, the experience that the ANZ has got when they start to implement the use of mobile services to deploy the banking service to the citizens within Vanuatu, but those in the remote areas, remote villages of Vanuatu. So we've heard from all the panelists. We've heard from the Pacific Institute of Public Policy that there's a huge number of people that are having access to mobile phones, the handsets. We've heard from the designers that you can design applications, software applications that can run on mobile phones in order for us to put online the services that our organizations are offering. And we've heard from the provider that they provide platforms that are valuable that we can use to deliver these services, and which is heard from ANZ, the experience. They want to bridge the gap between those in the rural areas and those in the urban areas so that we all have access to these services that they are providing. The floor is open for any questions. If you have any questions, please do raise up your hands, and then I'm sure the mic is there. We can give you the mic, and then you introduce yourself, your name, where you come from, which organization you're representing, or maybe if you are by yourself, then just your name, and then just ask your question. Okay, Mr. Sismo has a question for Mr. Milroy.
Yo, you just been releasing one app in a long time, yeah? You say just storyan around lehem you inform me or something else you've been making?
Yes, and me one secret before you ask him lo public, but me publicly.
You put the big out finish, no?
Yes, me put the big out, but me no make me public.
Oh no, sorry, bro.
But me could me demonstrate them. Thank you, Hunter, for bringing that up. I developed an Android mobile app just for fun, but then when I see the potential of the app to reach a sort of spectrum of audience, I was like, this is very good for the social sector. I mean, every one of us are working in different areas of life, you know. She works at the bank, He works at the ISP level. He works at OCCIO. You work for a local company, and she's working for a legal institute. But all of us have a obligation to abide by the law of Vanuatu, regardless of who you are, whether you come from the outside or you are within Vanuatu. You are obliged to confine your code of conduct based on the law of the motherland, Vanuatu, constitution of Vanuatu. Then I was like, damn, I'm going to produce a constitutional mobile app where everyone who can read and write should have access to it, free of charge. And I made the choice of developing it for Android first, because Android is a platform which is notorious when it comes to software development. iOS is fussy, but it's quite easy to code based on its rules. So I will be publishing the app very soon on Google Play, marketplace where you shop for mobile app, free of charge. Maybe the camera can zoom onto it, so people, you would not have the opportunity to see it, but the camera will display it on the television audience. So that's the uploading. And currently, all the consolidated laws of Vanuatu is published on the PACLI, a institute at the University of the South Pacific, where all the land laws, any form of laws are there, from 1968 to the current gazetted laws of Vanuatu. So this app is free to all, but it's still in the alpha version. So now you can just, you can be where you are, in your bedroom, in the toilet, in the canoe, in the village, in the garden, and then read the constitution of Vanuatu. So you see, we are disadvantaged at the moment because you are from Vanuatu, or you are from the outside, but you do not know the laws of this country. So by having this mobile app free to everyone, internet is not free, but this app is free. So when it's free to everyone, then I think in the social sector, we can have people, we can sort of develop an environment where we have law-abiding citizens of this country, based on mobile, with desktop devices like laptops and stuff. It is an impediment to stay where you are and have access to materials and teach yourself. So it's a bottleneck. With mobile, I think, in terms of the economic side of it, you can't travel to access this information. You won't spend 300 fatu to University of the South Pacific to get all the consolidated laws of Vanuatu. It's very economical. Stay where you are and read the Constitution. Also, would like to talk a bit about Mr. Zachary West from the Agriculture. He's a Peace Corps volunteer who is doing a tremendous job at the Ministry of Agriculture. He is developing a framework at the moment for the e-agriculture framework, where farmers in the rural areas can stay where they are and access timely information and informative learning materials for their product, for pineapple, for capsicum, for the prices of cover. They also can have access to, I'm going to say it loud to the audience, your cover bar web application.
Now you start spoiling me back again, huh?
Yeah, so I think it is very timely for Vanuatu to start potential businesses like Digicel should invest heavily on mobile, so that we can sort of bring Vanuatu to a level where everyone are economically conscious and socially conscious of developing this country in a very harmonious way. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas, Mr. Milroy. If there's any question from the audience, yes, we have one there. Can we have the mic?
Yes, Mr. Kenton. So I'm from TVL, the marketing manager of TVL. So I thank you for your presentation of your apps that provide free constitution information to the people of Vanuatu. But like you mentioned, the app is free, but the internet is not free. So it's true that internet cannot be free because as a provider, we also have to survive. Okay, but one point I would like to mention to you, that TVL has been working on a mobile application that we are launching today on our stand. It's called Free Basics by Facebook. Okay, so on this app, the app is free, and the internet, when you're using the app, also is free. Okay, so on this app, you have different services. You have Facebook Messenger, you have Wikipedia, and many other educational, finance, entrepreneurship articles that you get for free. So we would like, if your app is really something which is meaningful to the public, we can work with you and make your app free for the whole of TVL network. So your app, whenever somebody is using a TVL network, so he will use the app and read your information for free.
Thank you for that very kind and generous offer to the not community of Vanuatu. In other words, when it's free, then we are growing our information society base, where we are bringing everyone up to this digital literate citizens of Vanuatu. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas TVL, and thank you, Mr. Milroy. Any other questions from the audience? Okay. I was caught in one of the points that was raised by PEEP in the presentation, where they mentioned something about turning social conscience into social opportunities. That's very challenging. Can I ask PEEP if they can elaborate on that and give us some examples as to how we can turn a social concern? There's so many social concerns in our communities, but how we can turn those around from social concerns into social opportunities. Ms. Frida Banisa.
Sorry. I was referring more to the use of concerns of a custom, which was one main social concern that came out from our survey. So I was referring more to that. Like I said in my presentation, custom people are very conscious. Many people are very conscious that custom is being degraded with the use of technologies, ICTs. But if like there are vast opportunities, like it seems like you can do anything with the internet. So I think it just needs creativity, a little bit of creativity. Like what we're seeing a lot of creativity happening at the moment. So and so I was referring to how we could take custom and our culture to the internet and have it there and preserve it for future generations, or even make it more relevant for the current generation and keep it alive. So I think that was what I was referring to in my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Frida. Any other questions from the audience?
If I can respond to this a little bit.
Sure.
Okay. So, me think about one mama even stand up on talo place. I been tell them out some concern plan lo. I think session number 2. One word where I think him start touching be I think concept there in okasim no using person digital divide. You got one digital divide lo plenty of different something. You got digital. I mean say someone he got access to technology with him. Some man he no got he got some kind of privilege he come out lo something. You got digital divide lo age. Some little fellow only not got access from only not got savvy after young fellow he got. You got digital divide lo money. But hemia ino Vanuatu no mo. Hemia around full world. So I think way where all man IT only start look in start you You must hold them think here, but you start go ahead. But time you make a decision lo side lo IT. You must think about, but you start create them want to fight go more, or you start make them to fight come down. So me not sure so some a fit inside lo statement lo pip, but lo way where or some me one IT where sometimes you must make some choice yeah. So yes, or some TV ali stand up and say, "Ikut you make him here free." Hema make him digital to fight, he come down. Time where you put them. You make him insas and you make him go on top. So you just must keep him think here. You hold him every time you make him one decision. You must think about.
Thank you, Mr. Anda. Back to ANZ. I know it's very challenging. It's very challenging to introduce a new product, and especially with mobiles. What are some of the challenges and issues that ANZ faced in the community when, first of all, introducing the product, and also, Vanuatu, the geographical location of our islands, makes it a bit difficult, but I know maybe there are more benefits than the challenges. Let us hear from the ANZ.
Thank you. Okay, I think one of the challenges that we faced was, and that's been talked about already, is the issue of the network coverage. Because as we traveled throughout the country, there were a lot of people who were interested, but they were limited by the coverage. And a lot of times that also affected our choice of where the merchants would be located. We had to look for places where the coverage was good. So yes, coverage was an issue. Another was because this is a new, it's a new product. While a lot of people do have mobile phones in the rural communities, it's really sitting down, talking with them. So it took a lot of time for us to get them to really see how the service would benefit them. And that meant that it wasn't just one visit and everybody was, seeing the product as very beneficial, let's all sign up. We had to go back a few times, and given the geographical spread of the island, that took a lot of time. And even now we're working slowly to get the service to go out further, because we have to go back and sit with people about 3 or 4 times before they can really see the benefit. Another issue was because of some of these issues also impacted on the liquidity, the merchant liquidity. So again, that was one of the challenges that we faced. Yeah, we do have, but it's a great product. So while we do have those challenges, we try and find workarounds and make sure that we can find ways of getting the service out to the majority of our people in the rural communities.
Thank you, Ms. Taleo. Any other questions from the audience? Yeah, this one, can we have the mic? This one right at the corner there. So when you get the mic, can you please introduce yourself and then ask your question? Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, Loyola. I think question blaming ko lol katalo digital. Thank you lol katawal staff. Misai sal katalo digital karam license lo IP TV finish. Maybe one mas kem no se pa yulay launch program with time. Mo just one question iko with them say you use more local content, or you only blog more local content. Thank you.
Thank you.
IPTV, thank you.
I think the question is about IPTV, is it? And whether TTCL is going to use local content or get the contents from overseas. And yeah, thank you, Andrew.
So TV doesn't seem to be our best kept secret. So from our IPTV, we'll be launching, well, currently we are engaged in rolling out infrastructure around Port Vila and Santo to broadcast TV around the major community areas. To start with, this TV will not be IPTV. It will be digitally broadcast to be able to be received on a set-top box. So there'll be no satellite dishes on roofs or costly infrastructure. And my main aim here with this delivery is to be able to offer a paid TV service which is very affordable. To answer your question on local content, quick answer there is yes. There will be a community access channel, which is Come TV. So we are engaged with them to deliver. Now, this isn't formalised as yet. However, my goal here is to be able to offer that as a free-to-air channel, okay, so that anyone with a Digicel TV product or box will have access to that, whether they have a paid service with us or not. And our goal is to deliver high-definition content at a very affordable price.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew. Any other questions from the audience? Okay, suppose si Nokat, I think.
Yeah, I think me want them bring you me come lo this very thought-provoking idea. While you misap tok lo pot fila rural population is population lo vono tu 80% mobile for socio-economic development. You where you start low island, you have Venice. Time CP come. Time only announce him say CP come. But you may go spend a full day. Lo solwada. Lo you may wait lo sip. From suppose you may miss them sip. CP go in no come back. So villagers are having this bottleneck where when they got this shipping message, MVKD is coming to, let's say, MVKD is coming to Sola, Vanuatu Island. All the villagers have to run down to the beach and wait for almost a day for that ship. Because if they miss the ship, that's done. After 3 months, it's going to come back. So it affects them economically. They won't have any money, any fatu, for school fee, for medical services, for basic needs like soap, sugar, salt, and other luxury of life. They won't have money. Think about that. And when it comes to emergency services, they won't spend. They won't have the money available to spend for the area, to come to access better health facilities. So shipping services, if we develop a mobile app where every citizen of Vanuatu in the rural areas, villages, they can track the shipping route for their province, their island, and their villages, they would not spend 5 hours waiting for the ship. They would spend 5 hours working in the garden planting taro and cutting copra, producing the real product, and then spend just 5 minutes down at the wharf to sell their products to the ship, and then have money for their family. So this is to do with home welfare. You see, we are talking about economic at this level, but let's don't forget, the base for Vanuatu is with dad and mom and children. A mobile app. So this is now, I'm putting out the invitation for anyone to take up. The challenge now is one of the most priority mobile application is to develop a mobile application to track every shipping vessels that are visiting the islands of Vanuatu, so that the people of Vanuatu who are voting for setting up a legal government can have better access to shipping services. And then in that way, their lives can be improved socially, and they can economize by having enough money, by spending less time and producing more product. That's only, I think, fair mobile app, because it's affordable. I don't know how many, 15,000 at Digicel for a smartphone to have a TPS or TVL, 5,000, 10,000, 50,000. So, yeah.
You'll be able to get into a smartphone with GPS 3G capabilities for around 3,500.
3,500.
Yep.
Cool.
But that doesn't need a GPS in the phone. It only needs a GPS tracker on the ship. All you need is a data connection and then you're there. So,
I think it needs both on the infrastructure level, where they sort of connect to them via sort of SMS or something, I don't know, and then also on the ship, and then also on the client side, I mean the user. So this is a very important mobile app to push it out to the population of Vanuatu. People are listening to the radio for the next ship to come to the village. You know, that cost, it's painful. It's a notorious way of waiting for the ship. That's like a crime. Yeah, but having this on the mobile app, I think it will be avoidable, and then it will be very helpful for both the farmers, both the medical people, both teachers who are teaching in the rural areas of Vanuatu, both health professionals and business people. Everyone who are waiting for the ship can have timely information on the status and where about the ship is at. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas, Mr. Milroy. Guess there's no more questions, so I now, there's one question there. Can we get a mic? Where's the microphone? Can we get a mic to Adelak? Mic. Can you please introduce yourself and then ask your question? Thank you.
Testing. Good afternoon. Name me Tony Jose. Me start listening with him interest. Me got one question. He go towards him Pacific. Last speaker of me ikat inshallah policy while you will start developing more policy lo side lo ICT lo improve more services we all narula kolik lo lisa talent lo full community lo imi lo Vanuatu balikat access lo ICT lo narula side lehem all customer tu lista complain say all ISP provider only so expensive question lo milsem ikat somewhere around where you will start developing more policies, by that one possibility lo future by government he mis have control and price lo ISP towards a more service provider. You got one way possibility also whereby you will start discussing lo future whereby government by him mis have control and price lo internet towards a more service provider. Question belum itu kalau tuvla developers belum ini say while you may start upgrade lo ideas we itu boleh seserem hemi kutumas. You got one way whereby you boleh have design one app lo side lo statistics regarding belum. You one area council you start lo one remote place or small notebook play or data collecting play where you stop carrying every time you just upload them no data national statistics office play me lovely so like carry that information so me one question to you to thank you
Thomas. I will get the first part of the question to be answered by the former CIO who is now the advisor to the CIO. I think he gave a presentation this morning. And as also a part of the panel discussion this morning, he was talking about the 100-day plan for the government. You know, that's one of the items that been listed in the 100 days plan. So now I'll give it to Mr. Fred Samuel.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, but me answer panelist blow answer question blow one member blow public when me ask him. We talk about control by pricing. Pricing is always one very sensitive issue. especially lo side lo issue lo internet with them telecommunication. Pamit alam mo chimia se lo role mo at infrastructure lo Vanuatu pa minister very life plan de lo government government got full up commitment lo mi make around lo Vanuatu look lo invest lo side lo airport lo wharf lo bridges got all social infrastructure too also more education schools health center so government mi decide lo 2008 se pa mi decide se private sector pa itikam lead in fact mi sabi ko way back lo 1989 government mi decide se from before that government mi started National Telecommunication Service mi at the time mi call them Vanuatu Post Department of Post and Telecommunication so part lo transition ne happen lo 1989 that we set up Telecom Vanuatu but it's still a monopoly at the time so lo 2008 government decide se monopoly mon by minister help lo side lo development mobile infrastructure lo Vanuatu or telecommunication so you may open a market you got TCL may come inside 2 years after you may program up duopoly you may got more operators come inside the market so achamba metal muchma se by opening up market no more market may dictate pricing time TCL may come government may not intervene regulator may not intervene TVL may not got choice TCL may come with a new pricing regime TVL too may reduce price plan so you must have to say market may dictate pricing so and as more and more ISP so in the market you may look at one competition lo pricing sorry too much by you know have free lo sense all business will operate them all infrastructure more got all capital all money will invest them they need to make the return back of a certain number of years so by you always got one cost where you need all consumer you may pay one thing you may should problem me say although rural me more challenging to develop infrastructure and may require more investment lo side lo capital pay all man lo rural only got same price no more lo phone calls SMS with the internet also lo urban areas where you may stop close up no more lo companies there's something where we want to tell them to say any pricing where you may stop pay more consumers normally all operator some TCL mo TVL one dog Telsat only must file them first time all tariff you call regulator me one organization me government me set them up regulator me review more cost structure lo one company me look pricing time me say me straight ale me agree lo operator isabe ko introduce product plan lo one price lo market so ipin kat full of reduction lo pricing ba metalam since 2008 I think the morning me touch little bit lo set lo price play internet price play internet mi sabe talang livla se mi pin reduce plan de since we submarine cable come submarine cable me one totally different animal compared to satellite before you use plan the satellite problem price me high speed plan me slow me give you one figure no me how you me price me internet lo set lo wholesale me pay slow megabit per second so when me happens time lo satellite me pay about 150,000 per meg lo set lo wholesale time submarine cable come price me reduce pe ini play reduce more so I think the morning me pin talk che government under lo 100 days plan start lo 100 days plan lo current government lo prime minister Salwai say pa you must reduce yung price lo wholesale packen eco town Vanuatu we got one population where we no rich you know wealthy also some mature market lo Australia or New Zealand so therefore you know current pricing equal one level where me affordable lo one will citizens only have afford them so me believe say suppose you me succeed with them by you got one very big improvement lo uptake lo internet service you me got 190,000 people only got mobile phone only about 30 or 40% people only got access to internet that means there's still a big market to push out internet connection you go more citizens pro Vanuatu I think emiano mo mi sabe contribute lang thank you Tomas
for that law answer where you give him thank you Tomas I think we've gone past the time for this discussion so we will end the discussion there thank you Tomas Mr. Milroy Mr. Andrew Middlebrook Ms. Ilda Taleo Mr. Anders Sesmo and Ms. Frida Bani Sam to join us in this discussion. I know you've said a lot and there's a lot
to be learned, and there's a lot to be done as well. What we need to do is, to continue to discuss and discuss the initiatives that we have. Developing a mobile app is not something that you have to go to school to do it. Bring ideas. Ideas are within yourself. Come up with the ideas, and then talk to somebody like the designers, and then come up with something. They should be able to help you to design something. The world today, that's where we're adding. We're adding a mobile. Okay, that's why we need broadband access, and I believe that's what the government is doing. And it's 100-day plan to get the internet to everybody cheaper, at a cheaper cost, so that everybody can have access to internet, and then use your smart devices to access mobile apps, so that you can have access to information. There's potentials out there, a lot. In countries like in Africa, where they develop all sorts of applications, you name it. Pushing out information to farmers, market prices, get information about diseases affecting your crops, your animals. We need to find my health status. So what I do, I subscribe online using my mobile app to find my health status. So these things can be done, and can be done with Vanuatu as well. But the challenge is who will do it, and it's you and I who are supposed to do this. Anyway, thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Thank you, panelists. And may I ask all of us to join in thanking all our panelists this afternoon. Thank you, Thomas.
Okay, thank you very much for session 3 that Mr. John Jack had moderated with our distinguished presenters this afternoon. Now we're moving on, ladies and gentlemen, to session 4 this afternoon. Session 4's topic is the role of ICT, entrepreneurs, and SMEs in economic growth. Okay, so if I kindly would like to invite Mr. Loic Telem from the Vanuatu Broadcasting and Television Corporation to come up to the stage. He will be the next moderator for this afternoon session. And also if I could invite Mr. Yudish Ramkisoon, from Chief Operating Officer from Telecom Vanuatu Limited, on behalf of the CEO of TVL, my apologies, he's the marketing manager for TVL, to come up to the front. He's also a panel member for this afternoon. And if I could also invite Ms. Sue Bryan, Director for National ICT Solutions Marketing, who's also with us this afternoon. And if Mr. Nigel Malosu from the Department of Finance and Treasury, if he's around, could he also come up to the front to join us in session 4 of our next panel discussion for this afternoon.
Hello? Hi. Hello?
Okay, good afternoon everyone. Welcome lo yuvla we Yumista Publicia, lo session number 4. Mo welcome lo yuvla 2 we establishing lo Radio Vanuatu we Yumisa all session since this morning, I mean live through lo Radio Vanuatu. Mo isemak 2 Mr. Welcome yuvla we stop watching television blo Vanuatu. Welcome lo yuvla on this session number 4 we mi role blow ICT entrepreneurs and SMEs in economic growth. Also, Yumi service all small, medium-sized enterprise or SME and entrepreneurs are critical. We blow ensure economic growth, low sustainable and inclusive manner. SMEs represent an essential source of economic growth in advanced industrialized country as well as emerging economies. And also you survey all small, medium enterprise only represent more low 95% blow enterprise, more ensure low 60 70% blow job globally. All SME only also biggest contributor lo national GDP and all country also Japan or China 60% lo GDP only come from all small medium enterprise. Mi glad blo presentem lo yuvala lo session number 4 ya yumikat Mr. Yodish Ramkisun also marketing manager blo TVL. Welcome to session 4, Monsieur Ramkison. And le plaisir to yumikat Madame Sue Bryant, also Director of National ICT Solutions Market, blo Huawei. Welcome to la panelist blo yumi, we savez sta putem yumi lo session number 4 ya. Ikat sam we only absent, maybe bali chanem yumi leta, but yumi no mo takem to mastem, but yumi continue with him session number 4. Me give him first time lo TVL, Mr. Yodish Ramkisun. Let me say make him a small presentation. Blehem lo yumi.
So, Mr. Loic, Ms. Hugh, and the people of Vanuatu, thank you too much for giving me the opportunity to have this talk with you in your new and amazing convention center. So the subject of this session, the role of ICT, entrepreneur and SME in economic growth. So from my perspective, I'm going to break this title into 2 questions. Firstly, what is the role of SME in the economic growth? Okay? And secondly, what is the role of ICT for entrepreneur and SMEs? And lastly, we'll discuss a bit on how entrepreneur and SME can go further with the help of ICT, especially for Vanuatu. So to tackle the first part of this question, so what is the role of SME in the economic growth? We can say that the future prosperity of any economy depends on a considerable extent on its extent in promoting entrepreneurship, innovation, and the effective and prompt absorption of technological services advances developed abroad. In all of these processes, small firms, and in particular those recently established, plays a critical role in the development and growth of the economy. One norm that is very important for entrepreneurship is culture. Culture is increasingly acknowledged as a factor which can contribute to building an entrepreneurial society, and it is an important determinant of career preferences and help shape attitude to risk-taking and rewards. So developing an entrepreneurial culture and fostering entrepreneurial attitude and values need to be high on government agendas. Just to name a few works, so about financial institution and academic, which has made some assessment on how SME plays an important role in driving the GDP, the gross domestic product,
growth, and sustaining employment. Evidence suggests that SMEs are vitally important for economic growth in both high-income and low-income economies worldwide. Just to mention some figures, when combining the data for countries which has reasonably good data available, SME account around 50% for private sector value added. And the contribution of SME to economic fundamental nonetheless varies substantially across countries, from 16% of GDP in low-income countries, where the sector is typically large but informal, to 51% GDP in highly income countries. Evidence also shows that when SME become internationalized, particularly when they start exporting to foreign markets, their contribution to their home economy increases. For this to happen, substantial barriers need to be overcome. SME in some cases can face difficulties in financing international activities, identifying opportunities and making appropriate contacts with the target markets. And this is where the government need to come into picture. So SME and entrepreneur also are more labor intensive at a macro level. That is, they provide more employment to people. According to a survey done by the World Bank, with 47 businesses across 99 countries, reveal that firms which employ between 5 to 250 employees account for 67% of the total employment. That is a full-time employment, which is a big figure. SME can in fact become the engine that sustain growth for long-term development in developing countries, especially Vanuatu. When growth becomes stronger, SMEs gradually assume a key role in industrial development and restructuring. They can satisfy the increasing local demand for services, which allow increasing specialization and further support larger enterprise in Vanuatu with services and input. Therefore, SME are not only a strong engine of economic growth and productivity, but also a means of empowerment and distributing wealth of the country. So in many emerging markets, SMEs are seen as the most attractive components of the economy. Now, to come back to the second question I raised before, what is the role of ICT for entrepreneurs and SMEs? ICT is a key driver for the global economy. To be successful nowadays in the 21st century, anyone in a leadership role knows that technology drives changes, and changes demand technology. Certainly, ICT has favored multiples of changes in several industries. Thus, a major challenge for SME is to adopt ICT, especially Vanuatu. So in recent years, there has been an acknowledgement in the SME sector that ICT can lower overhead and improve efficiency. So lowering overhead meaning that employing, instead of using more people, you can move towards automation, okay, using ICT. This happened because growing focus on providing tailor-made solutions for the sectors by ICT services provider. ICT companies recognize the crucial role of SME as a pillar of most economy, particularly in emerging markets. So Vanuatu is an emerging market and also a developing market. Now, what about Vanuatu? So we have spoken a bit about global figures, global studies. Now, what are the barriers that need to be overcome to enable more entrepreneurs and SME to adopt ICT in Vanuatu? So with the adoption of ICT among SMEs, their efficient use, there is enormous potential for cost reduction, increased customer reach, and therefore improving all financial KPIs of the company. While in Vanuatu, many SME owners still prefer traditional method of doing business, that is face-to-face interaction, while some businesses, they're already going towards social media platform to showcase their product. So this is only the advertising part. To move forward, it is important to mention that when talking of ICT nowadays, it is very important to mention about cloud computing, which is the future strength, and how this can help small businesses to grow, because it's already helping big businesses to grow. Okay? So with cloud computing, we have different services. So in technical terms, we have services called software as a service, platform as a service. Okay? So small companies, SMEs, if they use software of HR software, CRM, even accounting software, instead of investing large amount of money in buying the software, hosting them on a platform, they can use this software to manage their business on a cloud basis, thus making a great reduction in costs. So this is where operators in Vanuatu should work on too, and TVL is already on this approach. Okay? So now to mention a bit about the government plan, 100 days plan for Vanuatu, there is a strong will by the government to address barriers for development and creating the necessary environment for economic growth. So one innovative option that could be considered would be the creation of an incubator in Vanuatu. So an incubator means we provide SMEs and entrepreneurs the platform, the IT platform, that will help them to grow, increasing their business and moving towards increasing the economic growth. So in line with this, TVL would be pleased to work with the government on an incubator project. So on this note, I would like to end on my speech, and I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Thomas, Mr. Yodish Ramkisun, and Mr. Paulsem, marketing manager blo TVL. Thank you for the presentation. We you must have listened to him, and also me talem tete session where you must have him now ya. But you may focus mainly on economic impact blo ICT entrepreneurs, more SME, the same way Mr. Talem, or small medium enterprise, blo economic growth. Now, Mr. Invite Madam Sue Bryan, also Director of National ICT Solution Marketing. Suppose you will give him presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I must say it is a pleasure to be here in this lovely new auditorium that Vanuatu has built. And let's hope that this is the first of many new conferences around ICT that we see happening in Vanuatu. Basically, I want to continue on from what Yiddish was talking about, because I think we're very like minds with SMEs. You know, globally, every country is focused on how they actually get more SMEs to conduct business online, because today, SMEs, many of them around the world, and it doesn't matter if they're in developing markets or developed markets, are not online. And the key to a success of every nation is to have businesses, small and medium businesses, being able to sell their goods and services not only in the country, but externally and globally. And so the focus by many different countries around the world is trying to work out how do we get SMEs to be able to be online and to do digital marketing and to conduct business online so that they can increase the wealth of that nation. And if we start to see the wealth of the nation increase, then we can more afford to buy all those internet services that we know are very expensive. But, you know, it goes hand in hand. So, you know, we need to create IT demand for the network in the country to make enough money to afford to have that network there. So most governments around, particularly around South Pacific region and in Asia, are really looking at trying to implement a new model for how SMEs go online. And probably many of you have heard of a company called Alibaba in China. Now, Alibaba was set up by a small group of entrepreneurs. There were only 3 or 4 people who started this company about 8 or 9 years ago. And what they built is an online marketplace so that SMEs in China could sell their goods and services locally and internationally. Now, I know this is not the China market, but the thought still rings true for any country. And so they built a marketplace, and this marketplace enabled 4 key areas. The first area was the ability for someone to look at goods and services online. So think of it as a website, you know, with a lot of product information about what goods are for sale. Then they built an interface into a payment system so that if I was overseas or perhaps in another island, I could pay for these goods and services. And then they built a supply chain mechanism, which means once I sold my goods, who's going to pick that particular product up and then get it to perhaps a shipping port so that I can ship it overseas to be sold. And then lastly, they focused very much on enabling SMEs to be able to become digital online salespeople, right? So basically, this is like an ecosystem. Now, this was built by one company called Alibaba, but it's not to say that in countries like Vanuatu, you might have 3 or 4 different companies providing those types of services. You might have one company who builds a marketplace so that people can search for goods and services. You might have another company who does the financial transactions, and someone else who does shipping, and someone who does training. It doesn't mean that you have to do the whole thing. So I don't know the answer in the Pacific, but every country I go to in the Pacific has the same question around how do I get SMEs to sell their goods and services more, because if I do that, then I am not reliant on remittances coming into the country. I am generating my own revenue. And I don't have an answer, but in some countries the government is being highly involved in doing something. So in Indonesia, for example, the government of Indonesia has decided that they have so many little remote SMEs in tiny islands all over the place that they are going to not build a marketplace, but they are going to appoint someone to go and build a marketplace. And it's okay, they might appoint 3 or 4 people, might be 10 people to build 10 marketplaces, but they're going to basically kind of issue a license to have marketplaces within Indonesia. And then they're going to help those marketplaces connect into the banking systems, right? Because a lot of people in Indonesia do not have credit cards like here, right? You know, so they're going to do financial transactions via banks and things like that. And then they're going to help all the people that go out and pick up goods to have this overall supply chain system. So if I'm a little SME and I live on an island and I want to, perhaps I produce some furniture and I want to get furniture to market, but I don't know when the next truck's coming along to pick up my furniture to take it off to, you know, the major port so I can ship it. So the government's talking about building a system that will link all of those little carriers and couriers together so that a SME can actually see when the next carrier's coming along, right? So that I can put get my goods to market. So that's one option. You know, in China somebody went and did it. And there are many different instances in China of very large companies like Alibaba who have built marketplaces. Another approach could be to build not a generic marketplace, but to build a marketplace for certain areas. You know, so we are starting to see a lot of marketplaces around tourism, which would be a natural thing for Vanuatu to have. And so a tourism marketplace would be how we link all of the tour operators in Vanuatu, all the hotels, maybe not the big holiday inns or whatever, but the local hotels, the tour operators and the restaurants, so that if I'm a tourist in Australia and I want to come to Vanuatu, I can go online and buy my hotel, my tour, my restaurant before I get there in maybe a package deal. That way I've captured that tourist before they get here and they've spent their money, versus them coming here and thinking, I wonder what tour to go on, and then they think, oh, I can't be bothered, you know. So often it's better to create packages and have them sold online to, you know, wherever your target market is. Another example of a different marketplace is agriculture. So Alibaba actually has built an agriculture marketplace. So in China, there are many tiny, farmers who have crops, and what they've done is they've created a small marketplace so that people can trade in whatever that crop is. It could be potatoes or cabbages or whatever. And so they now have about 70,000 villagers online. So they go out to the villages and they train these people to make sure they understand how to put their products online, and how they can actually market those products. So if you were an ICT entrepreneur in Vanuatu, there's many roles you could play in this thing that we kind of call like an e-commerce value chain. There's different marketplaces you could start with, but you could play the role of being the website creator, you could play the role of being the marketplace person, you could play the role of helping with the financial transactions. You might decide that you want to train SMEs, not just in ICT, but train them to understand how to do digital marketing, right? Because now they're going to have to market themselves online and they're going to have to know how to advertise online. So there's a lot of different roles I think that ICT entrepreneurs can play in helping SMEs get their products to market and ultimately increasing the GDP of Vanuatu and the wealth, which is equally as important as GDP of the people here. So in Australia, and taking what you were talking about, Innovation Centre, in Australia and some of the other countries, they are starting to build what they call startup hubs for small IT companies. And it's along the same lines, I think, of what you're talking about, which is a lot of these small ICT companies do not have money to get started, and they need help. They need help trying to figure out how to run a small business because they are the small business themselves, right? They need help financially. They can't always afford to buy all these fancy tools and servers and storage. So they're better off sitting in a shared environment like an innovation centre. And they also need help sometimes financially getting started. It might be tax breaks and things like that. So we're starting to see in the country I live in, which is Australia, and I work a lot in Brisbane from time to time. So Brisbane City Council's building these things called startup hubs, and all you do as a small IT startup company is you get a desk at the hub and you get access to the infrastructure at a very, very low cost so that we can afford to build an ICT business. So I think, the opportunities in Vanuatu for small ICT companies are really, they're vast, and definitely helping SMEs would be probably a good business to be into. I think, you just have to be imaginative and figure out what market you want to target. And I would kind of encourage the government to try and figure out how to build a marketplace here, and how to build an innovation centre so that we can get the ICT guys in and up and trained, and helping those SMEs get online. Thank you. Thank you.
You may give you one before la clap. Merci, Madame Sue Brian. Since we kat tol kita lo department lo finance mo treasury, suppose you may got some few questions or comment where you may save ask him lo to la panelist lo you may lo bless and flow hemi open. While you may wait lol question, suppose me save ask him Mr. Fred Samuel. Suppose you save give him one talk lo you may especially lol geta wo list up lo island or la puya we or li listen lo radio suppose you save give him some talk lo bislama. Radio. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Loic, I'll follow what the moderator requests me to do, and then I'll be speaking in Bislama, but then I'll switch back to English, and I have a few comments to make, and also a question for both of you. But first of all, I'll just address the citizens of Vanuatu. I think good afternoon, ladies everyone. Thank you so much for you guys have tuned in. You come to session this afternoon. Thank you to play bless away tuning ikam lol programs flow ICT day today. I think topic we mistabe me one very interesting topic. Me focus lo few me lo two areas. How now ICT me have help them all SMEs or SMEs me small to medium enterprise. I think lo introduction lo topic here you me talk about. I got full of example lo all but. All SMEs, all small to medium enterprises, only contribute plan the law economy, law plan the country law. I think some countries, like Japan, Australia, I think only contribute about 60-70% law GDP. So SME all small to medium enterprises. Law side law Vanuatu pa mi talam se all SME all small companies, all big full companies or me all companies also me Vanuatu, VNPF, ibu tepat all TVL, TCL. Itu all kata la company pe all SME all small one. For example, lo side tourism, all bungalows, all tour operators, all mama all start make a market. In fact, all SMEs only you may stop. Sometimes you may stop in normal kata, lo undermine normal kata, but lo start also lo plan de more mature economy lo all only contribute plan de ko lo GDP. So I think question mas pos mi listen good lo tu la panelist de mi. Two side. One, first of all, how can ICT contribute to make them SME or become more efficient or become more productive, and but not only that, they help them have export. Either come low market low filler or look and feel or export internationally. Yeah? How can ICT contribute to that? Second one, low side low, more low side low ICT entrepreneurship. So how now you must have building more small to medium enterprises where you focus mainly on ICT, developing more product for ICT, and not only market from market premium is small no more. You mean about 260,000 people, but how do we compete in that global market, which is what so many billions of people? How can Vanuatu contribute? So everyone very interesting discussion, and I think. This is not the only opportunity. Next year, you make ICT Days, but you have to talk more about the subject here. And me encourage them, I think you've panelists talk about, me encourage them, you meet everyone, especially all policy makers, private sector, you will talk about topic here and help them government come up with one good for policy, how now you have use ICT, help them all SMEs grow, but also promote them future ICT entrepreneurs, only participate in the global market. I'll be switching back to English, and probably I'll have a few comments to make to the two panelists. I think first of all is I think a lot of development in Vanuatu in terms of ICT has been focused heavily on policy, regulation, and infrastructure building and rollout, access, which is great. That's the foundation. The government has liberalized the telecom market. We've encouraged competition to come. Without government investment, only the private sector have actually invested. Now we're enjoying the benefit of those investments. And then we have the submarine cable here. We have set up a regulatory model for the region, TRR. So that's all fine and great. And I think there's no question that we need that accessibility. We need that broadband access. We need affordable broadband access to be able to develop our economy. But for me, I think within the next 1 to 2 years, we'll reach a saturation point. I think we will be, if we achieve government's UAP policy objective, we'll be reaching 98% by 2018. The question is, after that, what's next? I like your comment, Sue, around building and targeting global participation. So my question is. Especially to you, and if you understand Vanuatu's economy very well, I think first of all, from my perspective, I would support any initiative or any policies from the government to actually start building business incubator programs, encouraging innovation, encouraging young school leavers. We have an issue now where a lot of young people, and I'm sure it's similar to other least developed countries, where they're graduating from schools, either in Vanuatu or overseas, they're coming back, and there's less employment. How can we help the Vanuatu government to come up with some very good, clear policy objective and framework to build, those type of incubator programs where we can breed young developers or young innovators where they can not only build for Vanuatu market, but to build for international market. Then we provide employment opportunities for young people. My next question to that is, how do you operators and especially partners, manufacturers who are supporting the local industry contribute if the government is to take the lead? Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Mr. Fred Samuel. Miss.
Okay. I guess, is this on? Yes, it is. I guess the question is, you know, how can we help the government? Is this what the question is? How can we help the government make that step forward to build innovation centres and get SMEs online and build marketplaces, right? Is that the question? Yes, okay. So this, in a couple of different countries, we've done different work, and it's not just Huawei, because I work for Huawei, but a number of people have done different work with different governments to help them figure out problems. So at the moment, I'll give you an example. This is not around SMEs, but it's around smart cities, which is a big topic in a lot of the developed countries at the moment. So the way that people like Huawei or even phone companies are getting engaged with the government is really more around having what I would call a think tank to start with. So, you know, if you have a problem, and smart cities is a big problem, but I think getting SMEs online is just as bad. You know, it's probably a good idea to try and form a group of like-minded people who have, you know, a vested interest in making something happen, and try to get them to come up with a joint strategy of how we are going to do this as a nation, you know. Because I think in this case of SMEs online, you would want phone companies involved, particularly maybe TVL, my friend sitting over there, because they're the guys who are going to go out there and probably truthfully do a lot of training around, you know, devices and things like that. And they may be the people who help build a marketplace, because often it's phone companies who are going to do that. So the way that we've been engaged with governments over probably the last 2 years is really trying to pinpoint where are the key focus areas that each of the governments want to look at, and in different countries it's different areas, and then sitting down and trying to have industry roundtables. And it may be that you have a couple of different parties involved. Like, we were heavily involved in roundtables in Singapore around Smart City, and that involved many, many different vendors and different industry players coming together to talk about, well, how could we make Singapore a more smart nation? You know, and out of that comes a strategy and a set of initiatives, and it also, out of that comes different involvements from different players, you know. So in this instance, Huawei stood up and said, well, look, I'll go off and I'll trial these technologies, you know, so that you guys know that this is going to work. Now, so if you were doing SMEs, it'd be a similar thing. You'd involve people of like mind, and, you know, with a view that ultimately those people are going to invest something, you know, to help make it happen, to trial things or to be a player in the market, or, you know, to help drive that SME. So from a vendor point of view, that's how we would normally be engaged. But maybe from a TVL point of view, it might be an even deeper engagement.
Yeah. So just to come back to what you said about online activities first, just to mention a bit about Vanuatu. So mainly here we are working with tourism industry is one of the major pillars. Just for information that we have many of our local tools who are already advertising online globally. Okay. For example, we have an application and a website called viator.com. Okay. So on this application or website, you can get all the countries and what are the tourist attractions. You can book your package, you can buy, and when you come here, there is nothing to do. You just go and show your e-voucher and get the service. Okay. So Vanuatu is moving on that trend. Okay, but we are still at the beginning, and we got a long way to go. And now when talking in terms of online contents, so here we have many businesses, because they are doing business, but their visibility is low, because they don't have a website. Okay, they don't have a website, they are not online, they are not on Facebook. But for such businesses, the first thing we recommend to these SMEs and entrepreneur to go at least on the Facebook platform. It's free. On both operators, Facebook is free. Okay? So you have a platform to advertise your product so that you can increase your sales and working toward economic growth. Now to come on the next step further about website. So with TVL, we can help, we can give a reasonable package to many businesses to host their website. Okay? So it's like moving a step ahead. Okay? So if every business has a website, it's easy for people now to go and see the different products. Because nowadays we are seeing more and more people are moving towards broadband solution and even mobile internet. So it's on the increasing strength. So I believe that this is one option that we can help, okay, to promote SME and entrepreneur. Big businesses, they already have their website. They're already displaying all the information. Now to come back to the incubator, where we can help lots of SMEs to grow. To name a few business, we can say graphic design, software development, okay? So that's where the incubator come into picture. So as an operator, TVL can provide the infrastructure, okay? Can invest in cloud and provide a good package to SME and all the school leavers who want to start a business with limited means. So once they do this, then eventually they will go out of the incubator and grow up. Okay? So now to mention about like what you said, Alibaba.com. So many of you might not know Alibaba.com. It's a website in China. So I would like to take some other example like Google, Facebook. What was it before? They were SMEs entrepreneur. Now they are big giant. So here in Vanuatu, I believe, so if we start from the small, we have the government support, we have the ICT support from the operators that we are here willing to help. We can grow in Vanuatu. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas, Mr. Ramkison. Sposi kate ni mo question o comment ni kam lo yumi wo yumi sta publication. Question, comment? Yumi take you one lo publication. Thank you, Adela.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Blo, give him time. Blo, make one small comment no more. You may appreciate them. All developments, lo ICT, especially lo small to medium enterprises. Yeah, more idea. Blo, me create them all online market. One small comment no more say. ICT, you may have run in service. Hemi stop also one enabler. So hemi could well development service have come out, but I think you need to level block government or authorities. You must try and ensure them say, even though not even though, but all developments are likira, but you must able to find a market for all small to me all SMEs. Yeah, you know means by me create one nice fancy online marketplace. But after you know at actual market, but is selling kolema from already we stop plant businesses only. Find me hard to find a market outside. My me service export rate play me too. I think me bit stable. Me you know as high as also more you me stop one time. You me stop hopes maybe in the future by me contact. But all development say me good is come ICT have enable them. But one small comment on the side how government is have find them right markets, SMEs, play make them sell all small businesses, yeah. Only cut place online, only selling products and only sure say by product is sell, export all places, not locally no more, but internationally too. Thank you.
Thank you Thomas lo kut fala komen blumi we kamant lo blesia. Time blumi hemi stop kos pas mikat samo question or comment. Mikat one hanemi raise lo blesia.
Testing. Good afternoon. Me just while tell them thank you lot to the panelists play me. Hello. Me want them giving one support comment on all side lo smart cities. I think today Vanuatu hemi so privileged play me got all athletics play me. Especially all volleyball, beach volleyball athletes play me with them. Recently, I think we got one young athlete with him install rowing. All get also me all is have attract them all investors. You miss to talk about all smart cities. Meeting say while you missed up introduce all good programs for ICT. Vanuatu bahim miss have step in. Lo tapem all investors lo by save improve Port Villa City play me through all sport activities and hemi meeting say suppose government or authorities will save stop or save improve all kind international games by you save holem lo plesia you improve all ICT programs play me by hemi save benefit him government to lo by all infrastructure by you save government hemi stop short lo bahemi sabi improve lo telecommunication lo remote places hemi atu bahemi one through lo sports events where bahemi sabi bring him inside lo government beli mi so meeting say I think mi one him give one supporting thing no lo side lo smart cities I think hemi one opportunity where mi sabi Vanuatu hemi sabi move inside la hem too. Thank you Thomas.
Thank you lo constructive comment we sabi kam lo plesia. And before you me finish no more, suppose we to the panelist blue you me kat any more last talk blow give him.
So just a few lines to sum up. So here at TVL as an operator, so we have in our portfolio a segment market called SMEs. So we promise that we shall come with different products, ICT products, that will help you doing business better in Vanuatu. So we have been working on this. Maybe we'll increase our dedication a bit more to the SME sector in Vanuatu. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramkizun. Madam Sue Bryant.
So I think from a Huawei point of view, our involvement in SMEs in Vanuatu is probably more around helping people like Vanuatu Telecom, get to market, have the right networks there, and of course have those smart devices that they're going to need to have in order to actually get online. So I think though, if I look at the SME community here, and I think that the major focus should be on definitely training, which they're definitely going to have. Maybe creating different markets for SMEs, because not all SMEs are equal. So we need to think about what are the market segments of the SMEs within Vanuatu and how we better address each of those market segments. And then I think again, trying to build an ecosystem of people who want to go after the SME community, with the carrier probably being one of the central focus areas. So that would be my advice.
Thank you, Thomas. And on behalf of all panelists, with myself, thank you. You've have a following session number 4 here. And I congratulate them too, same time organizing committee, ICT Day, congratulations. Mo wish him everyone happy ICT Day from lol past forum where you may been taken place, you may been part lo hem, all same way it taken place lo Sifran and lo Narula place, be really blo talem se all forum lo yaya you may improve bikwan lo save kam taken place lo Brescia lo convention center. Thank you, Thomas.
Okay, so once again, thank you very much to Mr. Loic Telem and the outgoing panel members, Sue Bryant, and also the marketing manager for Telecom Vanuatu Limited for joining us in session 3 for session 4 for this afternoon's panel discussion. On this note, we will move on to the rest of the program for this afternoon. I now invite the telemedicine panel members to come up front and prepare the presentation ready for this afternoon's presentation. And may I ask, you may wait up inside the convention center, you may stand ready for next presentation or by list up, prepare, set up, place. Suppose you may have a stand up, more stretch a little bit. May I ask him that you may everyone stand up, you relax a little bit, shake him hands, blow you, because sitting in a nice convention center, a new one like this, sometimes could be a bit tiring because of the air condition, because of all the presentations, wonderful presentations that we have been hearing since morning until now. So stand up, stretch out your arms and hands and do a bit of walk as we prepare the next presentation for this afternoon. Oh. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, suppose me take him attention, blow me everyone, but me invite them Dr. Basil and me come up to also take his place at the front here at the panel desk. And also I would like to welcome Alexi Gallen for being the presenter this afternoon. So thank you very much. Give a warm round of applause to the presenters for this afternoon.
Okay, thank you everyone. We're going to try to make this short because we are running late on time, so we have to take an hour presentation and put it into a half an hour. So please forgive me if I talk quickly. But yes, it's myself and Dr. Baso that are here, and we're going to be talking about a telemedicine project here in Vanuatu. So it's called VITAL, Vanuatu Inter-Island Telemedicine and Learning Network. So first I'd just like to say that in order to build a telemedicine network, it takes a team. So we've had a lot of help to get to this point. So I just want to acknowledge that with all these photos and many more that are not on this slide. And we also wanted to disclose that anything we talk about today, we have no financial interest, and all photos and videos are shown with consent. So firstly, let's make sure we're all on the same page. What exactly is telemedicine? Telemedicine is the remote diagnosis and treatment of patients by telecommunications technology. Well, what is telecommunications technology? It's cell phones, radio, video conferencing, any way that you can interact. There are three categories. There's store and forward, where you can be somewhere and take a photo of perhaps a rash on a patient or someone who's in their house, and then when you go to a place where you have network, you upload it, and a physician reviews it later and can make a diagnosis and send it back to you. They use it a lot with x-rays, ultrasound, eye care, and skin problems, just because those are very visual problems. There's also remote monitoring, where patients can wear devices that can track heart rates and other things and report in real time back to doctors. And there are interactive services, and we're focusing here in Vanuatu on interactive services and store and forward. So interactive is real-time communication between the doctor and a village health worker to help patients or sick people in the village. So it's actually already happening here in Vanuatu. You might think that this is the first you've heard of it, but trust me, it's happening, because where there is network, innovation happens. So this is a picture of the mental health clinic, and once a month they conduct case reviews with international specialists, and they do this completely on their own without any support. They pay 1,000 Batu in TVL credit, they use a mobile phone, they use Skype voice only because there's not enough bandwidth to facilitate face-to-face, and they talk with a speaker and that microphone there for an hour and review cases. So it's a very impressive use of telemedicine and shows that the demand is there. We also have store and forward telemedicine happening in the eye clinic here in Vila. This is Monique Tahi, and she's an eye nurse, and she specializes in diabetic eye care. So she has a camera that takes special photos of the retina, and she sends these photos to New Zealand and to Fiji and to Australia, where doctors can review the pictures and give the diagnosis. She's actually successfully managed to get patients sent to Fiji for care to avoid blindness. So there are also handheld cameras that can do this as well, and they see to the back of the eye. And why this is important is because Vanuatu is 6th in the world for diabetes. So a simple technology like this, you can help avoid blindness, which is a major problem caused by diabetes. So for example, these are two pictures of an eye, and on one side we have pore control, and it's a bit hard to see up on that screen, but in the other picture you'll see that there's a few blood spots that have gone away, and that was because the patient was managed and they got on medications and good diet and exercise, and their eye was actually able to heal itself. So now that you know a little bit about telemedicine as it's happening here in Vanuatu kind of spontaneously without any real intervention, we are still going to try this pilot, which is by January 2017, we're going to connect one complete referral chain to effectively use interactive telemedicine, all the way from the village to the hospital located in the urban center. So how we will do this is we're going to use, leverage our local resources, and we have the great government broadband network here. We're going to use that network that links all the provincial capitals, and we're going to use connectivity that already exists at Santo, at at Northern District Hospital, which connects to Ambai, Lolowai Hospital, and we're going to pull it from Ambai and send it to Maiwo. So how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to build towers. And I'll get to that in a moment. But as long as you have line of sight and you build the towers, you can pull that government broadband network to another island. The problem is that towers are expensive. And the population in this area doesn't really warrant a business case for a tower to be put in place by a carrier. And the government has limited resources to connecting some of these last mile and to connect the digital divide in some of these places. So what the community has decided to do is to meet us in the middle. And they are raising their own funds for their own tower. In fact, you can go eat food at their food stall outside right now. All the funds go towards this project. So they have formed officially under Vanuatu law, and they're a charitable association, and they will start a crowdsourced funding campaign on the internet soon, and they have a few other donations coming in. So they're about a fourth of the way to realizing the amount of money they need to do this. In the meanwhile, and I want to say the community is so on board with this. All land has been donated for the purpose of this, and the community wants this so bad. They've been writing letters for mobile connectivity for a long time. So phase one, actually, because these towers are going to take a little time to build, it's going to take time to fundraise. In the meanwhile, thank you to TRR and OGCIO and Pacific, we're going to start with satellite. And we're going to put a satellite in Naviso and a satellite in Carape to get broadband internet. So we'll use that for a year while these towers are being constructed, and once that part is finished, the satellite units can go somewhere else where they don't have internet or connectivity yet. So after the satellites are installed, we'll leverage that network to connect to the government broadband network, and we'll utilize the GBN for file sharing, email, store and forward telemedicine, sending photos, and video conferencing. And we're going to trial several video conferencing solutions. This industry is blowing up. There are so many video solutions. This one that's up on the screen, VC, claims to take half the bandwidth of Skype. And it actually is completely safe and follows all the regulations of the United States for patient security, data security. So there are a lot of solutions already out there. So we just have to find what works best for Vanuatu. And we'll do that together. So why aren't we focusing on telemedicine in urban centers? It's already connected to the internet here. I see everybody on their phones here. There are cheap devices that already exist to do telemedicine. So why are we starting in one of the hardest places? That's because of one statement, begin with the end in mind, and taking it to begin with the most remote places in mind, because the rest will fall into place. So the goal should be holistic from the very beginning. If you test some of this technology and test these networks in the most difficult places first, with people who have had the least access to technology, and you can prove that it works, then it's only better for the rest of Vanuatu and more applicable to the rest of Vanuatu. So that's our approach. We're going to test it at every level of care and see how it does and see what works the best. So this approach is actually inspired by Aravind Eye Care System. We're not the first. This is in India, and they're so successful they've been studied all over the world. So they actually have physicians located in urban centers that video conference using microphones and small cameras to village health workers located in rural areas. Now, the important thing to note about these village health workers is they're just like our village health workers here. In fact, I have a really good quote about them, and they're called sisters in India. They all come from poor families in the surrounding villages, and none have any prior experience. Without the opportunity from Aravind, these girls would just be working in the fields or be forced to marry. So this opportunity truly transforms their lives. The ability to come in with limited education and be trained in technology that we think that we can't put into the hands of people in remote places. Instead, they take this opportunity, they do amazing, and this ability to interact with a physician who is located distally just makes their knowledge grow every time they have a telemedicine interaction, because they're in on it. It's not referring a patient out and them never finding out what the cure was, what the medicine was, what happened when they got sent islands away. Instead, they're there sitting next to the patient, interacting with the doctor, and they're a team, and they learn. And that's the learning part of the Vital Network. The learning happens as you're doing. So back to our villages in Vanuatu, and looking specifically at the case of Maiwo, how will improved connectivity help? And what specific needs will telemedicine address? So we of course have all these metrics that we're going to be measuring, but that's boring. So we're going to move on to a few specific cases and the specifics of Maiwo. So here you see a blue line, and that's a truck road, if you can afford to take a truck. The red dots are health facilities. The red dot on the right side is a health center. The dot in the center is an aid post, and the dot on the other side is a dispensary. So that red line is actually walking only. There is no truck road down there. And that red line, right where that starts, it's the last place where you can get cell phone connectivity. And then you just go down into what people have nicknamed the hole, because there are no trucks, there are no boats, there are no cell phone networks. Once you go down there, you're down there, and it's a very difficult height. So this is what the terrain looks like. So you can see that's at 1,491 feet as you start to descend into that last village there. So in the population along this network path is roughly 3,000 people that will receive improved communications from this network. And then the village specifically that's never been connected to mobile network that really, really wants this is about 500 people. But everybody along this path is behind this project. So to really bring this home, I have a video to show. And this is what it takes to get a sick person up the mountain. So if we can play the video, which they have to do from the booth. And again, sorry I'm talking quickly. We're on a short time frame here. So I'll just let everyone watch this. So that's an 8-year-old boy who's fallen down during school, and he can't move. So they're not sure what happened to his back. They don't know what's going on with him. They don't have any cell phone connection to call, and they have to climb an hour up that mountain carrying him, get to the point of cell phone connectivity, and then try to get a truck to come. If they had cell phone connection, they'd be able to call a truck, and a truck could meet them halfway and be waiting for them in an emergency situation. But they have to hike an hour up, call, and then wait an hour for a truck in any emergency situation just to get a sick person to see a nurse. So here's where telemedicine is one place that's really needed, is for transportation logistics. Also, there's maternal and child health, so coordination and effective delivery of vaccinations. Mothers can call to confirm arrival of vaccines before hiking over the mountain. A traveling nurse can confirm arrival date to make sure all mothers are in the village. And this is so important because in our village, mothers really, really want their children immunized. They will show up. If you send message over the mountain, which is passed from person to person to person, that they are to wait at the clinic for the nurse to come immunize, which is the case in this photo here, they will wait. In this photo, they waited for 2 hours. And unfortunately, the nurse had to reschedule because the vaccines didn't come on the boat, but the message didn't make it over in time to these mothers who were waiting. Sometimes, message is sent for them to hike over to the other side of the mountain to get vaccinated. And if we could play the next video, this shows you the trek that these mothers are taking while carrying their children. So I don't know if we can hit play. Well, it doesn't seem to be working correctly, but you get the idea. Oh, on this side, I'm sorry. There we go. So that's also the same road that women, when they're getting ready to deliver, have to hike and make it over the mountain to deliver their child with a nurse. So again, let's say that they hike over, and again, the vaccinations haven't arrived. Here's where the connectivity is really important to schedule these things effectively to avoid going back and forth across long distances. So in addition, when the nurse does come over to us, she has to carry these immunizations, and sometimes if the message of the date is wrong, everyone might be out of the village at a wedding at another place on the island. So again, these are just simple things to coordinate. But I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Basel to talk. We've talked about the village, but he's going to talk a little bit more about how this matters in the national scheme of things in the national referral system.
Thank you, Alex, for giving us a background on the benefits of telemedicine. I think we'll start them off. Me want to tell them say telemedicine. Hemi one area where Ministry of Health lo Vanuatu hemi interested in. Mo hemi got initiative lo looki komo lo area ya from. Suppose you talk lo doctor will stay inside lo audience. Sam lo mivla. Where you may walk outside lo Port Vila, mivla tight lo excuse lo geographical isolation. Plane no save kasem. Must wait lo tomorrow one time just send them plane ko from got light lo feel. So all problems them mivla face them. Time mivla approach them Ministry of Health. Hemi supportive lo you may look lo telemedicine. With all the information, with all the brains that are in telemedicine. In this day and age, there is no excuse why health services in Osave Kasem population blimilo, even the most remotest areas. Vital network where logo blemi been stopped up. Hemi one network where me believe se hemi one example of how a grassroots initiative hemi save set up to improve health plo community well established. Only take responsibility blo take care of health blo kita blo raise him up funds blo give him crown blo support him set up blo one tower mena ilu call stop fundraising outside. Meeting say me one good for example blo Yumi where you me talk about independence blo Vanuatu say time you me talk about independence you may also talk about not just political independence but economic independence and self-sustaining independence. So you may take charge of issues of some telemedicine, more health, me one important aspect. And meeting a vital network. Suppose you look on the slide. Health of Vanuatu, health service delivery, me divided into three main areas. You got community health services, where me 8 posts with them dispensary. After you got provincial health services, where me village health center with them all provincial hospitals. And then you got all tertiary services or some villa with them santo. You mean inside lo Krubia today, you mean less than 20% of the population. Lo Vanuatu where you have karem treatment lo one hospital. Suppose you fall down you program back or some small boy lo photo. Less than 20% only within 2 hours lo villa with them santo hospital. Population blimi. The rest only must walk out go down lo Solwata or climb hill ko andap, cham lo truck, another few hours go down lo coast, cham lo port, another day ko lo airport, get on the plane or ko lo main wharf, cham lo cargo vessel. After 2-3 days with them broken back or with them broken head, or skull fracture or something else, lo kasem villa with them santo. Suppose you miss have a talk lo all village health worker well install 8 posts with them dispensaries. Suppose you miss have educate them all kita. Suppose you miss have train them all kita. Lo specific skills we only have usum lo only help them all sick man first time. By help them you me big one. By reducing burden lo disease lo you me lo country. So hemi one reason why Ministry of Health hemi very interested lo set them up telemedicine lo Vanuatu. Ika 3 delays where list up affect them you me. Round the wall and lo yumi hemi true. Number 1, he got delay blow one sick man hemi decide blow hemi go look at them treatment. Number 2, he got delay blow time hemi want to go custom treatment. How far now? How long now? How much cost now? Blow hemi go custom one health facility. Then number 3, time hemi arrive lo health facility ya. Finally after maybe 3 days and how much 1,000 vatu, time hemi arrive. How long now hemi take him blow hemi save receive him treatment. Number 3 delay blow receiving treatment hemi problem blow villa with them santo but tu villa nara delays education, health promotion, community health awareness for public, with distance ploli travel, hemi wanem we telemedicine hemi save addressem. So mi vle think say hemi good time blo you me introduce telemedicine. Mi vle want them support blo telemedicine and bamile ko Alex hemi talk small more about some more benefits blo telemedicine from hemi not just about medical care no more. Vital hemi stand for Vanuatu Inter-Island Telemedicine and Learning Network. So bamile ko Alex talk small more side.
Thank you. So it's good to hear things from the physician perspective too. And we're pulling help from all across the different levels of care here. And Dr. Basel is the one who is going to be connecting with the remote clinics in this pilot project. So we're so grateful to have him for this. So a few other ways that this is going to benefit things is an increase in effective data reporting. And this is one specific example of one of the clinics involved in this pilot project where I personally watched, because I spent 2 years in this village, as our village health worker filled out our statistics form. And every month, one of us would hike over that mountain and drop it off at the next point of care. And if you see that map up there, I'd have to make it through various points to get to the capital city to enter into the statistics office, into the National HIS office. So every month for 2 years we did this in good faith. And then I come to work in the capital and I find out that out of 12 expected reports in 1 year, 0 were received and entered. In fact, at one point the Ministry of Health thought we were closed. So herein lies the challenge with paper-based reporting when you live in an island nation, is that there's so many places in the road where things get passed and can get lost. And we don't know what happened in translation here. Maybe we had the wrong form, but we didn't know, and the Ministry of Health didn't know because they thought we were closed. So it was a lose-lose situation there. So for 2 years, 0 reports made it into the ministry. It looks as if we've seen no patients. So this was eye-opening, but there is a solution here. And once these clinics, this one specifically as well, are connected to the internet, the Ministry of Health has already made a huge initiative with the HIS and IT team in web-based reporting using an open source software program called DHIS2. And once a health worker has login access to this website, they can enter all the statistics at their clinic without having to send any paper over mountains, on boats, through planes. They sit right there, enter the data if they're connected to the internet or mobile networks, and then that data in real time instantaneously arrives in Vila. And then you have real-time reporting to find out trends and diseases and see if there are outbreaks or other things, which is what HIS is designed to capture. And then in addition, it rewards the health worker who's entering it because it produces colorful graphs and ways to look at your data visually to track what's happening in your own community. So it's a very powerful system as long as you have the internet or have connectivity to plug into it. I'm also going to explain about a few specific case examples where telemedicine could have saved lives had we had it. And unfortunately, living in a village without having cell phone reception for 2 years lended itself to some tragic events. So for example, this is one villager who, once I got there and we convinced a nurse to come down and check him, he had been in his home swollen for a year. And she listened to his heart and she said that he had congestive heart failure and he was swollen as a complication. Unfortunately, the nurse who had been there 1 year ago, he had just started to swell up, so they thought it was arthritis. And then the nurse left. And another nurse didn't fill that post for 2 years. So there was no one to follow up with this patient as he swelled up and swelled up. Nobody to tell him, it's getting worse. Maybe you should make it to the other side of the mountain before you can't walk. And then he couldn't walk, and it got worse. So by the time a nurse finally did come over to check on him, it was too late, and he passed away. So how could telemedicine could have helped? Well, through continuity of care. Patients with chronic conditions, for example, diabetes, high blood pressure, things that are affecting me so much, can be monitored by specialists in urban or referral hospitals while they stay in the comfort of their own village. Timely intervention. While being monitored, When his swelling didn't go away and it gradually became worse, a doctor could have advised him to seek care across the island before he was unable to walk. We don't really truly know what was causing his swelling or what was going wrong with him, because there are lots of things that can cause you to swell that way, but at least maybe he could have had a chance. So in addition, there are some devices that can help with these types of things. There are stethoscopes that you can place on someone, and if you have internet connectivity, the doctor who's a heart specialist can listen to the heartbeat from a distal place. They also have EKGs, so things to monitor the electrical activity of the heart that you just place on your body, and then that EKG can be sent via Bluetooth to your phone and then sent through mobile networks to doctors for them to review. So a second case that telemedicine could have really helped was a villager who had sudden onset of blindness. So it was a 30-year-old woman, she's married, she has a child, and she suddenly became blind. She also had started developing seizures. So she, while blind, was taken to the neighboring island of Ambai, and you can kind of see the dots in the map there to show the levels of care that she had to pass through in order to get to see someone. So she was taken to the neighboring island of Ambai by boat. They did not know what was causing her blindness. So because she didn't have enough money to take a plane, she got on a cargo ship with her husband to go to Santo. And then when she saw the eye doctor, he looked inside her eyes and diagnosed her with optic atrophy. And I can show you a picture of what that looks like, but at that point, nothing could be done for her. Once he saw the inside of her eye, he knew that she was past the point of anyone being able to bring back her sight. So she was sent back to Maiwo. So she went all that way, and nothing could be done. So if we travel a mile in her shoes and imagine what that looked like for her to get to those sites, if we could play the next video, this shows how difficult it was for her to navigate. So this is her with her family, and they're guiding her through the village. She managed to make it all the way to Ambai Island and then to Santo and back again. So I don't know if you saw her smile there. She was the most vivacious, wonderful woman you've ever met. And unfortunately, she too passed away because she had a very difficult seizure disorder. We don't know what was causing the seizures, and there was just nobody to monitor her. She did get sent back to the village with a whole assortment of medications, and I didn't meet her until she had actually made it all the way back to the village at this point. And her medications, unfortunately, for the seizure disorder weren't in enough quantity to get to the therapeutic level to help manage her seizure disorder. So before intervention could be made, she just didn't make it that long. So how could telemedicine have helped? Well, firstly, if we had had a retinal camera, which now are on smartphones, by the way, as this technology is changing and growing so rapidly, she could have stayed in the village. Someone could have taken a picture of her optic nerve, which is in that image there, an example, and then sent it remotely to a physician to review. He would have known right away that her blindness was incurable. It's sad, but at least she wouldn't have had to go through that whole expense and the discomfort, and she told me stories, the discomfort of what it was like for her to get to Santo. In addition, an online consultation with pharmacists or doctors before starting uncommon medications, like seizure medications, could be so helpful with difficult illnesses that take you for your whole life. You need constant supervision by a pharmacist or someone who has good knowledge of these medications. A simple phone call or video interaction with somebody monthly could manage these types of patients. So to recap, I'm again going to hand it over to our physician, Dr. Basel.
Thank you, Alex, and thank you, Alex, for presenting this important initiative. As we've mentioned before, we're starting with the end in mind. We still have a lot of work ahead of us. And with telemedicine, none of our patients need to suffer the examples as you've seen Alex show. Being healthy is important to you and I. Good health is important to our communities and our villages and our country. Telemedicine is the vital tool to helping us to achieve good health. The Vital Network is that tool. If you agree with us, join us in bringing telemedicine to Vanuatu. Thank you all very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Basil and Alex, for the presentation. Yes, we need good health service to our people in the remote areas in Vanuatu. And with ICT, with the technology that we have, we can always find a solution. We cannot promise anything, but there is possibility with the technology that we have. So thank you very much for your presentations, and thank you to the audience that are still here. We will now have our final presentation for today, and then we can go out for there's a music thing going on after this. So just one last presentation from the TRR. They'll be presenting the Universal Access Program for the government, implemented by TRR. So we'll have unit. You can start talking while I'm sitting there. What happened?
As we wait for technology, late in the afternoon, everybody wants to finish up. I'll go through mine as quick as I possibly can. As we find the dongles that we need to make things work.
I hope so.
Okay, good afternoon everybody that's left in the hall here. I'm the last one for the day, so I'll get through as quick as possible as we go. My name is Brad Partridge. I work at the Regulator's Office. My colleague Gerard was on the panel this morning. I'm here to have a chat to you about the Universal Access Policy, ICT, and how we can assist the social entrepreneur, which is essentially coming along with the theme of ICT entrepreneurship and social engagement. Just very quickly, I'll talk a little bit about UAP, and then about UAP ICT and how I think, or how we think it helps social entrepreneurs. The TRR, as we've been discussing today, has a regulatory role in regards to looking after the universal access policy, conducting any payments or subsidies to do particular activity, as well as collecting levies from our carriers out there to support the universal access. But what is universal access? We've heard a lot about it today. So universal access is where everyone can access the service somewhere. At a minimum, at a public place. So we look at going to public places, such as schools, as part of our program. There's essentially three principles for universal access. Availability. Is the service available to inhabited parts of the country through either public, community, shared or personal devices? The accessibility. Can the population use the service regardless of the location, the gender, the disability and any other personal characteristics? And the affordability of the service. That is the service affordable to all the population? And the goal of universal access is to increase the coverage and the proportion of population that can actually achieve these services. The universal access policy, I think we've talked about a lot today. We have until the 1st of January 2018 to cover 98% of the population. We want the services to be available at schools, health facilities and other government institutions. And importantly, we want to see prices in the regional areas to be competitive as they are in Port Vila. The TRR has a mandate to implement and monitor it, and it's subsidised by the fund that is supplied by various players. But importantly, why do we need universal access policy and who actually benefits from this? So why is it needed is fairly simple, and I think we've heard about this today, and the theme of this particular couple of days of the ICT Days is ICT is a social and economic enabler. So by getting out there, we can improve the social conditions and the economics of the country. There are supply and demand factors, and we've seen this as we've been moving out into the country. There's demand out there, but there's not necessarily supply of services. And lastly, it's to close any market gaps between the urban developed areas and the regional areas. But who benefits from all this? Well, the first ones that benefit are the nation. They get access to efficient and effective communications. The second one is the government. They get extension of government services to rural areas. The third one is the economy. ICT is a factor of our GDP growth, and in 2014 it was worth 5.2%. And it's probably going to be about the same in the next couple of cycles as well. And lastly, the population benefits as well. They get exposure to ICT and the ability to obtain information to improve their educational standards, improve the population's health, as we just heard from the telemedicine one, and improve their standard of living. But universal access actually has two arms to it. It's not just one arm or one thing. The first arm of universal access is a policy that's called play or pay. In this, we negotiate with the carriers as to how they would like to act and support the government in providing universal access. If they play, then the operators agree on an approach that will achieve these policy objectives. And what they do is that they decide that they will roll out services to identified unserved and underserved areas at their own cost. And that meets their UAP obligations under their licences and under the Telecoms Act. And we have three operators in the country that are in the play mode, Digicel, TVL and Telsat. And they all fully support UAP and are committed to operating as players. The second one is the pay. And this is where we collect a levy under the Universal Access Fund from the operators. And those licensees that don't play are actually pay. And they pay 4% of their revenues into this levy, and then we use that as part of the UAP fund. So payers are always assisting players, assisting the TRR and assisting the Vanuatu government to meet the UAP requirements and deliverables. Looking at this arm, the pay or play, the current infrastructure commitment from the players to be rolled out from the 1st of July 2015 until the 1st of January 2018 is 25 new mobile towers. Okay, and if you think a mobile tower is worth about 40 million Vatu, that's a significant amount of money that they're actually spending on rolling out towers. They're also committing to upgrade all the current 2G infrastructure to 3G+, so we have 3G+ speeds across the country. And as we've heard also today, this is at no cost to the government. It is all funded from the operator's capital budget, hence why there is a 2 to 3 year rollout time frame. Currently, the status is that by the 30th of June 2016, there'll be 6 new mobile towers completed, and we should have approximately 47 2G sites upgraded to 3G+. So it's a significant amount of work, particularly if you take into consideration Cyclone Pam and the amount of network reconstruction that both carriers had to do following the cyclone as it went through, particularly within Tanna, Erromongo and the Shepherd Islands. One of the activities that we as the TRR do is evaluate and monitor so that we ensure that there's compliance with their signed commitments and we ensure that the services that they're delivering meet technical standards and specifications and coverage and things like that. Looking at the second arm of universal access, this is one where we have universal access programs that we implement. And these may be specific programs developed or suggested that have an end goal of improving telecommunications services in the underserved and unserved areas, as well as providing community benefits. Generally, these are funded by the payers levy or the UAP levy and the UAP fund, but we may have donor funds that are actually contributed to that, such as the Governance for Growth, or we may have other donor funds which are dedicated to specific purposes, such as the JTEC funding for the volcano monitoring out of Tanna. And the important thing of these policies, because they're funded policies, is that we have to have strict evaluation and monitoring again to ensure all the benefits are achieved. So as we've known today, we've been chatting about various things. We have currently 3 programs that are underway that are funded out of the UAP. The computer laboratories and internet community centres, the CLICs, where we're providing computer labs, solar power and internet facilities to 15 schools. Then we've got tablets for schools, where again we're supplying tablets, solar power, secure storage and again internet facilities to schools. And lastly, the Internet Community Centre, where we have provided a grant to 3 private enterprises or entrepreneurs to develop community internet centres. This slide here just shows you the locations of the CLICs and the TFSs. We're pretty much spread from north to south of the country and going there. And the majority of those are operational. And there's a few of them that are waiting for internet service, which we should be turning on in the next couple of weeks, thanks to our partner Pacific, as these areas do not have any commercial coverage by Digicel and or TVL. The objectives of these particular programs are twofold. The primary objective is to look at the increased use of ICTs by students, teachers, school administrators. So we're starting to look at Open VMIS, school reporting, and we're looking at students and how they use the services and teachers and how they actually teach. So it's pedagogy and curriculum there. This is all supported by that. The secondary objective is to look at increased use of ICTs by the communities and local business. So enhancing day-to-day social and business activities. Lastly, for the entrepreneurs that are out there, it can provide a space where they can leverage technology to engage with the local community, develop business and communicate with their peers. Looking at the CLICs, the community labs and internet community centres, these are open to all from inside and outside of the community, although the CLICs do have to have very strong community support. The CLIC is available to the community after school and during school holidays. Logically, during school period of time, the students are actually using it. And importantly, the CLIC can be used for general interest internet sessions, general educational purposes, for establishing local businesses and presences on the internet, which sort of goes along the same lines as speakers were earlier talking about marketplaces for agriculture and things and SMEs. Transacting business with government and others. We would like to see more use of e-government applications, being able to fill out forms online, being able to do activities online, so there's removing the travel. Obviously, the CLICs can be used for telemedicine with a nurse who can go there and we can communicate with that nurse and get people to come into the CLICs. What we'd like to see people do is capture local custom, traditions and languages and capture these and put them online and for people to see. Also be able to present their bungalows and tourist activities that are around those areas. and also e-government services such as agricultural extension and information to those particular areas. A lot of the clicks are in agricultural areas where there's small farm holdings, and those people, we believe, can get benefit of that in being able to improve cropping and also look at weather information and stuff like that. We do suggest to the community owners that they charge a small fee to people that use them on a commercial basis, which helps with the operating expenses over a period of time. This particular is just some quick photos of some of the clicks. St Patrick's in Ambay, Ellis in Noona, and Salua in Maewu, and the opening that we had in November. If we look at the internet community centres, these are entrepreneurial activities by 3 entrepreneurs in Vanuatu. This particular one is the Ituani ICS on Marlow Island. They are already well and truly operating. They're undertaking business activities such as doing financial transactions and money transfer for the local communities. They do general printing, binding and stationery type of activities for community organisations. But importantly, as part of digital literacy, as we were talking about earlier today, they are supplying ICT training and education to the local community, the adult community. They also run a kids club where kids from 4 to 13 go there and again learn how to use computers and things like that. So we're seeing that these type of activities are very important in these areas to actually engage the community. But one of the themes for this week is about entrepreneurship, etc. And I've taken a slightly different twist and not necessarily looked at it from ICT entrepreneurship, but looked at it from ICT and social entrepreneurship. In some ways, we could say that the Vital Network is a social entrepreneurial activity, because it, as my first point there says, is that social entrepreneurs are those that recognise a social issue and then provide new ways of addressing that issue. So telemedicine is a classic example of seeing there is a social issue there, how do we actually do something about it? The issue of the ICS and doing education, we can see that there's a social issue there, is that people don't have ICT skills, so we need to do something about it. Social entrepreneurship is really driven by the increasing availability of ICT throughout communities. If we didn't have these type of technologies like VSATs from Pacific or networks or anything like that, the activities of telemedicine wouldn't get done, and we'd still be living, doing exactly as Alexis said, with taking people over the mountain. So it follows that for the new ways of establishing community connections and engagement via social networks, and that is all very important in this way. It then follows that connection and engagement make communication and information transfer more efficient, providing these social entrepreneurs the opportunity to create and increase community awareness of social issues, which is what is happening. But how can the clicks and the ICS help in these social entrepreneurs and how they can do things and get their own businesses up and running? So what we are envisaging in the future is that the clicks and the ICSs become technology hubs, initially technology hubs, providing points at which social entrepreneurs can utilise ICT to engage with the community on social issues that affect them. The use of the centres provide quick dissemination of information that is a benefit to the community. So we can again look at agricultural information such as weather and crop insurance, or even how to improve crops. We can look at health information such as telemedicine or anything like that. We can look at general government information. We could also extend that further into SMEs and supply chain improvement and marketplace and a whole bunch of things like that. We are starting to see entrepreneurs utilising these facilities and expect to see more. Ellis School on Noona Island are doing a lot of gender inclusion and digital divide programs, so teaching people about digital activities and including the genders or being specific for one gender to allow them to be trained up on ICT. Marlow ICS is doing adult and children's ICT training, and Lukatai and Tanna, they're doing adult ICT training. But what we want to see is more. We want to see other people, but we need to build these skills as well. We hope that Lambubu, when that comes online, will take advantage, the the cocoa co-op that's in Lambubu will take advantage of the click to be able to transact on the internet, to eliminate their need to travel and transport, or even hopefully improve their supply chain so they can get their product to market further. We know there's a demand in these services in the community, and as the community is educated in ICT, entrepreneurs can grow and impact social change and social issues. In some ways, we need some support from the government by IT startups and things like that to help these guys. In summary, universal access is actually becoming a human right. Everybody wants to have access to technology, and everybody wants to have access to the internet. The more the population is exposed to and use ICT, the better for the country, educationally, economically, and health-wise of the citizens. Whilst operators commit their resources as part of their build-out of network, the government also must look at committing resources. Do they contribute to the UAP fund in some way? How do they contribute to developing e-government applications? How do they support startups, micro-businesses and SMEs in a more efficient way? ICT knowledge and understanding can help entrepreneurs in engaging with the community more, allowing the community to understand more. And hubs such as the CLICS and the ICS provide the technology point for these activities. So as this slide shows from Lukatai, it's that we're on the bus of the future, the bus come belong future. So come jump on the bus that goes on to the future there. So sorry it was very quick, but it is quite late in the afternoon. I thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brad. So if there's any question for Brad this afternoon?
No questions?
Any question?
Thank you.
If there's no question, then we have to thank Brad again. Thanks, Brad, for your presentation. And I guess that sums up the presentations for today. And you've all been very good. Thank you, audience, and thank you all the presenters for today. Thank you to all the sponsors as well. It's been a long day today, but we believe we've had a lot to learn today. All the informations that have been provided through the presentations, they were very good. And I thank all our presenters, all our panelists, and you as the audience. You are the ones who make our session today being very successful. Thank you too much. Just to those who are listening who are following us online, we thank you for following us throughout the day today on our presentations and all the panel discussions we had. Just continue with us again tomorrow in our sessions, and if you have any questions, that you have, you can always send those questions, post them, I guess, along the YouTube channel, and then we can get those questions and read them out tomorrow for our presenters to answer your questions. Lo yumi wa yumi establishing lo Radio Vanuatu. Thank you too much for following yumi lo discussions lo day today. Throughout the day today, you may carry more discussions of various topics, and we believe say you may follow up you may throughout the day today, and we want to tell them thank you. Lo yuvala, thank you all sponsor, will sponsor them to ICT Day. You make it so good fala, very good sponsors will sponsor them. You make them say you make it live coverage and live lo TV. So thank you too much all sponsors for me. But you like continue to follow me tomorrow again, same time, same place. And all time, all discussions lo sa ito ICT development lo Vanuatu. With that, it's not the end of ICT Day. We still have tomorrow to go. So for today, by me asking everyone, lo me join through lo tram visiting back in the booth. Let's just go around and visit the booths, and also invite all of you for the live entertainment this evening by small fire and stand on the Air Force. So please enjoy this evening. But like I said, it's not the end of ICT Day. We still have tomorrow. So I'll give it, I'll hand over to Atella to just go through with the sessions for tomorrow.
Okay, once again, thank you very much, John Jack. Just going through a program for tomorrow. If you don't have a program for ICT Day program, so just running off, tomorrow's program starts at 9 o'clock in the morning. So 9 o'clock in the morning, lo you where you stop lo house, you stop listen. Tomorrow, you tune in radio blue you or live stream blue you. 9 o'clock, we have session 6 of ICT Day. Topic is on ICT developments and our way of life. This starts from 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. And very interesting panel members, which I will introduce them now. For your information is Miss Elizabeth Graham from Vanuatu Broadcasting and Television Corporation, Honorable Ralph Regenvano from the Honorable Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, Ms. Doreen Lango from Women and Girls in ICT, and Mr. Ati George Sokomano, former President of the Republic of Vanuatu. So that is session 6 on ICT developments and our way of life. From 10:30 up until 11:30, there's session 7 on cybercrime legislation, and a very interesting list of panel members here. Ms. Lily Ross Wellwell from CCECC, Mr. Willie Rexona from Transnational Crime Unit, and that is from the Vanuatu Police Force, Mr. Floyd Mera from Financial Intelligence Unit, Ms. Louise Nasak from the Ministry of Justice, and lastly, Professor Eric Colvin, Head of School of Law from the University of South Pacific. So I invite all of you who are here this afternoon, and those of you who are listening on the radio and streaming online, please, if you have the time, come tomorrow again. Our panel discussion starts tomorrow 9 to 10, right here at the main auditorium of the new convention center. So once again, I thank you all, and I'd like to invite you all to join in this afternoon's program. We have our panel discussions for this afternoon is now closed, and you can join in the exhibition out here at the exhibition halls, followed on by live entertainment, as mentioned by my colleague earlier, from Small Fire and Stun and the Earth Force. And this will take us starting at 6 o'clock up until 10 o'clock tonight. So bring your families and friends, come along and stay around here. Support the food stalls just outside here, and also some cover stalls, and have your cover and enjoy and celebrate ICT Day. Not forgetting, our theme for this year's 2016 ICT is ICT Entrepreneurship for Social Impact. So once again, we thank all of you who have participated in today's panel discussion and have come in the new convention center to participate and listen to the good messages that we've all been listening today. And we invite you to continue to enjoy tonight with the entertainment that will be provided by Small Fire and Stand and the Earth First. Thank you, Bayaken, lo yumi everyone. Mivla invite Mivla. Continue to stop with the Mivla, lo convention center until 10 o'clock tonight. Thank you more. Good night, lo yumi. Okay. Oh, yeah.
And just lastly, for those who are following us online, if you have any feedbacks, anything, you can always send an email to ictdays@vanuatu.gov.vu, and continue to check follow us on the website as well, ictdays.gov.vu. Our website, again, ictdays.gov.vu, and our email address is ictdays@vanuatu.gov.vu. Thank you.